a corpse at least once. The absolute absence of life is the most disturbing and challenging confrontation you will ever have. David Bowie. 1. I'm in a run-down mom-and-pop grocery store 2 days after my mother died. We're supposed to bury her tomorrow, and by we, I mean me. I need flowers to put on her casket, and the only place in Woodhaven that has them at a reasonable price is this place called Everson's Grocery. The burial is at 9 a.m. If everything goes the way it usually does for me, I'll drink until I pass out, wake up hungover at 8:50 a.m., clip on a tie, brush my teeth, and put the old woman in the ground with just minutes to spare. So, yeah, there won't be time for flowers tomorrow. Besides, I don't want to linger in this town longer than I have to. We didn't talk much, Mother and I. She always liked my older brother Norm better, God knows why. The rare occasions we did talk, I told her to give up those smokes. Every time. 2 packs a day'll kill ya. No, she didn't die from lung cancer like I thought she would. She died in a car accident on the way to this very grocery store to, you guessed it, buy a pack of Marlboros. Go figure. Deer in the road, Sheriff Doak said on the phone 2 days ago. Funniest thing I'd ever seen. Already dead, but not from a car. Something ate it, the deer. A bear, maybe. Thing is, we don't get bears around here, ever. Oh, well, sorry about your mother, Jack. She was a pleasant woman. A pleasant woman who suffered an unpleasant death. She's gone, and I'm still here. I was going to call her in a couple of weeks on her birthday. I was going to apologize for being a shitty son, make amends. Now she's dead. Life is cruel that way, I guess. And it only seems to get worse, because whatever was eating the deer found my mom's totaled car, and thought she must have looked tastier. It's safe to say we'll be having a closed casket memorial service. The bright white lights of Everson's Grocery almost blind me. I pass the front counter where the cartons of cigarettes and rows of scratch-offs sit on display like diamonds for the white trash who shop here, keeping my head and eyes straight in front. Laser focus. One goal in mind. Roses, red roses. In and out. No small talk, no fake condolences, nothing. I see the blonde behind the glass out of the corner of my eye as she gives me the look they give outsiders in Woodhaven, home of the woodchucks. Jack, she says. Jack Jupiter, is that you? I ignore her, keep walking. If I stop, I'm afraid of who will be the owner of that voice. She might be Darla Sterling, the bleach blonde head cheerleader who turned me down for the homecoming dance freshman year, by way of composing an elaborate new fight song that consisted of Fuckyoujak and Hell no, I won't go. Clever, I know. Or she might be Brittany George, who once spread a rumor of me eating out of garbage cans when I was a junior. A rumor that caught like wildfire. Maybe Rochelle Fenway, my personal favorite, whom I vomited on at a bonfire senior year. 2 plates of spaghetti and meatballs plus vodka are never a winning combination. I was pulling out whole noodles from my mouth like a clown pulls out those colorful handkerchiefs. It was never-ending, man. See, there are too many risks coming back to the place where you grew up. Especially a small town where everyone knows everything about each other. What you had for dinner, who gave you your first handy in the back seat of your mother's minivan, when you have your morning bowel movement, who's cheating on each other. I knew coming in here would be like walking through a landmine while blindfolded. Small towns have their own gravitational pull about them. It's charming, it's safe, it's warm. People can leave, go off to college, maybe work a big city job, but they always come back. 10 years after high school, and I didn't. That's pretty good, a new Woodhaven record, perhaps. 2 states separate me from this godforsaken place, and sometimes I don't even think that's enough. I smell fresh roast beef as I silently curse my mom for dying. I'm not sad. Not as sad as I should be, I suppose. Maybe it'll hit me later when I'm half a bottle in and reruns of the Golden Girls play on the fuzzy television the Woodhaven Motel has in room 111. That was her favorite show. I don't know why I remember this or why it comes to me now. I think if it happens, I'll just click off the TV. Problem solved. But I probably won't. The butcher with his blood-stained apron and scraggly beard, likely in violation of some or all health codes, gives me the same look as the blonde. I'm not quick enough to play it cool, so I nod my head. His lips part, my name already on the tip of his tongue, and I duck into the candy aisle. Chocolate wall to wall, floor to ceiling. Friggin' landmine, I tell ya. And it just gets worse. The man standing in the aisle beyond the chocolate, about 20 feet away from me, is Freddie Huber, former star quarterback of the Fierce Woodchucks, same graduating class as me. My mortal enemy, even if he doesn't know it. I don't know how many wedgies I took from this guy, how many Game Boys he knocked out of my hand in elementary school, how much milk he poured on my head or pudding down my back. Too much to count. Then in high school, it got worse. Broken noses, sucker punches, spitballs in the back of the head in Mr. Barry's Algebra 2 class, a constant barrage of gay jokes, mother jokes, runaway dad jokes. These always hurt worse than his fists. I hate him and myself at the same time. Because seeing this guy makes me shudder. I'm sweating despite the frozen food being on the other side of the chocolate shelves. He's got a couple of bottles of cold medicine in hand. Dayquil and NyQuil in the throes of a scorching Ohio summer. But I'm not surprised. It seems like everyone is sneezing, coughing, and shuffling around like they're on the cusp of death since I've gotten here. Flu season has come early. I back away toward the smell of roast beef, clenching my ass as phantom hands pull up my underwear, threatening another atomic wedgie. "Jack?" Freddie says. Fuck, too late. I could run, but running only makes it worse. I know from experience. A lot of experience. In 3 quick strides, he's on me, a large mitt smacking my shoulder hard. "Holy shit, it is you! I thought you died or something. Rumor around town was you killed yourself. And I felt so bad. All of those years of torment. My ex-wife said I probably had a hand in it." He snorts, very mucusy. "But she's a bitch." He's smiling as he says all of this as if me dying is the joke of the century. "Nope, still here," I say. And sometimes I think that's both a blessing and a curse. Many vodka bottles have been drained in an attempt to forget all about Freddie Huber's torment. Freddie hasn't lost his quarterback stature. Broad shoulders, strong jaw, thick arms, 6 feet tall. But now he has a beer belly, and the full head of blonde hair is thinning as we speak. I think about what he'll look like in another 10 years, and I start to smile. "Well, that's good, man. Really good." "Yeah, I guess it is." "What are you doing nowadays? Figured you'd be like a math magician or something," Freddie says. "I work from home." "Yeah, doing what?" "I'm a writer." Laughter erupts from Freddie. drowning out the slow jazz playing over the loudspeakers. He drops his handbasket. The purple bottle of NyQuil rolls a few feet away. A writer? Like, for the newspaper? Books, mostly. Short stories, here and there. Hardly any money in those. When I start talking about writing, it's hard to stop. Even to this big buffoon. So you must be rich as hell, huh? I shrug. No, not rich at all. What'd you clear last year? Couple million? He smiles, but his eyes have lost all sense of geniality. I don't know. Around 75? Hoo boy. 75,000 just from sitting on your ass and making shit up. I notice his smile disappears. His face darkens like we're back in the boys' locker room after gym class. Just me and him and a wet towel. Know what I made last year? He asks, then turns his head to cough. The lights overhead hit his skin at just the right angle, and I begin to realize how sick this guy is. Pasty, yellow, sweaty. I shake my head. I don't know what he made last year, but I could probably guess. He hasn't left town, so he has to work at the mill on Light Street or the government testing facility just outside the city lines. Since Freddie had me do his homework for a large portion of high school, I think it's safe to say this asshole isn't working a government job. Hell, he might still be delivering pizzas. I made 25 breaking my back at the fucking steel mill. He jabs a finger at me. Vaguely, behind him, I see a few people watching our friendly little exchange. Can you believe that shit? I work 60 hours a week, sweating my balls off, and Jack Jupiter is sitting in an air-conditioned office, letting all his dumbass ideas come to life on a computer screen, making more than me. What a crock! He tries to raise his voice but can't. All that comes out is a sputtering wheeze, like a dying engine. Well, I probably shouldn't say I'm on track to make double that this year. I speak with a smile on my face. It feels good to watch his features melt into something akin to a rage soup. But the fist that comes whistling through the air doesn't. It clobbers me at what seems like 1,000,000 miles per hour. I feel something crack. My vision fuzzes like a TV that lost its signal. For a moment, the punch knocks me back to the halls of Woodhaven High 10 years ago, hearing the laughter of all of Freddie's football goons, and tasting my own blood. 2. Freddie hasn't lost any of his strength, despite whatever bug he has. I'm never that lucky. My head spins, eye already swelling shut. He yells something at me, but I can't understand it. My ears are ringing. Other people in the store must have gathered around because I hear them clamoring. A sea of incoherent babbles. I push myself up, feeling a drop of blood, or maybe a tear, rolling down my cheek. My hand comes up to feel the spot that got rocked, and I wince. See if you can write a fucking book with broken fingers, Freddie shouts. I'm dimly aware of him advancing on me. He is exactly the type of guy who will kick you while you're down. Old habits die hard, I guess. So I try to pull myself up, using the shelf of cold medicines and cough drops as hand rungs. It's not as successful as I need it to be. Freddie grabs me, pulls all 150 pounds of my body weight off the floor as if I weigh less than half of that. Stop it, I hear someone shout. Freddie Huber, you get the hell out of my store or I'm calling the sheriff. Then I hear a loud click-click. Freddie turns his head around, giving me a chance to retaliate, but I can't. I don't even think I could stand on my own 2 feet without help, let alone swing a fist. Doesn't matter anyway, because Freddie drops me. He puts his hand to his mouth as he stifles a cough. Then they go above his head. Mr. Everson, always a pleasure. he says through a thick veil of mucus. Cut it, Huber, Mr. Everson says. I can't see the man, but I think, Everson's still alive? The Everson as in Everson's grocery? God, he must be 90 years old by now. Hey, I'm a paying customer. Not no more, Huber. Get the hell out of here. We don't need this type of crap. But Jupiter started it. Somehow, I highly doubt that. Get out of the store. Next time you want groceries or booze, you can go to Northington. Make a scene there. Let them deal with you. Freddy slowly backs up, his hand still raised. I shuffle out of his way, my eye almost swollen shut, head still thrumming with fear and a little bit of rage. All right, Mr. Everson. Then he looks down at me with a grin. This ain't over, Shakespeare. Out now, Everson says. I realize the old man holds a shotgun, and he points it higher, aiming at Freddy's head. I know Everson won't shoot, but if he does, I'm in the blast radius. Thankfully, Freddy shuffles out, laughing and saying, Wait till my dad hears about this. He points at me. Next time I see you, Jupiter, I'm gonna eat you alive. Not if I gouge out your eyes, you sorry asshole. I make a move, but Everson blocks me, still on my hands and knees. To the spectators, it's probably pathetic, but I like to think it's valiant. Heroic, maybe. Not worth it. Let him go, Everson says. I know he's right, but I'm done getting bullied. It's not why I came back to this shithole town. The bells over the front door jingle, signaling his departure. And believe me, you can hear it all the way from the front of the store. It's that quiet in here. Mr. Everson hands a young bag boy his weapon and walks over to where I try to pull myself up. You good, son? Yeah, I say. My one good eye is open as wide as it can be. Everson sees it and smiles. Don't worry. It ain't loaded. All for show. Ninnies like Huber always fall for the empty shotgun. Then he pauses and extends a gnarled hand out to help me up. Listen, you can come in the back and we'll get that blood cleaned up. Sheriff's on his way too, in case you want to file a report. I shake my head. No, I'm good. Just needed to get some roses. No, that's a nasty cut, son. Need some peroxide on it. You don't have to file a report, but at least let me fix you up. Then after a moment's hesitation, he says, Say, don't I know you? I rub at the gash under my eye. It's slick with blood now. Yeah, I know you, Everson says. You're that kid who wound up writing those scary books. I read that one about those monsters in that small mountain town, and the one with them flesh-eating zombies. Boy, I love a good zombie story. I nod, smiling. Everson is the last reader I'd expect to have, and probably the only person who loved the zombie book. Not my finest hour, I admit. Ain't your mama Nadine? I nod. Rest her soul. Terrible thing that happened to her. He turns, shaking his head and motioning to me. Come on back, son. Everyone watches us, their eyes lighting up with realization. Yeah, I'm that kid who was utterly forgettable in high school, who got out and made something of himself. To them, I'm like a god. I don't have stress wrinkles from barely making rent each month. My back isn't stooped from manual labor. I don't have the same pair of shoes on that I had 10 years ago. I'm clean, sober, and, dare I say, happy. It's a sad realization for us both, I'm sure. And I can't say no to Everson. So I nod and he puts his arm through mine as if to look like he's helping me. But he's so old, I end up helping him. 3. The break room isn't much. And though the store part has recently been renovated to look like it just entered the mid-90s, the back looks more like the 70s. The floor is checkered black and white, but the white is more of a dingy color, like an old cheese, maybe even a corpse. There's a microwave on the counter with dried remnants of a nuked burrito leaking from between the closed door. I know it's a burrito because I smell the beans and cheese. The clock on the wall is shaped like a feline, and each time a second goes by, the cat's tail swishes back and forth. I think the eyes are supposed to move too, but they don't. Instead, they stare emptily into the far corner of the break room. "Have a seat," Everson says. He goes to a cabinet and sorts through old boxes of instant coffee. Behind a Folgers container, he pulls free a black bottle of peroxide. I don't know why he keeps the peroxide with the coffee, but I don't get a lot of things in Woodhaven, and I lived there for 18 years. Besides, peroxide is needed. If not for the cuts, then for the germs of whatever bug Freddy's carrying. I really don't feel like getting my ass kicked and catching the flu. Everson dabs it onto a cotton ball, then hands it to me. I press the cold fuzz to my face. It stings. "That Huber kid has always been a punk," he says. "Just like his daddy." I don't know his dad, but I believe it, I say. You'd think with the big-wig job like the one his dad got, he would have turned out better. I nod, vaguely registering an image of Freddie Huber's father at his big-wig job. I see him behind a desk, suit and tie, steaming cup of coffee in front of him. He yells for a secretary to pick up his dry cleaning. It's funny because I would have pictured his dad to be gone like everyone else's around here seems to be, mine included. And seeing how Freddie wound up at the steel mill, I'm even more surprised his dad has a so-called big-wig job. Where's his dad work? I ask. Up at the Leering Research Facility. I nod. Yup, like I said before. Here in Woodhaven, you really only have two choices. Work at the mill or some other dead-end minimum wage job, or go to college and get a job at the Leering Research Facility. There is a third option, too. It's kill yourself, but something tells me you'll just end up right back in Woodhaven, like I have. Too bad the shotgun wasn't loaded, Everson says, grumbling. Back when I was his age, you do something like that and you're spending the night in the can. But the sheriff will let him off the hook. He's too soft. No big deal, I say, getting up. Thanks for the peroxide. Where you going, son? I don't think you're fit to drive yet. I can't stay, I say. I got a funeral to coordinate. My fiancée is going to be wondering where I'm at. You know how women are. Everson snorts, his wrinkled cheeks wrinkling up even more to smile. Don't I? He says. The door to the break room opens and in walks Sheriff Dokes. He's been sheriff since long before I was born. But he doesn't look as ancient and decrepit as Mr. Everson. Somehow he looks only a few years older than me, but he has to be pushing 50 or 60. He's a big man, too. The type of guy you'd expect to be wheeling around town in an SUV that says Woodhaven Police Department stenciled on the side. I hear the floor creak beneath his weight. A glint of dark metal catches my eye. Dokes carries around a big-ass gun on his hip, like an Old West marshal. I don't know if it's a standard weapon or if he's added a few cosmetic modifications to it. He doesn't need the weapon, either. The worst that happens in this town is someone gets too drunk and pisses in the middle of Main Street. A bar fight here or there. Petty theft. Someone gets punched in the face. Nothing crazy. Nothing like the Old West. The next thing that catches my eye is the blood on the outside of his jacket. There's a few drops. Not a lot, but enough to make me think, what the hell? Everson notices it too. I can tell by the way he scrunches up his face. Dokes? What's with the blood? Halloween ain't for another 3 months. Dokes looks down and scoffs. Damn it, he says. His voice is high and somewhat feminine. Another reason why I think he likes to carry around that big gun. Compensation. He grabs a roll of paper towels, tears off a wad, and starts wiping at the blood. It doesn't do much good, only fades the stains slightly. You been killing bad guys again? Everson says, chuckling. No, it was Dan out on 760. One of his cows. One of his cows? Everson repeats. I'm sitting in the old chair with plastic covering on its back, trying to think of a way out of here where both men won't notice me leaving. Yeah, that's what I said. One of his cows. Something got into his pasture. Tore it right up into pieces. And you know Dan, he's almost as old as you geezer. I had to help him move the damn thing out of the field before the other cows got curious. He shakes his head. Shit, they don't pay me enough for this. It's that damn research center out there, Everson says. Ever since that fire, things just ain't been the same. I don't keep up with Woodhaven current events. That much is true. But a fire? At Leering? Surely I would have heard about a fire. Unless they didn't want anyone to hear about it. This oddly seems like one of my books. Shady government research facility, cows being eaten by some mysterious monster. A light goes off in my head. Werewolf. That's what it is. It's gotta be. I smile and roll my eyes, hoping neither Dokes or Everson see me. This is the way I get when I'm deep into a new story. I link every small thing to whatever I'm working on, try to prove to myself that I'm going crazy. You should have seen me with the Ebola outbreak a couple years ago. I was working on the zombie novel then. Darlene almost kicked me out of the apartment. So that's all this is. Coincidence and me going crazy. Oh, please, Bill, they got it under control up there, Doak says, waving a hand. He looks at me, a wry smile on his face. Besides, right now we have more pressing matters to attend to, right, Jupiter? I hear you're already getting into trouble. You only been here a day. Should I be worried? Am I going to have to cuff you like I did when you was in middle school? Everson bursts out laughing. I remember that one. Heat rises to my cheeks. I really shouldn't have come back to this town. Or at least I should have driven the extra few miles and picked up some flowers in Breckenridge. Hell, even Northington. Yeah, real funny, I say. What'd you steal? I can't remember, Doak says. Wasn't it toothpaste or something? Reese's peanut butter cups, I say. The toothpaste I got away with. Still don't understand it, kid. He was smarter than that. Look at you now, making a living by typing all fancy-like. Oh, shoot, that's a good story to tell my drinking buddies. You know that famous writer, the one who writes about ghosts and goblins and ghouls? Jack Jupiter is his name. Well, I done arrested him in 8th grade. Caught him stealing candy and toothpaste down at Everson's. Little guy damn near pissed his pants when I cuffed him. Doak slaps the counter, laughing. Everson laughs with him, but his laughs are more like croaks. I wouldn't be surprised if dust starts pouring out of the old man's mouth. Real funny, I say again. Why'd you do it, son? Everson says. I mean, I forgive you, but why? Your mama wasn't poor. Just wanted to fit in, I guess, I say. It's not as hard to talk about it now than it was then. And my explanation is partially true. I did want to fit in. When all the kids in my grade were out shooting deer with their granddads, stealing candy bars from Everson's, and sticking firecrackers up bullfrogs' asses, I was back at home reading stories about evil wizards and hobbits, and watching movies about spaceships. But another reason I did it was because I wanted to see if I could get away with it. I didn't, obviously. Let me see that shiner, Doak says. I pull away the cotton pad. It sticks as I do it, and the pain is almost unbearable. But I can't show it in front of these two. Doak's eyes go big. Damn, son. Hubert really do that to you? Yeah, I say. Damn right he did. That man ain't nothing but a menace, Everson says. Wouldn't be the first time I've seen the bastard pick a fight. Remember last year's July 4th parade, when he got in the scuffle with Frankie Williams? Doakes nods. Unfortunately, I do. Sometimes I'll walk down Main and still think I see some of Frankie's teeth in the sidewalk. It's no big deal, really, I say, interrupting their trip down memory lane. Freddie's a bully. Always has been. He looked like he was coming down with a nasty cold, too. Maybe that'll be punishment enough. Flu season gets longer and longer every year, Doak says. Been going around something vicious this spring, all over town. Dan was coughing his damned head off. First these coyotes or bears or whatever eating all the wildlife and farm animals, and now the summer flu. What's next? We have to cancel the 4th of July festival? Everson gasps, real concern written on his face. The 4th of July is a big deal around here. Doakes laughs. Not a chance, he says, then turns back to me and shrugs. I'm telling you, Everson says. Ever since that fire, things ain't been the same. I drive by it sometimes. It looks about as haunted as that house up on Fox Hill. Ah, the Fox Hill haunted house. The basis of the first novel I sold. One time Norman made me go up to the front door when I was 9, despite my constant protests. I couldn't say no to my older brother. I had to prove I was as brave as he was. When we got to the front porch, he bolted. I remember hearing noises in there, screams and the sounds of axes coming down on people's heads. All just my imagination, no doubt. But I almost couldn't run away. Later that night, I lost about 20 pounds of sweat. Didn't sleep right for a month. Doakes rolls his eyes. Why don't you ask Freddie's pop? Haven't seen him. Good riddance, Everson says. His face looks as if he just swallowed something bitter. I smile, but that's as far as I can contribute to this conversation. It's been too long. I'm no longer in the loop, if you can call the ever-turning wheels of the gossip train the loop. Well, if you don't want to file nothing against Freddie, Doak says, it'll save me a hell of a lot of paperwork. No, don't worry about it. I'll heal. Sounds good, kid, Doak says, sticking a hand out at me. Then we're all good here? I can leave? I ask, accepting his handshake. Everson looks to the sheriff. Yeah, I guess so, Doak says. I get up. The chair scrapes the molded linoleum beneath me, and I head for the door. Wait, Jupiter. One more thing, the sheriff says. I'm halfway into the dark hallway. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. The light of the grocery store, which leads to the parking lot and my freedom. I had to call your brother, Doak says. He's coming back for the funeral. It's so quiet after Doakes tells me this. I think they might be able to hear my knuckles grinding together as I squeeze my hands into fists. I had to, Jack. She loved him as much as she loved anything, and she's his mother too. Thanks, Sheriff, I say as I walk out into the darkness. I try not to sound like an asshole. The door latches behind me. All that's going through my head is that I really shouldn't have come back home. 4. Woodhaven Motel is a seedy place on the corner of 760 and Cranberry Avenue. Cranberry is that street my mother told me to stay away from whenever I rode my bike around town with my brother. A long stretch of blacktop that leads in and out of town. There is a place that was once a church across the way. Empty black squares have long since replaced the glass. The door, a towering oak, has been battered and rammed and is now almost always open. It's a harbor for the homeless and the drug addicts. Lots of semis roll through. Some of these drivers peddle meth and heroin. Not much the small police force can really do about it either. Plus, I think Sheriff Dokes takes a cut. No way he could afford a watch like the one he had on back at Everson's. I park my car in the empty lot. I'm sitting between two faded lines on the blacktop that might have once been yellow. We're in room 111, the farthest back from the office. It may be 10 years since I've been back in Woodhaven, but I remember the stories about the motel. Once upon a time, there was talk of expansion, even a second floor, hence the room 111. That never happened because the funding fell through. Poor, creepy Clark Hutchins, the guy who owns it. He's owned it as long as I can remember. Rumors say he likes to blast porn in the dead of night. Some others say they've caught him looking in at them through a hole in the wall. Others talk of cameras he's placed in hiding spots in every room. Really? I doubt it. This place doesn't make enough money for him to afford spy gadgets. But when I open up the door, I can't help but notice all the sheets I draped over various places in the room. Microwave, old TV, the mirrors. Darlene is sitting in a plush chair with puke green upholstery. She's reading a book, something even I wouldn't read and damn sure would never write about. And I've written a zombie novel, for God's sake. It almost doesn't get any lower than that. Darlene's book is a love story with a bare-chested man on the cover. You know, the kind that has every woman's wet dream within the confines of its 300 poorly written pages. Happily ever after, and all that. Lovey-dovey, vomit. Her eyes barely flicker over the top of the paperback as I walk in. "When you going to read one of mine?" I ask. "When you stop killing characters and start making them fall in love," she says. Darlene is the most beautiful thing in this room by a mile. Hell, she might even be the most beautiful thing in this town. She puts the book down on her lap, still open. When she looks at my face, really looks at my face, the book comes tumbling down onto the shag carpet. "Oh, Jack, what happened?" Before I know it, her hand is cupping my chin, pulling me closer. I wince. Freddy's haymaker did more than just split open my cheek and bottom lip. It made my whole damn face tender. "Just ran into an old friend," I say. "Jack," she says in that way that really means cut the bullshit. "An old high school bully," I say, smiling. "Did you call the cops?" "Sheriff came, nothing happened." "My God," she says. "He should be in jail." I grab her around the waist, pull her closer. "No, he's just some bitter wash-up. I may have mentioned how much I was on track to make this year with the book sales, so I'm no angel either. Besides, it's not like I'm making millions. Any old schmuck can write about ghosts and zombies. Instead of gloating, I should have given him words of encouragement. Hindsight is 20/20, isn't it? Darlene and I kiss, and for a moment, the pain in my face subsides. "I'm just glad you're okay," she says when we part. I sit on the side of the bed and start taking off my shoes. The mattress damn near sinks to the floor with my weight, and I don't weigh much. "That's not even the worst of it," I say. "I'd rather get punched in the face again by that asshole than find out what the sheriff told me." "What? What did he tell you?" Darlene asks. She crawls up next to me, drapes her arms around my shoulder. I can feel her hot breath on my earlobe. It gets the blood pumping in all the right places, but I choose to ignore it. "He told me my brother is coming to the funeral. Can you believe that?" You said he wouldn't show. You said there was a 95% chance he wouldn't show. Well, 95 ain't 100, I say. So, what's the plan? She asks, as she slowly kisses me on the neck. We bury my mom. Then we get the hell out of here before Norm can start harassing me about the good old days. Maybe that's not a bad thing, Jack. You don't have anyone left. I got you, I say. She smiles. Not what I meant. Maybe we should stay. You can't go living your life like a hermit. This is your hometown. Your mom just passed, and now your brother is coming back. Maybe you should reconcile. I mean, what if he dies tomorrow? Good riddance, I almost say, sounding like Mr. Everson in my head. You don't want to live with that, do you? I don't answer, and she knows I don't because she's right. God, I hate it when she's right. She nibbles my ear, whispering, Come on, Jack. It'll be good for you to have some time off. Me too. I have 3 weeks of paid vacay saved up. We can stay 5 more days, and you can show me around a little more. I'd love to see where my future husband grew up. I feel her lips curl up into a smile, pressing against my neck. A hand slips around my waist, rubs up my inner thigh. When she gets like this, she's the godfather. Not the sexiest comparison, I know. But her offers, I can't refuse. Okay, I say. 5 more days, that's all. You'll get the Jack Jupiter Grand Tour. Prepare yourself. She squeezes me and lets out a satisfied moan. How the hell can I say no to her? To this? 5. After we make love, Darlene's head lays on my chest. I hear her breathing deepen. She's falling asleep, and I'm soon to follow if I don't get out from under these sheets. They're damp with sweat, faintly smelling like sex and mothballs. An odd combination that's surprisingly pleasant to the senses. But my laptop sits in a case on the desk across the room, mocking me. I need to get work done. The words won't write themselves as much as I wish that were the case sometimes. Darlene rolls over off of me to lay on her side. Good night, she says, turning to face me, a faint smile on her lips. That was good, but we're supposed to save it until our wedding night. You said the same thing yesterday morning, I say. It's how this whole engagement has gone. I give her a wink and kiss her on the cheek. Good night. Better get to bed pretty soon. You'll have to be up early for the... She trails off. Don't remind me. Darlene pulls the sheet up around her shoulders, covering her milky white skin. Bedtime for her usually means work time for me. She's the type of person who'll be in bed by 9, and I'll be up until 4 in the morning, sometimes later. And sometimes I'm still up when she rolls out of bed for work at 7 a.m. If we were back at our apartment in Chicago, I'd make her coffee and some pancakes. But the best I can do here is vending machine snack foods and Coca-Cola. I decide to pump out some words. It's not easy going. My mind runs through all the bullshit I've been through the last few days. But somehow I read a chapter in the werewolf book I've been working on, loosely inspired by what Dokes and Everson told me about the Leering Research Facility. The clock magically moves at the speed of light. Before I know it, 2 hours roll by. I get up to stretch. It's stuffy in this motel room, the smell of sex now gone. I need fresh air, so I open the door to step out. Moonlight bathes me in a glorious white. You don't get this type of thing in the city where electricity chokes out Mother Nature. I have no shirt on, only wearing my gym shorts and a beaten pair of slippers. It doesn't matter because there's no one in the motel parking lot. No cars roll down the street. Far up the walkway, I see the light from Clark Hutchins's TV set. Faintly, the voices carry through the door. I walk up about halfway, where a couple of vending machines sit against the brick between rooms. The colors of the Coca-Cola machine are faded, almost acid-washed. Caffeine. I'll need it if I'm going to bust out another chapter tonight. Jerry, this new editor at my publishers, is a regular Nazi when it comes to deadlines. Dead mother or not. There are $2.25 in my shorts pockets. I have a membership to Gold's Gym back in Chicago, but I normally don't do much working out. Usually I just walk on the treadmill while Darlene does her Zumba or spin class. The change is for snacks in case she keeps me waiting too long. I know it's a bad habit, but remember, I'm a writer, not some world-class athlete. Not surprisingly, a can of Coke is only 50 cents around here. So I buy 2 and start looking at the one next to it. It houses an array of snack foods: Twinkies, Hostess cupcakes, cinnamon rolls, Snickers, Reese's. I try not to think about how old they might be when I pop in 75 more cents. A Reese's slowly starts to uncurl from the wire which holds it in place. My mouth salivates at the phantom taste of sugar and salt, milk chocolate and peanut butter. Then it stops, the package dangling on the edge. You gotta be kidding me, I say, rubbing my head. This place just gets worse and worse. I look around the lot again. All the rooms are dark. I don't think there's any other guests but Darlene and me. Black windows, closed drapes, no cars. My mind is made up. I give the machine a shove. The glass vibrates, but other than that, nothing happens. No Reese's. I grab hold with 2 hands, start rocking the damn machine back and forth. Again, nothing. Damn, I say under my breath. I could try for another snack, but all I got is 50 cents, and the damn machine will probably eat that too. Maybe Darlene will want a Coke in the morning. Screw that. I'm cheap. I may be looking to double my income this year with book sales, but that doesn't mean money grows on trees. So I walk up toward the motel office where I hear studio laughter leaking from beneath the door. Not porn. I don't bother knocking and walk right in. Clark is watching an old rerun of Happy Days. The television plays in black and white and looks ancient. He doesn't even notice me at first, so I clear my throat. Like the vending machine? No response. I do it louder this time. He swivels around, his eyes wide, looking like he just got caught yanking one out at church. Clark leans forward and turns the volume knob all the way down. "Jag, how you doing?" he says in a southern drawl that's not native to Woodhaven. "The room all good for you? That pretty fiancée happy?" He says the last part with a wink, causing a couple droplets of sweat to roll down from his hairline. I skip the small talk, get right to the point. Truth is, this bastard creeps me out, even without the rumors of spying on the guests and painting the walls with his jizz. Vending machine ate my quarters. I wanted a Reese's. Hell, I've been meaning to fix that. Called the vending machine company about 6 months ago and they ain't never showed. Go figure. Round here we gotta do things ourselves. But you know that, don't you, little Jackie? He chuckles. Yup, I say, knowing Clark will never get around to fixing the machine, and neither will the company who owns it either. He kind of stares blankly at me for a moment, as if he's mentally checked out. I attribute it to either slight retardation or just way too much booze. It's probably the latter, but I've never been able to rule out the former. Then he shakes his head. All right, I'll see what I can do. Clark gets up. He's a thin man, maybe too thin. He looks like he already has a foot in the grave. I'll be right back, he says, leaving the room. Like coming back home. I realized trying to get my measly 75 cents was probably a mistake. I look around. The office is smaller than the motel rooms and somehow looks even more retro. Darlene might call it chic or some other weird fashion term. There is wood paneling on the walls. The desk is made of solid oak, polished. On the floor is a rug of psychedelic colors, red and blue and green and yellow. An empty water cooler hums in the background. I catch a faint whiff of mold and smoke, despite there being a sign above a corkboard behind the counter reading, "No smoking." The corkboard is filled with flyers. Some look as old as the room, the corners of the pages curled and discolored. Others look newer. One, in particular, catches my eye. It's next to another newer one that says, "Come down to the town square for our 68th annual firework festival. Parade, food, booze, games, fun. 7 to 12, you can park at Moe's." A few shakily drawn firework displays are above the words. But the flyer that caught my eye shows a picture of a man I faintly recognize. This one is done up more professionally. The words read, "Muscular Heaven with Kevin. Train hard, get ripped. Call Woodhaven Rec Center for available times. 7 days per week." I smile at the picture. It looks a lot like Kevin Crawford, one of the few friends I had in high school. He was just as nerdy and pathetic as I was, but when we went off to college, we lost touch. He probably weighed about 130, tall as hell. A strong wind would have blown him out of town. But now, unless it's photoshopped, he looks more Goliath than David. I walk behind the desk and grip a tab with the name, that does in fact say Kevin Crawford, and number on the flyer and rip it off. Kill two birds with one stone here, I think. Learn some workout techniques and catch up with an old friend. As long as I'm stuck in town, I might as well, right? Clark shuffles in with a keyring. He stops and gives me a crooked gaze. "What you doing behind my desk?" "Flyers," I say. "Ah, yeah. You gonna stick around for the fireworks?" I wish I could say no, but the truth is, I am. "Maybe," I say. Good, Clark says. "Now let's go get you your Reese's." He walks out of the office, me trailing behind him. I still have the paper in my hand with Kevin's name on it. I'll call him in the morning after the funeral. For now, I look forward to a chocolate and peanut butter cup of deliciousness. 6. Woodhaven Memorial Cemetery is a small lot about a 5-minute walk from the town square. I wear black dress pants, a white undershirt, and a black suit jacket. No tie. I have a pair of sunglasses over my eyes despite it not being too sunny yet. The time is 9:13 a.m. The date is July 2nd. It is Friday. We didn't have calling hours for my mother yesterday. She didn't want them, and rightfully so. She wasn't well liked in the community, if I'm being totally honest. She was just kind of there. So far, it's just me, Darlene, the priest, who I don't recognize, and a couple of media employees who help carry the casket. At least they're dressed nicely. The priest coughs into his arm a couple times, then pulls a handkerchief free from his pocket. I look straight at him as a glob of blood hanging on his lip is wiped away. It's gross. But as of right now, I am numb. "Shall we begin?" he asks after slipping the handkerchief away. Then he looks around at the graveyard. The only signs of life are a couple of birds cawing in the trees behind us. "Are we expecting anyone else?" "No, go ahead," I say. My voice is so quiet it's almost lost in the breeze. Darlene elbows me. "Your brother," she whispers loud enough for the priest to hear. Right, I say, trying to sound like I'd forgotten. I hadn't. Shall we wait? The priest asks again. No, go on. He huffs in annoyance, then has to stifle another cough. My mind is lost as he drones on from his Bible. I don't even remember if my mother was religious. I want to say she wasn't, but how could I have known? I hadn't talked to her except for birthdays and holidays for 10 years. Maybe she found God in that time. All alone out here in the middle of nowhere. She needs someone to talk to, right? Love is a powerful weapon, the priest drones on. Darlene sniffles by my side. It hits me how much I didn't know my mother, outside of being a mother. I didn't know what kind of music she liked, her favorite food, her favorite television shows, movies. I didn't know anything. Now I never will because she is laying in a polished black casket 2 feet in front of me, next to a hole in the earth 6 feet deep. Sometimes I don't even remember her first name. She's just Mother, never Mom or Mommy. Mother, so prim and proper. The sadness really rolls over me. A tear falls out from behind the cover of my lenses, hits me on my lip, tasting salty, feeling warm. Another one follows, and soon I'm sobbing. Darlene wraps her arms around me, pulls me closer. It's okay, she whispers. But I don't believe her. It will never be okay. My mother is dead, and I was a terrible son. The priest finishes up with, Let us go in peace to live out the word of God. His Bible closes with a sudden, final thump, reminding me of a closing casket. He walks around the head of the grave and places a hand on my shoulder. With soft eyes and a practiced frown, he says, I'm sorry for your loss. Me too, I think to myself, because I really am. If I could go back in time and fix all of this, I would. Thank you, Darlene says, being my voice of reason. I never got the flowers, I realize. All because Freddie Huber punched me in the face. The wound throbs at the thought of that bastard. When you are ready, we will lower her. Take as much time as you need, the priest says. I'm ready now, I say. I'm not. A voice calls from behind me. Before I turn around, I already know who it is. Norman Jupiter. My older brother by 5 years. He wears a tuxedo, something you might get married in, and he has a bouquet of, you guessed it, roses. Norm lives in some Midwestern state, Pennsylvania, Indiana, I'm not sure, but I am sure he shouldn't have a tan on his face as bright as the sun itself. I know he's an outdoorsman through and through. If I frisked him, I'd probably find a couple of guns, one tucked in his waistband, the other in an ankle holster, along with a switchblade or two. He believes in self-defense. He believes in violence. Seriously, go get a time machine and take a look at my childhood. He was always bigger and bolder, always getting in fights and whomping on me. Said it would make me tougher, but I think it just gave me nightmares. Really, looking back, I think Norm was bound to serve in the military, bound to make a career out of it. When he left me and Mother, we unraveled. He was our glue. I would have given anything for him to come back. Nice of you to show up, I say. Late. He outstretches his arms. Little brother, it's been so damn long. He hugs me, and it's both uncomfortable and familiar. Just like he used to after a punch that was too hard and brought tears to my eyes when we were kids. Don't cry, Jackie. Mom might hear and whip both our asses. How are ya? He points up at the small cut under my eye and says, Not too good, I guess, followed by a chuckle. Not now, I say. Now's not really the time to play catch-up, is it, Norm? He looks past me at the coffin. Right, he says. Then he sees Darlene and his jaw drops. Wow, little brother. You really scored this? Darlene's lip snarls. Yeah, he did, she says. This is still something I can't comprehend. But yeah, I did. Sirs, the priest says, shall we continue? Yes, I say. Norm answers right after me with a resounding no. There's a moment of silence as the priest's eyes dart between us, not knowing who to follow orders from. The employees stand at each end of the casket lowering device, their hands hovering above the cranks which will send my mom to her final resting place. I want to see her again, Norm says. You could have seen her any time in the past 15 years, I say. He ignores me, heads for the casket, then squats down on the green felt around it. How the hell do you open this thing? My hand flies out to stop him. It's not because I know the morticians probably did a terrible job of putting her together, but it's because I might completely dissolve if I have to see her dead. Leave her alone. All this time and you want to bother her now? Norm looks up at me, something he's never done in all 33 years of his life, like I've slapped him. Stop it, Darlene yells. Her arms are folded across her chest, face growing redder. This is the look I don't like. The one that tells me I better listen or she's going to explode. Norm must see it too. He may be a giant asshole, but he's no dummy. Stop it, she repeats. You're embarrassing yourselves. I feel the priest's eyes on me, the employees too. At the same time, I feel God looking down. Maybe even my mom. But the only eyes I care about are Darlene's. Norm straightens up, looking at me. You got a good woman there, little bro. Take good care of her. The comment surprises me. Norm was never too big on sharing compliments. He's more of a jealous, make excuses about why you're wrong and he's right kind of guy. Trust me, you know the type. Has my older brother finally grown up? As if on cue, he walks off, finally sensing he's not welcome. I watch him go for a moment, then I turn to the priest. Go on. We bury my mom. Me, Darlene, a priest, and 2 overweight cemetery employees whose names I don't know. The whole time, all I can think about is Kevin Crawford. 7. I'm not even halfway out of the cemetery when I fish around for the tiny slip of paper I'd pulled free from Clark Hutchins's bulletin board. I dial the number. It rings a few times before someone picks up. A woman. Hi, this is the Woodhaven Recreation Center. Abby Cage speaking. How may I help you? Hello, I'm looking for Kevin Crawford. Just a moment, please. The receiver clicks as he transfers my call. Then the line starts to ring again. Kevin Crawford. A deep voice answers on the other line. He sounds tired. Train hard, get ripped. Hey, Kevin. It's Jack Jupiter. Silence. Jack Jupiter? No way, he says, a little more perked up. Yeah, I'm in town for a few days, and I saw your flyer. I was looking to get in a few good workouts, pick up some proper training techniques before I drive back to Chicago. Jack Jupiter? No shit. Yep, it's Jack. Kevin was not always the brightest fellow. I'm at the car now, waiting for Darlene, who is still back in the funeral home, clearing up a few things. Well, Jack, come on down. Let's see, I'm all booked today. But how about tomorrow? Come on down tomorrow at, say... no, that's right before the festival, stupid thing. The festival, I say. No, I can do it then. I'm not going, and honestly, between you and me, the fewer people in the gym, the more comfortable I'll be. Should be deserted around that time. I really don't know why we're open in the first place. Oh well, I get paid by the hour. He chuckles. Come in at 6 sharp. We'll only have about 45 minutes before the rec closes. That cool? Perfect. All right, Jack, I'll get you fixed up. Thanks, Kevin. Can't wait, I say. There's another uncomfortable silence until Kevin's gruff voice breaks it. Say, man, I heard about your mom. I'm real sorry. It's an awful thing. Them deer. Animals have been acting real funny lately. Wrong place. Don't worry about it, I say, closing my eyes and trying not to think of my mom's casket covered in dirt. I'll see you tomorrow. I hang up. Darlene is a few steps away, and she grins, trying to comfort me. It's not enough, because not even her dazzling smile can stop the tears from coming. 8. Today is July 3rd. I buried my mother yesterday. I spend the day writing while Darlene goes shopping. Most of the businesses in the square stay open because they know the festival will bring in a few outsiders. We hometowners know their merchandise is crap. When she gets back, I'm already halfway out the door, heading to the gym. Be careful, she says, kissing me. I'll be fine, babe, I say. She grabs my bicep. I think you're buff enough, mister. I point to my eye. This says otherwise. I'll be back in about an hour. Maybe we can get a funnel cake and watch the fireworks tonight? I caught a glimpse of the square earlier. The festival won't officially start until 7 p.m., but the people were out and about. Way too many. I recognized a lot of them, but a lot of them I didn't. All buzzing around, waiting for the fun to start like kids up at the crack of dawn on Christmas morning before their parents even set out the presents. I can't even imagine what it'll be like once it actually starts. I'd like that, Darlene says. I show up to the Woodhaven Recreation Center 15 minutes early, wearing gym shorts, a plain t-shirt, and a worn-out pair of running shoes which really have no right to be worn out. A sign on the front door reads, "Will be closed at 7 Saturday, July 3rd for festival. Closed all day Sunday, July 4th in observance of Independence Day. Sorry for any inconvenience." There is an old woman at the front desk who waves hello to me, then takes my name and $8 entry fee. Another younger woman beside her works the phones. She gets up and goes in the back to get Kevin. I see a manager in another room talking on a cell. I don't recognize any of them. Kevin greets me with a big bear hug. He has certainly bulked up. That picture of him was definitely not photoshopped. I may have found a nice career writing, which was something I did secretly all my life, but Kevin completely flipped his life upside down. We make small talk for a bit, and he eventually leads me up a staircase a few paces away from the front doors. This place is huge. I never came here much as a kid, and sometime in high school they expanded it, adding in 3 more basketball courts, 2 racquetball courts, a running track, and an indoor soccer field. You ready? Kevin asks. His gelled hair shines in the fluorescent lighting. He's got a slight tan, not one that looks like he's been in the sun all summer. Woodhaven doesn't get much sun either, but one that looks like he got from fake UV lights. It's something bodybuilders do for their competitions, I realize, having seen cringeworthy pictures of ripped dudes all greased up and tan in their bright pink and purple thongs. The thought of Kevin doing something as silly as that brings a bubble of laughter to my lips. He yells this time, his voice earth-shattering. "I said, are you ready?" We are standing at the landing at the top of the stairs. About 3 feet behind me is a 30-foot roll of jagged steps, and I almost take the tumble. Yeah, I say. I guess I am. I want to hear you roar, Jupiter. Yes, I'm ready. Louder, Kevin bellows. Yes, I'm fucking ready. He slaps me on the chest, and the blow rattles my ribcage. Good, but don't curse here, man. It's a family facility. I can feel the blood pumping through my body, the adrenaline too. I've never been so psyched to work out. We warm up, then your ass is benching until your tits fall off. Hey, I thought you said no cursing. I flash him a weak smile. I can do what I want. I work here, Jupiter. Geez, get with the program. The upstairs splits off into 2 big sections. On the left of the stairs is the weight room, but we go the other way for a 10-minute warm-up. Back in Chicago, this would have been my workout. 10 minutes on a stationary bike, and then I'm buying $5 worth of vending machine junk. Not today. Now I'm warmed up, in the weight room and lying on my back, looking at the white ceiling beams and dark emergency lights. Kevin is behind me in a tank top, his index fingers lightly touching the barbell, as I let it slowly fall to my puffed-up chest. Fans whir in the background. An old Bryan Adams song plays over the loudspeaker. There's a sound of dumbbells clanking together, of shoes thumping a treadmill belt. Then, someone screams, and the weight of the world crushes my chest. Okay, maybe not the weight of the world. It's actually about 95 pounds. I'd be okay if Kevin didn't have the attention span of a puppy because he's gone. What am I paying that giant asshole for? That's right, I'm not. You get what you pay for, I guess. A little help, I say, but it comes out like a wheeze. The scream rips through the air again, this time causing me to turn my head in its direction. It comes from the lower floor, near the front doors. Everyone who is anyone on the second floor weight room hangs over the guardrail to get a look at who or what caused this lady to scream bloody murder. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. Anyone? Kevin? I say. As I strain, the healing cut under my eye threatens to split open. My arms feel like wet noodles. If I push any harder, my head is going to explode. I might be able to roll it off of me, but I doubt it. A lung might be starting to collapse. Each breath is a pain. So, at this point, I'm content with letting myself die. Who would miss me anyway? Darlene, but who else? And Darlene missing me isn't a given. I'm still baffled that she agreed to marry me. I mean, me. A guy who sits in a dark room typing on a keyboard for a living. A guy who can't fight his own battles. 10 years removed from high school and still the target of bullies like Freddie Huber. Yeah, Darlene could have done a lot better than me. That's for damn sure. I give the barbell one last push. Everything I got. A vein pops from my forehead. I feel my face going a devilish red. Heart hammers my sternum. That's good, at least I'm still alive. Then my vision goes spotty, and finally, black. I'm still here, not dead yet, pushing with all of my might. The bar leaves me, the pain with it. I don't know how I did it, but the barbell is hovering above, and I'm hardly pushing. Then I rack it. The whole bench press shakes with the force. My arms drop to my sides like concrete. I exhale, thinking to myself that in a couple of months, people will start calling me Rocky Balboa. You should have a spotter, a girl says. This takes me by surprise. Still laying on the bench, I tilt my head back and see a pair of brown cargo pants and a red shirt. On the shirt is a small white stick figure holding a barbell over their head. I bet he's lifting more than 95 pounds, too. On the opposite side of that stick figure is a name tag that reads Abigail Cage. She was the one manning the phones when I called yesterday, and now she's the one who saved my life. I sit up and spin around. It's not an easy task. Again, I'm content with dying right now. I had a spotter, I say, wiping the back of my iron-smelling hands across my forehead. A polyurethane sheen of sweat sits on my skin. But, I point a thumb to my right where the crowd gathers around the guardrail. He's a little bit busy. I haven't heard a scream in about a minute. Well, I'd wait until he's not busy before you start your next set. What happened down there? I ask. Mainly because I'm too exhausted to get up and go look for myself. Abigail Cage shrugs. I don't know. I was too busy saving you from being squashed to death. She puts a hand on one of the 25-pound plates, smirks. By 95 pounds, no less. I roll my eyes. This is exactly why I've never wanted to join a gym. Everyone's so judgmental. So what if I can barely bench press half of my body weight? At least I'm trying. Miss Fox is always screaming at things. She probably saw a spider or something. She loves the attention. I think she thinks that if she screams loud enough, God will finally answer her prayers. A fake chuckle escapes my lips. Her honesty catches me off guard. It's refreshing. Right, I say. Well, thanks, Abigail Cage. You can call me Abby. All right, Abby. You can call me Jack Jupiter. As in the Jack Jupiter? Yeah, why? As in the writer? I nod. Yes, the writer. She huffs. I graduated high school last year. In my last semester, I took Mrs. Beatty for English, and man, she wouldn't shut up about you and your books. We had to read one for an assignment, and she talked about you like you were her favorite child or something. Kinda annoying. I can't help but smile. Beatty was tough if memory serves me correctly. A little less tough now that I know she's a fan. Yeah, Mrs. Beatty. How is that old hag? Still old and haggish, Abby says. We both laugh. Then she says, I pictured a man who could lift a little more than 95 pounds, that's all. No offense. None taken. I thought I could lift more than that, too. Keep working, and you'll get there, she says. Thanks. Then the scream cuts me off. This one is far worse than all the other screams, and there's a cry of help that follows. It's enough to rattle the mirrors plastered on all the walls. One of those screams I'd have a victim in my novels belt out. It gives me the chills. With a little more strength in my body now and being less lightheaded, I get up. Abby's eyes are wide, and she starts to shuffle in that direction. That one sounded a bit more serious, she says. Kevin shifts back and forth. This guy, who can probably bench press 900 pounds in comparison to my 95, is frightened, but rightfully so. As I get closer and see the pale looks on the other people's faces, I start to get this feeling of dread gnawing in my chest. I mean, if a guy like Kevin Crawford can be spooked like he is now, then how will I fare? This thought almost stops me from moving forward until Abby passes. And I can't let her upstage me again. It's bad enough she had to save my windpipe from being slowly crushed by a barbell. How would I carry on knowing I let myself get spooked by a woman's screams when everyone else wasn't? I walk up to Kevin, standing directly behind him. His large back and wide shoulders make it damn near impossible for me to see past him. Plus, his shadow is like a great oak tree. Against the railing, crowded next to Kevin, is an older fellow drenched in sweat. Another man I consider a senior citizen with a basketball under one arm, and now me. The woman below takes to sobbing now. A collective gasp fills the air. I mouth the words, "What the fuck?" I'm looking at the front doors. There's 6 of them, mostly glass. 2 of them act as the entrance, while the other 4, which are separated by a chest-high wall, act as the 4 exits. They're all about as heavy as the weights upstairs, I swear. Their glass is spick and span, as if they're Windexed every hour or so. Except for the entrance door. I can't see through it any longer. A smear of red takes up most of the view, like someone covered in paint forgot there was a door there. There's a handprint on the mat about a step in from the door. My eyes follow the trail. On the mat, which houses the Woodhaven Recreation Center's barbell-holding stick figure, is the old woman from the front desk. She clutches what looks like a limp CPR dummy, wearing the attire of a police officer. My mind races. I get that spike of blood pressure that comes so often in my life when I'm scared as all hell. "What's going on?" I ask. Nobody answers. The 3 men up here with me stare with their jaws hanging open. Miss Fox's arms are covered in blood. She's holding the cop's head in her lap. One hand presses against his neck where the bulk of the red seems to flow from. "What the hell?" I say. "It's Dokes," the sweaty middle-aged guy says. It takes me a moment to realize that this guy speaks the truth. Dokes is covered in so much blood he's almost unrecognizable. Now it's my turn for my jaw to drop. Since no one is moving, I back away from the guardrail and head down the steps. It's much worse than I expected. 9. Miss Fox is now wearing as much blood as Dokes. There are tears in her eyes, and she mutters something about God. Praying to him, begging for forgiveness, I don't know. Behind me, I hear the footsteps of the 3 men from the weight room. And outside, rising high above the blubbering woman and the tennis shoes slapping against rubber-lined steps, is the sounds of the 4th of July parade revving up in the town square not too far away from the rec center. The marching band beats their drums. There is rock music playing over loudspeakers. People are talking and cheering, walking down the road to where the action is at, unaware of what chaos is slowly unfolding in the gym. Miss Fox looks at me. Smears of red on her forehead from where she brushed her salt and pepper hair out of her face. "Help me," she says. "Please, someone help me." Another employee passes me in a flash. He's a blur of red shirt and khaki pants. He's probably pushing 60, graying hair, clean-shaven face, and a neck like a bullfrog. "Oh God, Fiona," he says. "What happened?" She babbles on for a moment before saying, I don't know. I saw him walking toward the entrance holding his neck. He almost collapsed, but I grabbed him and got him inside. He was talking, and when we got through the doors, he fell. I couldn't hold him anymore." Abby Cage disappears behind the front desk. She's gone for a few seconds before she's back with a stack of bleach-white towels, the kind they have at the front of the weight room so you can clean off the machines when you're done using them. The older guy grabs a handful and stuffs them against the sheriff's neck. "We gotta call someone," he says, and before he's done with the sentence, the towels soak through with red. He grabs more, jams them against the others. This is when I unfreeze. I run to the phone, since my iPhone is baking in the glove box of my rented car. For this first workout, I wanted total focus. No music, no small talk, just me and the weights. Isn't that just the stupidest thing? Yeah, like I said before, hindsight is 20/20. I grab the office phone and dial 911. The old woman, Fiona Fox, starts screaming again. Tears fall from her eyes, slicing the drying blood in her cheeks like some kind of fucked up Moses parting the Red Sea. Her screams are even worse this close. I have to plug one of my ears to listen for the voices assuring me it will be okay on the other end. It rings once, twice, then dead. A semblance of a busy signal, then fuzz. I try again. This time I don't even get a ring. It's the, "We're sorry, the number you have called cannot be reached. Please hang up and try again," lady voice we all love to hate. I'm about to try for a third time, because the third time's the charm and all, when I hear the sheriff's voice through my plugged-up ear. He doesn't talk so much as croak. There's so many of them. It just happened so fast." "What happened so fast, Sheriff? What?" The man holding the bloody towels asks. "It's the end of the world." Hearing the sheriff's gurgling voice say that sends shivers up my back. I blink a few times, thinking this will be a dream and I'll wake up in bed. That doesn't happen. Obviously, it's not the end of the world. If I look out the window, I can see some of the festival stragglers, wearing Uncle Sam hats, dressed in the patriotic red, white, and blue. No, it's not the end of the world. The whole town is out there enjoying the world right now. This must all be some kind of sick prank. Kevin put it together to get back at me for not keeping in touch for the last decade. He knows I write horror novels. How funny would it be to prank that guy who writes about zombies and werewolves? Freaking hilarious. "Call someone," the man holding the towel says to me. He turns and I see the worry on his face. His eyes are glassy. Maybe he'll cry. Maybe he's on the verge of a heart attack, I don't know. Pinned to his chest opposite of the barbell holding stick figure is his name tag that reads Manager, and below it, Toby Lavender. Something about his expression tells me he can't fake this. "Get an ambulance out here right now," he snaps again. This time he bares his teeth, and the intensity in his wrinkled forehead spurs me to dial 911 for the third time, prank or not. I get nothing. A dead line. "Phone's down," I say. "I tried 3 times. It's not a good enough answer for the guy. "Try a goddamn 4th time," he shouts. The boom in his voice shakes more sobs and tears out of Miss Fox. I pick up the receiver for the 4th time, but pause when something catches my eye outside. I see more of the festival goers coming this way. Not towards the square, but toward the rec center. This street is a dead end, all forest and steel barriers. This has to be a prank. It doesn't make sense, but I see it. I see the top hats, the kids holding tiny American flags, more and more people. Ahead of them all is another cop. This one is a woman, and she has sleek black hair that catches the sun. She's limping, laboring over toward the wreck like a drunk. I chuckle at the idea of the cops celebrating instead of doing their jobs. I really couldn't blame her if she pounded a few beers while on patrol. I'd do the same thing. It's all part of the show, I think to myself. Back to the phone. I punch in 911 again. Get nothing. Just gotta go with it until one of them jumps up and yells, "Gotcha." "Not working," I say. Toby Lavender growls at me, then sweeps his gaze over the small crowd of onlookers. "Someone use their cell phone! Come on, quick!" Kevin Crawford has an iPhone in a case wrapped around his massive bicep. His fingers work their way inside until he pulls it free. With one clean rip, he disconnects the headphones that hang from his arm like a spiderweb. I see him fiddle with the screen for a moment, then put the phone up to his ear. Let me guess. "No answer. Just keeps ringing and ringing," he says. Of course there's no answer. Yawn. Abby Cage pulls her phone out of her back pants pocket. It has a pink case with a big blue flower on the back. A few seconds later, she says the same thing. No answer. I clear my throat and walk out from behind the desk. Looks like another cop is on her way down, I say, then under my breath, as if on cue, I'm smiling. I guess I'll wave her down. Fiona and Toby both follow my pointing finger. No, I'll do it, he says, his voice curt. All part of the show. Oh, thank you, God, Toby says. He grabs Fiona's hand and guides it to the dripping red towels. Just another minute, Miss Fox, and then it'll be okay. The door squeaks as the hinges open. He's in the lobby now, poking his head out of the second set of doors that lead outside. I hear his voice. It's muffled but clear. The music comes in louder. Help us, Becky! Dokes is hurt! Toby yells. The cop outside is nothing more than a human-shaped blur through the 2 layers of glass. But I see her stop. She doesn't answer with her voice, and turns her head, slow and deliberate, at the sound of Toby. Toby leaves the lobby completely and goes outside. His pace is frantic, again moving faster than he should be able to. The female cop picks up her speed. It's a beautiful day outside. The sun shines down on the parking lot, sparsely populated by the few cars that didn't go up to the square for the festival. Rays catch the windshields and gleam off the polished metal door handles. But the sun also illuminates the cop's face. She might have been pretty once, but she's not pretty anymore. My first thought is that they really went all out with the fake blood and prosthetics. There must be a camera crew around here somewhere. More blood stains her pale blue uniform. She limps like she's hurt. A spike of fear hits me. What if this isn't a prank? What if this is real? I start backing away from the door, unable to pry my eyes from her. Easy, buddy, Kevin Crawford says in his deep voice. I turn to look at him. He pats me on the shoulder with enough force to break my clavicle. I'm expecting the gotcha at any moment, but everyone is too busy watching the scene unfold. There's the sweaty dude, whose shirt is so soaked through I can see his nipples. There's Fiona Fox leaning up against the glass divider with the bloody dokes on her lap. Abby Cage holding her pink cell phone. A few other people dressed in their workout gear. The old man, a black guy, a high school-age janitor dressed in a blue version of the employee uniform. What's all over her face? Abby asks. No one answers. Blood, right? I say. Blood because she's just took a bite out of Dokes or some other poor, unknowing bastard. I laugh. Everyone gives me uncomfortable looks. This is priceless. Abby walks closer to the window. Kevin moves forward too. I catch the scent of his Old Spice deodorant as he goes past me. Then Abby screams. Almost too real to be fake. Outside, Toby hits the pavement on his knees. His body turns to us. The woman cop has raked him across the face, and now he holds the wound. I can see the blood seeping between his tightly knit fingers, and more dripping from hers, but I didn't see the hit. The cop lunges again, this time missing. Toby gets back up on his feet. I hear him say the cop's name. Becky? And it comes out like a question. Like he's stunned this woman just bitch-slapped him and they're going off script. A glare of sunlight catches her eyes. He's backing away, one arm still on the gash. Maybe this isn't right. I push through the door and into the lobby. I'm going to put a stop to it. Let them know I know it's a prank and they can stop their stupid act now before I lose my mind. The sun blazes against my skin. To my right is a flagpole. The wind blows, fabric snaps, and metal cables smack against each other. With the wind comes a scent. It's bad enough for me to raise my t-shirt over my nose. It's a smell of death, of roadkill baking in the sun on the side of the highway. It only adds to my doubt. "All right, guys, I get it. You got me. Really funny, haha," I say through the cotton. There's a lot of fake blood. Toby hesitates at first, then shuffles toward me like he's running for his life. The cop is left behind for the moment, but she's determined. "What?" Toby says. "What is going on? Help me!" Nope, no gotcha. Not yet. How much longer will they drag this out? I keep the door open, seeing him in the sunlight. Really seeing him. The greatest makeup artist in the world couldn't do what's happened to Toby's face. I try to piece it together. Maybe he's wearing 2 layers of prosthetics, one with the gash covered by one that looks normal. But that seems like a lot of work to prank someone like me. It just looks so real, too. Fresh blood sputters from the claw-like gashes across his eye. Even the eyebrow has been raked off. This can't be a prank. It just can't. I'm witnessing mutilation. Despite having grown up a bit since my last stint in Woodhaven, I almost shit my pants as the realization of this situation hits me. Toby reaches the flagpole. I lean forward and try to grab his hand. Even the hand that's not over the ripped flesh on his face is spattered with blood. He's looking over his shoulder at the shuffling cop when I make a connection. I pull him into the lobby. The door doesn't slam shut. It's one of those hydraulic doors that are heavy as hell to open and take forever to close. We head for the second set of doors, where Kevin stands, propping it open. Toby trips and falls. He's so heavy he takes me down with him. I hear hinges squeak. Everyone's gasps and screams are amplified. There's a faint gurgling noise behind me. It's what I'd call a death rattle. And I know it's coming from Becky. I know she's made her way into the lobby, but I can't help but look. Her eyes are sunken in, not normalized at all. In fact, I'd say they're dead eyes. Skin, too. It's the color of Swiss cheese. The blood around her mouth is fresh and wet, not even close to drying, and now, I realize, not even close to being fake. She moans again, opens her eyes wider. They're yellow, almost glowing. "Oh, fuck," I say, as she lunges forward. Kevin grabs my right arm. I'm still holding onto Toby's slick, bloody hand. He's screaming. The hand's too wet. I slip off. Kevin drags me over the lobby's carpet. My ass burns through my shorts. Despite all his strength, I hear Kevin grunting. "Lock the doors," he screams. Now I'm sledding across the tile. "Toby," I say. But it's too late. He's in the lobby. One of his shoes flies up to meet the cop's face. It doesn't even faze her. She raises her hands that look more like gnarled tree branches. She doesn't have a carving knife. She's not a bodybuilder or particularly strong-looking. She's just determined. She digs into the soft flesh of Toby's stomach. He doesn't stand a chance. 10. I've never seen anything like this. This is worse than anything my writer brain could cook up. Yet here I am on the floor, a group of mewling, frightened people behind me, as we watch Toby getting his stomach ripped apart. All notions of this being a prank have completely gone out the window, along with my breakfast. Becky, this once officer of the law, is too distracted with her meal to look up at us. We watch her feast like she's a zoo animal. I want to crawl away. I want to stop looking, but I can't. Becky is a zombie. It's that simple. It's that complicated. She has a hankering for human flesh and organs. And seeing her do this is almost hypnotic. My third published novel was a zombie story. It was called The Dead Slayer. I had a blast writing it, but it was not well received by the critics. They said it was too genre-bending and all over the place, whatever the hell that means. It was a zombie novel. Cut me some slack. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that I recognize this. Perhaps more so than a normal person would. In a sense, I've lived it before with Johnny Deadslayer, my novel's macho, reserved, blood-covered main character. I know the signs, the mannerisms, the weaknesses of the dead. For a second, this gives me hope. Watch any zombie movie and you know you have to take out their brains. Sharp objects, bullet to the head, decapitation. Easy, simple. But Toby's still alive. And he's yelling worse than any dying man I'd brought forth from my imagination to the page ever could. And all my confidence deflates. "Someone help him," Fiona Fox says. "She's killing him." Worse than that, she's eating him, alive. Toby's insides are now outside. The cop's face is mostly blood. She brings up some kind of organ out of Toby's open stomach. The tissue stretches as she pulls it up to her mouth, finally snapping free with a red mist. Toby's screams are dying with him. His head lolls. For a second, I think our eyes meet, but they just roll to the back of his head, exposing the whites. I look away. Abby Cage has a key in her hand attached to a string which is attached to her belt loop. She slides the key into each handle, turns it with a heavy click. Her other hand hovers over her eyes, so she's not tempted to watch her boss get devoured. Then she hops over the glass divider, lands right in front of me and locks the last two doors. She lingers for a second, closes her eyes, shakes her head. "Here," she says, offering me a hand. I take it, and it's about as sweaty as the middle-aged guy's t-shirt. "It's not going to be enough," I say to her, then raise my hands. "There's more coming. We're trapped. There's too many. When they group up, they're stronger and more deadly than any military." I'm babbling now. "What?" Fiona Fox says, and sets her head in her hands, rocks back and forth. "Zombies?" I ignore her. "The festival. Something had to have happened at the festival." The wall of the undead makes their way down the small hill of the rec center's entrance. They move just like the cop did. Like I said, there's too many, or else I could run. They may be slow, but what they lack in speed they make up for in numbers. "See that?" I say, pointing to them. "Fuck," Kevin says. "How do you know they're like that?" Abby asks. "Look at them. Just look," I say. I step over Dokes. "Kevin, help Miss Fox move this guy out of the way. We need to start barricading the doors." "Barricade them? They're locked," the sweaty guy says, standing next to Kevin. "Besides, it's just one person. I can get past her." He moves forward, but Kevin puts out a big, meaty arm in his way, then shakes his head. "You walk out there. You're dead, Pat," he says. "Locked, yeah," I say. "But they're all glass. It's not going to take much for them to break through once they pile up." "He's right," Abby says. "For your own good," Kevin says. He bends down to pick Dokes up. Miss Fox has the towels wrapped around his wound like a scarf. The bleeding has mostly stopped, yet Kevin's face is like a man's who stepped in dog shit. "I'll screw that," the sweaty guy named Pat says. "You can't hold me here against my will." I point out the window toward the growing crowd of shambling festival-goers. They can, I say. Where do I put 'em? Kevin asks. It takes me a moment to realize what he's asking. My mind races with fear, with confusion. We can't keep him here, I say. A bite is fatal. Look at his neck. Someone took a chunk out of it. How do you know it's fatal? Abby asks. I don't know for sure, but why take a chance? I say. Because it's a human life, Kevin says. Because it's Stokes, for crying out loud. What do you suggest? Abby says. We throw him outside? They are as confused and scared as I am. And Kevin is right. It is a human life. What if I'm wrong? What if the bite doesn't turn him? I can't live with that on my conscience. Do you have a room that locks? Preferably one with a window so we can look in on him, I ask. Abby ponders the question. The athletic room locks, but I don't think there's a window. That'll do for now, I say. Here, follow me, Abby says, looking to Kevin. They go back behind the desk, then disappear into the shadowy corridors. I lend a hand to help Miss Fox up. She's an older woman, 50, maybe pushing 60, with a homely face. The kind of face that would welcome a total stranger into her home for a glass of water and freshly baked cookies. She won't be much help in barricading the door, but she'll be even less help if she's just sitting here in the way. She takes my hand, tears in her eyes, no smile on her face, a blank slate. A woman who's seen too much in too short a time. This is God's wrath. This is his fury, she says. Her voice is chilling. Still, I shake my head, do my best to ignore her. We walk past the front desk, under the walkway that leads to the second-floor weightlifting room, across the track and into the cafeteria area. There's 3 Coca-Cola vending machines, a snack machine, and a coffee machine. The lights are bright, like hospital bright. Floors are spotless and shining. I pull out her chair for her, which slides easily along the tile, and she sits down. No one else is in the cafeteria area. Just stay right there, and I'll go get you some water and fresh rags, I say. She nods. I walk back to the doors. The festival-goers hit the outside glass. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Heads and faces smeared with blood. Others totter back and forth, bumping into each other like aimless cattle. On the floor in the lobby, Becky has her face in Toby's stomach, almost buried completely. I think of a pie-eating contest in hell and what it would be like, and the only image that pops into my head is what I'm seeing right now. I pause at the front door, not looking at the tragedy occurring in front of me, but looking past it. There's more than I thought. A lot more. They move with the mentality of a hungry pack of wolves. I just want to survive. I want to get back to Chicago. It's in this lull I remember Darlene's not here. She could be back at the motel. She could be dead. Or she could be a zombie. God, the thought is enough to make me double over. I feel tears stinging my eyes. To think of her as dead or as a zombie, it's just too much. She's the reason I am the man I am today. The reason I'm no longer scared. The reason I am moderately successful. Not Woodhaven. Not my mother or my long-lost father. Darlene. She's also the reason why I can't lie down and curl up into a little ball. My fiction has become a reality that's true. Johnny Deadslayer wouldn't quit, and neither will Jack Jupiter. I straighten up and wipe the tears away with the back of my hand. 2 men carry over a cracked leather couch near the stairs to the second floor. They sit it long ways against the 4 doors that comprise the exit. One of them, A black man with a basketball player's physique drops his end with a clatter. The other, the young janitor kid, does the same. "Oh, what the fuck?" the black guy says. "She's eating his throat, man. Oh, hell no." Another man, old but in decent shape, wearing a basketball jersey with the number 19 hanging off the back in phrase, says, "Don't look." It's too late not to look. You see it once, it burns into your brain. They both know it because they're quiet now and they're still staring. It's at this moment that I notice the silence in the building. Like everything clicked off at once. The air conditioner isn't humming. The lights flicker. My eyes go up to the ceiling. From the ceiling hangs large lights in rows of 10 or maybe 15. They're like spotlights hung upside down. Each light clicks off one after the other, until the only light in the place comes from the sun outside. Then the air starts to blow, though not as strongly. From where I stand, I can see the red glow of the Coca-Cola vending machine. A few lights stuck on the walls around the building turn on. Backup lights. An emergency generator. This is even worse. It means the power went out. Maybe around the whole block or the whole town. Hell, maybe the whole world. Darlene huddled up in a ball in the pitch black crosses my mind. Her hands over her ears to block out the moaning of the dead. I grind my teeth. Can't let this get me down anymore. Looking outside, I mentally prepare my escape route. There's maybe 100 people jammed together in the wreck's small parking lot. It's only a fraction of what the festival usually gets. Miss Fox will have to wait. I turn and run to grab the other couch. Resting on the brick wall is the sweaty middle-aged guy. He's scrolling through his iPhone with a twisted look on his face, mashing his fingers against the touchscreen and muttering, "Come on, you goddamn piece of shit, come on." If the phone lines are down, I think the cell towers would be too, I say. He ignores me. "I'm Jack." It comes out stilted and awkward. I've never been too good at talking with people I don't know. "We could use a little help." Yeah, he says. I linger, expecting more. He moves the phone away from his squinted eyes and says, "Damn it." "What's your name?" "Pat. And no, I'm not helping. I don't plan on sticking around." Believe me, I want to leave too. I got a fiancée, but it's too dangerous. He cuts me off. Yeah, save it, kid. I get that you're scared. I just don't give a shit." He's frowning. It reminds me of someone, but I don't know who. "Whatever," I say, turning toward the other couch. "Whatever," Pat echoes, trying to mimic my tone. I scoff. Then the black guy and I lift up the other couch and drag it toward the 2 entrance doors. Abby shows up with a cart full of weight plates. She wheels them over to me. I stack 45-pounders near the legs of the couch so none of those things can push it over the tile. I don't know how well it's going to work, but it's all we have. The old man comes back. He has jump ropes draped around his neck like scarves. Abby smiles, takes the jump ropes, and wraps them around the handles of each pair of doors. It's not much, but Abby must have been a Girl Scout because she ties a complicated knot that I know I'd never be able to untie without a pair of hedge clippers. Abby looks pale and near death. "My mom," she says. "Is she going to be okay?" I nod. "Yeah, she is. Don't worry." I've always been a good liar. Sometimes I can even convince myself. So I have no problem convincing her. Truth is, I don't know if anyone is going to be okay. Not even Darlene. I push the thought away again. She smiles, then goes back to tying her jump rope knots. Most of the doors are covered by various workout equipment. Through a crack between one of the couches and the glass divider, I see our ravenous cop has finished with Toby's stomach because most of it is gone. Now she works on his face. Bits have been chewed away already. His teeth stretch up to his nose with the absence of his upper lip. One of his eyes hangs from the socket near his ear on a tangled optic nerve. Most of the carpet is stained red. There's blood on the community corkboard. The sign for a lost chihuahua is almost completely drenched, soggy and falling from its thumbtack. There's another scream from inside of the wreck, not Miss Fox's. The scream came from behind the front desk. It's Kevin. Dokes must have turned already. We've been infiltrated. We're screwed. I turn to run toward my old friend. Abby Cage says, "Wait up," from behind me. The offices behind the desk are a maze. Sounds seem to echo off every wall. I see a ray of sunlight cast across the hallway floor. A blast of heat hits me. The screams are louder. I reach a white room. The sheriff is passed out on the table, bloody towel still stuck to the wound on his neck. Every few seconds he turns his head back and forth and clamps his eyes shut tight, wrinkling the skin, making him look much older. He hasn't turned. He's not locked in, either. I pull the door closed, hoping it locks automatically, knowing it doesn't. Where is Kevin? I don't linger much longer. I follow the heat and dwindling sunlight streaming in. Around the corner at the end of the hall, an emergency exit is open. One of the zombies has Kevin's arm in her blood-slimy hands. Yellow eyes bear into my soul, freezing me to the spot. "Help me," Kevin says. "Don't just stand there. Help me." 11. I unfreeze, but the woman doesn't seem to notice. Instead, she just opens her mouth. Blood lines her teeth. Clumps of saliva hang from her lips. She moans like a person suffering from the worst case of the flu. I'm scared as all hell, but I plunge my hand into the tangle of limbs. For a second, I go numb all over my body. I think of Darlene. I think of the life we could have had together. The kids, the house, the vacations, the white picket fence. Then my fingers closed around the woman's arm. Her skin is burning hot. I pull with all my might. Kevin breaks free, falls to the ground and starts scrambling away. Abby grabs him around the waist and pulls. A futile effort. That's all well and good. Except now I'm the zombie's sole focus. I try to let go, to turn and run. But she weighs about 1,000 pounds. Dead weight. We topple over. I hit the carpet with a lung-exploding thud. Spit drips onto my cheek. I smell that roadkill scent of death. "No!" Abby screams. I hear what sounds like a stampede coming for me. Then something whizzes by my face. It's a size 15 Nike. The toe connects with the zombie's face. A few teeth fly out of her mouth along with her whole body being lifted off of me. She goes crashing into the wall, half hanging outside into the beautiful July day. I get up fast. It's times like these I wish I was stronger, which is why I was in the gym in the first place. Losing most of my life, being picked on and ridiculed in high school can have a damaging effect on the kid, one that bleeds into his adult life. I, Jack Jupiter, am a prime example. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Abby asks me. I nod, wiping my face off with the bottom of my shirt. I am dazed. "Holy shit, did I kill her?" Kevin says. "Fuck, I killed her!" His voice is usually deeper than the ocean, but now he sounds like a kid in the throes of voice-changing puberty. "No, they are already dead," I say. "We have to remember that." "Oh God, I'm a murderer," he says, then turns back to look at me. This never happened. Anyone asks, this never happened. The zombie's up against the wall like a crumpled piece of trash. There's a check mark branded on her forehead. More blood runs near the wound. It's her blood this time. Abby echoes my thoughts. I think she is dead. We need to be thorough, I say. Go get me scissors or a knife, something sharp. Guys, Abby says. Too late. She points to the crumpled woman. I turn to follow her gaze. That death rattle fills the air. A hand reaches out to grab at us. Kevin is quick, but I'm not. That's what sitting around playing video games and writing gets me. One hand grabs my ankle, then the other wraps around my calf. I try to shake her off me. It doesn't work. Instead, I fall to the floor. Kevin is on me, about to yank me to safety like he did in the lobby. But the zombie is determined, and apparently hungry. 2 gunshots ring out in the small hallway. My eardrums feel like they're about to explode. I scream, closing my eyes but don't hear myself. When I open them, Doak stands shakily, the towel still wrapped around his neck. He holds his gun out in front of him. A wisp of smoke flutters into the air, and his arms wobble one last time before he lets them drop to his side. This dead woman is now missing a chunk of her head. Blood drenches the pale walls. It rolls down the cracked emergency exit door in round droplets. Now she's definitely dead, I say to Kevin. Dokes takes a breath, then promptly falls down on the floor at Abby's feet. She yelps. The gun bounces off the carpet and rolls toward me. I pick it up. Kevin grapples the sheriff, starts taking him to the athletic trainer's room, leaving us. Abby's face is a mask of tears. She's red. Her hair is no longer in a tight ponytail. Strands hang over her forehead into her eyes. I don't know what to say or do to comfort her. Really, what are my options? So I don't say anything at all. I go toward the emergency exit. Help me move her outside before more show up, I say. Abby nods. I grab her feet. Abby grabs her arms. This is not how I expected my day to go, Abby says. Why couldn't this crap wait for another month and a half? What's in a month and a half? I ask, grunting with the zombie's weight. When I move out of this hellhole. We go through the door. I drop my end of the dead woman. We are too late. Part of the crowd has already moved from the front to the side, where this emergency exit exits to. They are drawn by sound. Basic primal instincts keep them going. What sound is better at attracting the dead than freaking gunshots? I don't intend to get devoured today, so I pull the pistol out of the waistband of my gym shorts. How hard can it be to shoot a gun? I've never done it. Not except for video games when there's assisted aiming and, most importantly, no consequences. So I pull the trigger, unsure of where to aim, just knowing it's into the crowd. When the gun cracks, I pull the trigger a second time for safe measure. Oh, God, Abby says from behind me in a muted voice. The nearest green dumpster is drenched in brains. Spots of red and bits of flesh stick to the metal bin like paint. Fireworks of death on a green canvas. One of the dead is down while the others trample its lifeless corpse. The other shot went wide, hitting a young man in the chest, driving him back a foot, but not doing much to slow him down. The sight sickens me and excites me at the same time. I raise the gun, not knowing how many bullets are left, aiming at the closest zombie, which is a man in a tank top. I imagine it's Freddy Huber, my vivid imagination kickstarting. Hopefully this will soften the guilt. I don't get to pull the trigger. Abby grabs the back of my arm and pulls me inside before the dead wash over me. Another 5 seconds, and I would have been a meal. She slams the door, pulls out her trusty key and locks it. "What are you doing? Trying to get us killed?" she says. "If they get in, we're dead. You said it yourself." I say nothing. I know my reasons, crazy as they may be. I thought I could clear a path. I thought I could get to Darlene. Kevin is standing around the corner. He holds a broken broom handle, muscles flexed. He relaxes a bit when he sees us, but still somehow looks like King Kong. "The sheriff," he says. "He's mumbling, and he's talking about the end of the world again. I think he's gonna die." 12. Dokes does look like he's going to die soon, and there's nothing I can do to help him. The room is quiet, except for the slightest buzz of cool air escaping from the register under a sink counter. Cool air that does nothing for us. The power is still off. Everything on is running on the backup generator, and the temperature suffers from it. Dokes smells the way my grandpa smelled in his hospital bed 3 days after his stroke, the day he died. His eyes are wide open. He studies Abby, Kevin, and me like we're works of art on display at some museum. He looks at us, but I'm not sure if he really sees us. It hurts," he says. "She bit me, and it hurts bad." I lean closer, part of me still thinking this is just some cruel prank. I'm covered in blood enough as it is, so it doesn't matter to me as I reach out to move the towels off his neck. They don't come easily. It's like they're glued to his skin. Dried blood snags on the fabric. Dokes winces as I pry it free. A ripping noise fills my ears, and I smell rotting flesh. Old spoiled chicken breast you forgot in your car on a 90-degree day after a trip to the supermarket. I'm curious. I want to see if it looks like I'd imagined, like the bites in my zombie novel. But I'm also disgusted. Let's call it morbid curiosity. Abby squirms and shuffles away behind me. Kevin makes an ew sound. "They don't die," he gasps. The wound is gruesome. She was just a kid," Dokes screams. He does half of a sit-up with the shake in his voice. "She was just a kid, and I shot her 3 times, but she kept coming. She wouldn't die. All I wanted to do was get through that damn festival. I didn't want to kill anyone. What was I supposed to do?" I know how he's feeling because I am in the same boat. Dokes is a danger as long as he's left alive. I will have to put him down before he can turn. I don't want to. I have to. Dokes' eyelids flutter. I see the pain on his face, hear it in his voice. "She died. They all died. I felt their pulses. They weren't breathing. Then they rose. All of them. She bit me. The little girl bit me. Her teeth were like a bear trap. I couldn't get her off of me. I panicked. Then she bit Fred and Stacy, the florist lady. Mayor Gunther got it too. I couldn't do my job. I had to run. There were too many. The whole town. Dead. Dead. He screams and shakes, pain racking through his body. "It's okay," I say. But somehow the way Dokes describes it is worse than I thought. It's not okay. This is real, And it's not okay. From the hallway, bangs come from the other side of the walls, almost like gunshots. It's the zombies outside. My mind's eye imagines Fred and Stacy, Mayor Gunther, and whoever else was bit. They want in. They want us. "Everything all right?" the old man says from the front desk. "Not really," Kevin says, poking his head around the doorframe into the hallway. "What the fuck's going on back there, y'all? I heard gunshots." "Yeah, you did," I holler. "Kevin, go let them know what's going on." He does. Then I look at Abby, and in a quieter voice I say, "How many other doors are there? How many other ways can those things get in?" She cups her left elbow with her right hand, looks up to the ceiling. Let's see. There's the front doors, but we got those barricaded. This exit, which I locked. Exits on the opposite side of the building near the basketball courts, the other near the indoor soccer field, and the loading bay. "Yeah, I think that's it," she says. They all lead to a place too close to the front of the building, which kills my delusions of escape. "Are they all locked?" I ask. "Should be." "Should be? Go check," I say. There's venom in my voice, but I'm sorry. I don't want to end up like Dokes or Toby. I don't want to be shot 3 times and still be alive and craving human flesh. Abby leaves. It's me and Dokes in the small athletic training room. Every time he squirms, the legs of the wooden table creak under his weight. I put my hand on his and tell him it's going to be okay. He shakes his head. "It burns, son. You have to help me. Please," he says. This man is beyond saving. He would make the trip to the hospital even if the damn bus backed up over all those freaks outside, crashed through the building and opened their doors right up here in this very room. So I lie again. "It's going to be okay. We're going to get you some help." He scrunches up his face. His eyes take on the same look as a deflated balloon. Then the look passes. He's kind of normal, almost serene looking. "Just shoot me, kid. Just shoot me in the fucking head." My eyes drift toward the gun I have in my waistband, his gun. And I think about it, like really think about it. I know where this is going, this day, this night. We aren't going to get any help unless we help ourselves, and the odds are stacked against us. He shudders again, creaking the table with a movement. It's like the scream of a small animal caught in the spokes of a bike tire. I almost can't take it. "Please, kid. Please. It burns." The screams get louder now. My head pounds with the force of the now deceased marching band drum. I got to get out of here. Got to get away from this guy. "We're going to get you help," I say. "I promise, Sheriff Dokes." But even a deaf man could hear the lie in my voice. He shakes again, this time bringing his arms up and crossing them over his body, as if trying to keep himself together. It's a sad sight to see. A man at the end of his rope, begging for death. I turn to leave, to not put myself through this any longer. I am no Johnny Deadslayer. I am Jack Jupiter. And it's so much harder to kill someone who isn't already dead. I leave him there, bucking and screaming in pain, locking and closing the door behind me. "Please kill me. Please." 13. The front doors are secured. I see through a crack in the stacked equipment and couches that most of the people outside haven't figured out how to work a doorknob and haven't even broken into the lobby yet. But there's more than before. They moan and death rattle together so it's loud enough to hear on the inside. Hands and faces pressed against the glass. I see teeth, yellow eyes, disfigured faces. Soon they will break that glass, and soon they'll be closer to getting in. The old man, dressed in his basketball jersey, stands against the waist-high brick wall that separates the running track from the waiting area opposite the front desk. He shakes his head, runs a hand through his white hair. I watch this from the door that leads to the front desk. He doesn't see me, either. His lips move silently as he looks up to the high ceiling with its dimmed lights, and he does the sign of the cross. God can't help us now. "Give us the gun!" someone yells. My head snaps to the left, where the crowd of survivors is grouped in the cafeteria area. It's the sweaty guy who's yelling. Pat is his name, and I can already tell he's a total asshole. The type of guy who bullies people 30 years out of high school and cheats on his wife when the opportunity presents itself. I could be wrong. Kevin towers over the man by at least 9 inches, and he probably weighs about 50 pounds more, all muscle. Yet Kevin is pressed up against the door that leads behind the food stand. He has his hands up as if to say he's innocent. Pat points a finger at his face. "I don't have it," Kevin says. "Oh, please, gentlemen, this is not the time to fight. Please, for the love of God, settle down," Miss Fox says. I forgot about Miss Fox, but she looks like she found her way to the women's restroom to clean up. I know Pat is playing with fire. Kevin is liable to snap at any moment, and in the process, snap Pat's neck. We don't want that. There's enough death outside. I jog over. My lungs burn from the short trip. I really should have started this whole workout thing a long time ago. In the cafeteria is everyone but the old man. Miss Fox, Kevin, the black guy whose name I think is Isaiah, Pat, and the young man who I think is the janitor. Abby is off locking the doors. "Hey, I have the gun," I say, as I round the corner of the cafeteria, as the rubber flooring of the tracks breaks into white and gray tile. Pat stops pointing his finger at Kevin and wheels around to look at me. "Hand it over, son," he says, doing his best to impersonate a fatherly figure. "No." "God damn it, kid. If you don't hand it over, a lot of bad shit is going to happen." "A lot of bad shit already happened," I say. "And I'm going to make sure there'll be no more." Everyone's eyes blaze into me. It's like I'm on a stage and they're the crowd. "Someone who can handle a weapon should be in charge of it," the janitor says. He's leaning on a cart chock full of toilet paper, fresh white rags, and various other cleaning supplies. Below the supplies is an ancient radio, beaten and cracked. Maybe he's 20, but I'd say he's still in high school, judging by the scraggly patches of hair on his face. Not too much younger than me, but I feel like I really grew up in the last half hour. "What makes you think I don't know how to handle a gun?" I say to the janitor kid, taking a step closer. His name tag reads, Ryan Jefferson. "Ain't you that writer guy? Jack something? I seen your picture in the paper a couple years ago." "Yeah, so what?" "Why would we expect you to know how to handle a piece?" "Ryan," Miss Fox hisses, "don't talk like them." The black guy's eyes widen. Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean?" Ryan ignores them both. Abby walks in from the other side of the cafeteria, where the basketball courts stand empty and dark, devoid of all bouncing balls. "He handled it just fine," she says. "That's what you were doing outside? Target practice?" Pat asks. His nostrils flare on each syllable, and he's turning a shade of red I associate with the blood on Sheriff Dokes' neck. I was saving our asses, I say. Hand it over, son. You aren't fit to handle a weapon, Pat says. And you are? I ask. What do I have to go on to believe you're our best choice? He doesn't answer, just tilts his head at me. We have bigger problems than who gets the gun, I say. You may be right. Just another reason why you should give the gun to a true adult, Pat says. This isn't one of your fantasy stories. This is real life. He turns to the others, who are all bunched together. Obviously, Jack here has a big imagination. He can't even separate fact from fiction. A couple people nod in agreement. The others stare with blank looks on their faces full of fear and uncertainty. They don't look bright, but they're the realists. I know because I'm one of them. Come on, man, Isaiah says, then shakes his head. We don't need all this negativity. I get an idea. Obviously, I'm not going to reason with Pat. He's one of those I'm so much better than you dickweeds, all because he makes 6 figures a year and wears a suit and tie to work. I point at Isaiah. Here, you take the gun. His eyes grow wide. Me? Come on, man, quit playing. I reach into my waistband, pull the gun free. You really gonna argue with the dude who has the gun? I flash him a smile to show him I'm not totally crazy, but thinking from his point of view, I probably look almost as crazy as dead people craving human flesh. Take it, I say. Pat's shaking next to him. He's not scared. He's just royally pissed. Why? Isaiah says. Because I'm black? That catches me off guard. Race has nothing to do with it. You're an outside party. You don't lean one way or the other if you catch my drift. You're middle ground. Then give it to Miss Fox here, he says. The smile on my face evaporates. She won't take it, I say. Nuh-uh, Miss Fox echoes. He chuckles, nodding his head. You're right. Both you white boys is crazy, and I ain't crazy. Then take the gun, I say. He reaches for it. Great, now we're all screwed, Pat says, throwing his arms up and walking out of the cafeteria. Wait, I say. We have to talk about what we're up against. Obviously, everyone knows about zombies, but I think a refresher course might do us some good. Pat laughs out loud. Zombies! Not real, my friend. Go outside and tell me they're not real, I say. But he ignores me. If anyone wants to go about this in a rational way, follow me, Pat says, and heads for the men's locker room to the left of the 3 basketball courts. Zombies might not be real, but whatever's outside is. 14. When Pat left, Ryan Jefferson and the old guy in his tattered basketball jersey went with him. That left me, Abby, Isaiah, Kevin, and Miss Fox in the cafeteria. We have one gun. I'm not even sure what the hell it is. I just know that it does the trick as long as you hit the bastards in the head. And outside, there's a lot of bastards. It's a Glock 22, Isaiah says. He must have seen me eyeing it in his hand. I've been at the wrong end of this bad boy too many times to count, he says. No one meets his eyes except me, so I just nod. I don't care what it is as long as it keeps me alive enough to get to my fiancée. How many times you shoot it? He asks. I counted 3. I shake my head. I don't know. Dokes talked about shooting down at the festival. He could be carrying an extra magazine on him. I'm not about to go in there and find out, though, Isaiah says. Good idea, I think. I don't think it'll matter. Those things get in here, then we're going to need a lot more shots than that. Miss Fox squeaks like a mouse at the table next to the rest of us. I catch Abby's eyes. They're wet and shiny. Kevin looks a little pale, but otherwise he's his normal, strong self, which I'm still having trouble adjusting to. So, headshots, Kevin says. Zombies and headshots, huh? My finger comes up to linger in the middle of my forehead, between the eyes. Right here, I say. Enough, Miss Fox says. I don't want to hear this. Enough! The guilt hits me full force now. She's right. This is nothing to brag about. But I can't help it. Growing up killing all kinds of crazy creatures in video games, seeing people shoot people on TV and in movies like it's nothing has taken a toll on my psyche. I'm practically living my wildest dreams. The Dead Slayer may not have been well received by critics, but it has a soft spot in my heart. These are people you're talking about, Miss Fox continues. Toby was the kindest man I knew. He gave me a job when no one else would. I went nearly 30 years as a homemaker. I raised my kids, practically raised a grandkid too. Being a wife and a mom and a grandmother was all I knew. Her old lady perfume hits my nostrils hard enough to give me a headache. It reminds me of my mom, and if it smelled a little better, it would remind me of Darlene. I was in my 50s. Never touched a computer in my life. Didn't own a cell phone. No discernible skills whatsoever. All I had with me was the grace of God in my heart and hope in my pocket. Steve died of a heart attack. My kids are gone, off doing their own thing. And here I am, alone and afraid. It's like I'm 16 again, only this time with bad knees. Toby hired me on the spot. He's been nothing but nice and pleasant to me. A man like him doesn't deserve to die the way he did, to be mutilated. And Becky, don't even get me started on Becky. She went to school with my oldest girl. She was a star athlete, a gentle soul. Her eyes blaze with fire. Except the back of my mind tells me that it's not fire, but it's actually the wrath of God. I don't speak, can't speak. Mr. Huber is right. This is a fantasy. It has to be, Miss Fox moans. Hold on. Who's Mr. Huber? I ask. Pat, Miss Fox says. Son of a bitch, I say under my breath. Now I know why that asshole looks familiar. He's Freddie Huber's father. My hand absent-mindedly goes up to the bandage under my eye. Leave it to me to get trapped in a place with my high school bully's equally assholish father. If you think Pat's right, Fiona, then go right ahead and join him, Abby says, bringing me back to earth. You know where he went. This place isn't that big. She narrows her eyes at the old woman, who seems to tower over all of us. If she holds her chin any higher, I'm afraid her head might roll down her back. Perhaps I will, she says. Just remember, lady, we have the gun, Isaiah says. He tilted in his hand so some of the dim lighting flashes off of the barrel. And you remember, sir, I have God. There's no better defense than His grace, she says and turns to walk away. That awful perfume goes with her, and I say a silent prayer of thanks. Get it together, y'all, Isaiah snaps. We got bigger fish to fry than what side people are on. He's right, Kevin says. What do we do? Abby asks. That gleam of tears is back in her eyes. Not too many options, I say. We can wait it out, hope the army shows up and blows them all to hell. Or we make an escape. Those doors won't hold forever. You think the army will show? Kevin asks, his eyebrows moving closer together on his spray-tanned face. I think of my brother and how selfish he was growing up, How selfish he probably still is. He's Army, and really, I wouldn't want my fate in his hands. If he's been eaten by now, let's just say I wouldn't be devastated. Nah, man, they ain't coming. Think of where we are at right now, Isaiah says. Nobody talks. We are in the middle of nowhere. Woodhaven, Ohio isn't D.C. All the people here are old, retired white folk or trailer trash. They're going to be gone within the next decade. So, I say, that means we ain't top priority. America is a big, big place if you ain't noticed. They'll try to save the cities first, their precious Fortune 500 companies, bigwigs in their air-conditioned million-dollar offices. A small country town like Woodhaven is shit on the bottom of their boots, man. The thought depresses me, because it's true. Besides, man, all I saw is one person go crazy and rip someone to shreds. Just one person, Isaiah says. The rest are just banging against the doors like dummies. Yeah, but there's tons of them out there, I say. Maybe if there was one or two, we'd be okay. They were still coming before we got in and locked the emergency exit, Abby says. One attacked me, Kevin says defensively. Don't you hear them? I ask. No, I don't hear them. And now I don't see them because this whole place is made of brick and there's like one damn window. Not to mention you made us block the front doors. Be my guest, Isaiah. Go look. Whoa, cool it, Jack. I'm just saying if they were all like that cop was, then why wouldn't they be inside by now? Dead people aren't properly adept at using a door handle, I say. Go look, Isaiah. You've got the gun. Go take a peek outside. I'm challenging him. He seems like the kind of fellow who'll eat up any challenge. Besides, I want to confirm my sanity. If I'm going to lead this group to safety, and in turn lead myself to Darlene, I need them all behind me. He cocks the gun back, looks me dead in the eyes. Where's the nearest exit, Abby? He asks. She shakes her head. You can't be serious. I saw what's out there. You don't want to, believe me. Nearest exit, Abby, or I'm going through the front doors. She sighs, knowing he'll find it himself if she doesn't answer. Around the corner, past the first basketball court. Isaiah turns to leave. 15. Isaiah's sneakers squeak on the honey-colored basketball court. He moves at a jog until he comes up on the white curtain between the track and courts. It parts, chains jingling, knocking some dust bunnies free. Set in the brick wall. A square window of thick frosted glass distorts the images outside. I see a picture-perfect sunset. Orange and purplish pink, cotton candy skies. There's a building on this side of the gym adjacent to the massive parking lot dotted with cars. It's a church, and part of me wants to yell out to Miss Fox so she can get her religious ass over there. But I don't think yelling is a good idea at this point. I don't see any more zombies outside. The rec center is pretty big, and the crowds seem dense by the front and side doors. Maybe there's a chance over here. Maybe we can get out. Maybe I can get to Darlene before they get to her. Will she still love me, knowing I'm a murderer? I don't know. But I'm willing to find out. Above the door, in bright red letters reads, Emergency exit. Alarm will sound if door is opened. Isaiah, wait up, I say. I need to stop this before it gets out of hand. He pauses, wheels around to face me with the gun lowered. I flinch, seeing the dark steel. Now what? He asks. I don't think it's a good idea to open the door. The alarm is going to sound. They'll just bring them over here if they're not over here already. The electricity is off, dummy. Did it go off when you and the chick went out the other one? No, it didn't, I say. But that one looked ancient in comparison to the one we stand at now. What about the backup generators, dummy? Kevin says. Those generators concentrate on what's important, Isaiah says. Lights, refrigeration systems, air conditioning. The alarm ain't going to sound. He pauses at the window, cups his hands around his face, gun still in the right one. Looks like a beautiful day to me. I hang back a few feet. I'm on the rubber track. It's dark over here. No emergency lights like the one in the cafeteria and the front desk area. Seriously, man, it's not a good idea, I say. I was just joking. You don't have to prove your manliness or anything like that. Let's go back to the cafeteria and come up with a plan. Kevin is even farther behind me. Abby's on my hip. She digs in her pocket for the key and tosses it to Isaiah. I look at her sideways. Really? I want to get out of here too, she says. And he has the gun. I can't argue with that. Isaiah leans up against the cross handle, sticks the key in the hole, and unlocks the bar with a snap. With his free hand, he swipes it over the stubbled hair atop his head. I see his knuckles flash white through his skin as he grips the gun. Here goes nothing, he says. His sneaker catches the track with a squeal as he backs into the door. It opens. So far, no alarm. No zombies either. I'm struck by how quiet it is outside. No sounds at all except for nature. Birds tweeting. Wind rustling leaves high in the trees. Isaiah's ragged breath. More importantly, no death rattles from the freaks. It's a peaceful, almost eerie moment. I try to take it in. There's not been a time in my life I can remember when I'm fully conscious and I don't hear the sounds of cars rolling down the road, the horns honking, people arguing. There's never been this much silence. I take a half step across the threshold. I'm scared, I'll admit it, but I'm also intrigued. Did I see what I saw in the lobby? Did Toby really get ripped apart by a zombie cop? And did I shoot one of them by the dumpster? I think I did. Or is it just my writer's imagination out of control? Darlene. I think of Darlene. There's no time to second-guess what I saw or didn't see. I have to get to her, even if this is all some fucked-up hallucination. Right now, that's what it seems like. Just my imagination in overdrive, coping with the death of my mother, Freddie Huber's punch, and the reappearance of my brother. Then I hear it. Then I see it. My brain doesn't fully comprehend what happens at first. It's too busy trying to soak up this still and possibly dying world. A faint red light dances above the frame. I'm about 3 feet out of the opening. Kevin goes pale. Abby plugs her ears. All the lights flick on in the rec center. A scoreboard buzzer goes off, signifying the end of a game no one was playing on one of the courts. The red flashes speed up, and the alarm sounds just like the sign warned us it would. The power has come back on for the time being, the worst possible time, too. Isaiah looks a little frazzled from the alarm, but he turns to me and shrugs. Ain't nothing out here. I'm going home. But they're drawn by the sound, I say, thinking of Johnny Deadslayer's radio alarm going off as a herd of zombies passed outside the house he takes refuge in. Thinking of how all the zombies turned at the same time and broke down his door. But I made that up. Like I could be making this up. I don't know. I just don't know. Fire department will be here soon, kid. I wish you the best. Behind me, Kevin and Abby are scrambling to turn the alarm off. The door was new, but the alarm wasn't. All it is a giant bell perched up above the frame with a small hammer ding-dinging at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Isaiah spreads his arms like a man who'd been locked away in a prison for 30 years, as opposed to a man trapped in a gym for less than 2 hours. He closes his eyes, inhales deeply. The wind blows, billowing the edges of his loose-fitting shirt. In the trees, it looks like a great monster shakes awake from its slumber, disturbed by the emergency exit alarm. But there's no monster. Only a flock of birds that fly from the branches. "Get that alarm off!" Pat shouts. Him and his little group of invalids follow him from their campsite in the last basketball court, probably discussing ways on how to assassinate me. Wow, I am going crazy. First, I think it's a prank, and now I think I'm important enough to be assassinated. Kevin jumps as I turn my head. When he lands on the rubber track, the whole ground seems to shake. The alarm continues. It's definitely real. "Seriously, shut that thing off," Pat says again. Miss Fox puts a hand over her mouth, tilts her head up at Pat. He's sweaty again. "It's driving me crazy," Pat says. "I'm trying." Kevin's deep voice rumbles over the sound of the dings. He jumps, and I hear a loud thwack and him sucking in breath through his teeth. Because it's silent. The big bastard actually punched the bell until it shut up. No one says anything for a moment. Pat wears the same conniving smile that never seems to leave his face. "Where are your precious zombies, Jupiter?" he asks, squaring up like he might hit me. "Leave the kid alone, man," Isaiah says. "He bullshitted us. They all did. The little whore who works here and that big buffoon." Pat says as if he never saw Toby get ripped apart. As if he thinks this is all one big practical joke. But did he? Did I? Is this bullshit? Pat gives Isaiah a death stare. Then he grabs me by the collar. "Give me the gun. I'm gonna teach this pipsqueak who to bullshit." Isaiah stands there with it in hand. I see him out of the corner of my eye, like he's actually contemplating letting this dickbag put a bullet in my brain. There's no way he is. Just no way. "I told you motherfuckers is crazy. You know what? Let's just forget all of this, go back to our cars, back to our families, and get on with our lives," Isaiah says. "What do you say?" Pat's face goes a shade wider. Maybe he's not as crazy as he looks. Even if he lets go of me, I'm punching him in the face the first chance I get, zombies or not. Then there's that sound. At first I think it comes from the back of Pat's throat, but the sound echoes, doubles, triples. They aren't human sounds. They aren't sounds that come from someone that's alive. They're the gurgles of the dead ringing in my ear the same way they rang in my head when I wrote about them. Limbs wrap around the bricks, arms and legs searching aimlessly. Then a face. It's a face of someone slightly recognizable, like maybe I saw him at the grocery store, or maybe he was a suggested friend on Facebook. I just don't remember his profile picture having so much blood in it. 16. The lights sputter, flicker. They go off. Pat lets go of my collar, his jaw dropping open. "Oh, shit, man," Isaiah says. Behind me, Abby screams. "Get in," I say. Isaiah is about 20 feet from the door, but the dead cut off his escape route back into the building. "Move," Pat says, then shoulders me out of the way. I go barreling into the door frame pretty hard. It hurts, but I'm in shock, so I hardly notice. It'll hurt worse later. Pat reaches for the handle. "No," I yell. "There's no time," he says. He might be right. Isaiah raises the gun toward the crowd. It's thick with distorted faces, shiny blood, and crooked limbs. Each zombie has a sickening, ashy quality to them. They look like that because they're dead. Because this is real. Because I'm not going crazy. The gun goes off, and the leader of the crowd goes down in a spray of blood and pallid skin. Pat pulls the door closed. I'm reliving Toby all over again. How I tried to save him. How I failed. I don't want it to be like that. So I ram my own shoulder through the crack, wedge myself between safety and death. I have no weapons, no plan, and the forest of zombies grows thicker by the second. They're attracted to the sounds. With Abby and Miss Fox's screaming, it's a wonder the whole dead world hasn't shown up yet. "Come on, Isaiah," I say. He still aims the weapon towards the crowd to my right, but on my left there's even more. The only place uncovered with them is the church across from us. If we run, there are too many fences to climb, barriers to get past. And how long until more of them show up? Zombies shamble down the pavement, dragging broken legs and feet, moaning, mouths shining with red. Isaiah catches my eyes. "So be it, kid," Pat says. "I'm closing the door." It's funny, really. I was the one who tried to convince Pat, and now he's going to live and I'm going to die. I'm going to get eaten by the townspeople of Woodhaven. What a way to go. Make sure they have a closed casket at my funeral, just like Mother. "No, he's not," Kevin's voice booms. "Hey, asshole," Pat says. I hear the dull thud of Kevin's massive mitts hitting the steel door. "Come on," Kevin says. Isaiah turns to run, the crowd right on his heels. A straggler reaches out, barely snags the loose hem of his sweatpants as she falls to the asphalt. She's a fat woman, and even in death, her face looks hungry. It's not enough to bring Isaiah down with her, but it's enough to trip him up. He stumbles, and the gun goes sprawling off the pavement, sliding toward the encroaching crowd to my left. Fear seizes my throat. We'll need that gun. Even if we're outnumbered, we'll need it. As I reach out and grab it, a vomit-smelling dead man lunges at me. It's as if when the zombies see potential meals, they speed up. Not an attribute in my zombie fiction. Even I'm not that sadistic. I grab the weapon, and Isaiah grabs me as I stumble forward. Something falls from my pocket, and I feel my heart break when I realize it's the keys to my rental car. They skitter across the asphalt like it's ice, now lost in a sea of dead flip-flops. Kevin yanks us both before I can even think of trying to get them back, then pulls us through while pulling the door shut with his free hand. Oh my God, Abby says. She jingles her keychain, fumbles with the right one, then finally sticks it into the lock and clicks it secure. This changes my plan of escape. The motel isn't that far from the rec center, but I damn sure wasn't planning on walking. I will have to if it's the only way. To save the girl of my dreams, I would do anything. Just hold on a little longer. Please, God, let Darlene hold on a little longer. What the hell is wrong with you? I say to Isaiah. He's sweating, breathing hard, chest rising and falling in a stuttered pattern. I don't know, man. It seems safe. They weren't there, then they were. What the fuck are they? Are those really zombies? Yes, I say with 100% surety. I turn to Pat. I want to be pissed at the guy. But if I were in his position, I would have done the same. So instead of going off on him, I just say, "Now do you believe me?" He shrugs. "Something's up, sure. But zombies? Come on, Jupiter. That's just bullshit, and we all know it." His face tells me something different. He's in denial. Rightfully so. No such thing as the dead coming back to life. No matter how many times you write about it in your stupid fucking books. "They were dead, man," Isaiah says. "I looked them right in the eyes. Just blank. Dead, man. Fucking dead." Pat snorts. "This ain't funny, dude. We almost lost the gun. And there's about 1,000,000 of those things out there. They ain't playing around either," Isaiah says. We all stare at each other. There's an odd silence for a moment until it's ruined by the sounds of thumping fists and gurgling moans. I see their shadows pass under the door. They thunder against the metal. It sounds like a storm. I start to back away, the rest of the group following me. We get to the basketball court entrance before we split up again. "Crazy," Pat says, before he turns down the dark hallway. I walk across the cafeteria. Everyone stops there. Chairs scoot across the tile. But I keep walking. There's an indoor soccer field adjacent to the cafeteria made of turf. I walk to the door and open it. The ground is soft, almost like real grass. I slide down the safety wall and onto the field, then take my shoes off. I need to get out of here, I say to myself. Darlene is a strong woman, but she wouldn't know what to do to a zombie if the things could talk and tell her. She'll be scared, frightened, hopeless. Those things outside, call them zombies or not, are deadly. And I need to get to her. Need to protect her before it's too late. And I know it's not too late. Darlene and I have this connection. I don't want to sound cliché or too lovey-dovey like one of her vomit-inducing romance books. But we don't have two hearts. We only have one. We are connected at this spiritual level. If she died, I believe I would feel it. Instead, I just feel anxiety and worry from both of us. She is still okay. She has to be. Please, God, if you let me get out of here alive, and you let Darlene be okay, I promise I'll start going to church. I'll stop saying swear words. I'll stop eating red meat and watching porn. There's hardly any light above me. Just one emergency backup that casts shadows. I don't know what I was expecting. A harp, maybe an angel coming down from the heavens to assure me it'll be okay? Instead of clouds, this place smells like a locker room, like sweaty gym socks. I really, really need to get out of here. I get an idea. Nobody gets anything done by sitting around and sulking. I shoot up and head out of the soccer field. Abby and Kevin are sitting at their table. She has her head down while Kevin is messing with his phone. The screen is lit up and he's swiping something. A flutter of hope freezes my heartbeat. Maybe he's getting service. Working? I ask. No, he says. Piece of shit cell phone. Behind me, something rattles. Damn it, Isaiah says. He holds the Coca-Cola vending machine by each side and rocks it back and forth. After the shit I went through, I think I deserve a drink. But no, the backup generator ain't gonna send no power to the vending machines, is it? Just my luck. Break it, Abby says. He raises his eyebrows. What? Yeah, just break it. The manager isn't gonna yell at you. The sheriff is dying, already dead. You won't get in trouble. Girl's right, Kevin says. not looking up from his phone. I think your crime will be forgiven under our circumstances. You're right. He grabs a chair, picks it up, and uses the legs to shatter the glass. One hit was all it took. He grabs a Coke in one hand and a couple more in the other. Anyone want one? I raise my hand and he tosses me one. Kevin shakes his head. End of the world or no, carbs are carbs. We all laugh. But it's not a laugh you'd expect from a group of friends all having a good time. It's a shaky laugh, one I think we let out to help keep our sanity. Abby takes a bottle of water. We get saved and someone asked who broke the machine. Y'all gonna have my back when I blame Pat? More of that uneasy laughter. That cop got any other weapons? Isaiah asks. Just a nightstick, Abby answers. Shit, is that him right there? Isaiah says. Isaiah sits across from me. I'm facing the broken vending machine. He faces the front doors. My mind says, no, that can't be him. I locked the door. Look, Isaiah says again, holding up the hand that has the Coke in it. I turn around. The front desk is almost completely shrouded in darkness. Only a sliver of daylight peeks over the trees across the rec center and comes in through the small window. There's a silhouette standing at the desk. It's impossible to tell who the person is, but I see the utility belt around the shadow's waist. The head is crooked, leaning away to the right, and there's a lump on its neck. Like a towel, I'm thinking. Something about his eyes, too. They glow faintly. No, God, please no, I say. Kevin looks away from his phone. I explode up. This is my fault. I should have done what needed to be done in that room. I had the gun. I had a broken broom handle. He practically begged me to do it. But I couldn't. He's turned, I say, my voice more shaky than I intended to be. I was going to put him down, but I wasn't sure if he'd turn. I needed to be 100% sure, and I thought the door was locked. I'm babbling again. Abby, Isaiah, and Kevin freeze next to me. I was right. I didn't want to be, but I was right all along. You mean he's one of them? Abby says. She speaks like she doesn't want to believe it. Like she's oblivious to the rules of zombies. Her tone is almost like Pat's was. Stay back, I say to them, filling my hand with the gun. I'm going to do what I should have done the first time. 17. As I get closer, I have to make sure he's really turned before I put a bullet through his brain. It's too dark, so I move until I'm able to tell. By this time, Sheriff Dokes lunges at me, and I'm not quick enough. A pair of gnarled hands grip me around the collar. We topple over the front desk, hearing the unmistakable sound of the gun clattering off the tile and being swallowed up by the darkness. I can't even scream because his dead weight lands on my stomach, driving all the breath from my lungs. Isaiah jumps in and grabs the sheriff by his shoulders, pushing him away from me. The air fills my lungs quick. I take a deep breath before trying to claw myself away in the opposite direction. Dokes is on his hands and knees. The towel fell off during our little trip over the desk, and now the bite mark shows. It's black and blue and red. I see some foam around the edges. Pus, too. The sight is bad, but the smell is worse. Even worse than it was in the athletic room. I see Abby and Kevin stop, then start backing up out of my peripherals as we watch this zombified version of Dokes crawl toward us. Isaiah isn't scared. At least I think he's not. He's breathing heavy and fast, staring at the sheriff on his hands and knees with a look of pure hatred. Dokes lunges again, except this time I'm prepared for it. Isaiah slides out of the way, throws a punch into the back of the dead guy's head. It doesn't do much but speed him toward me. I raise my leg up, not to kick but to keep him away. It's enough to send him into the glass partition separating the entrance and exit. "Quick, give me something to bust his head," Isaiah shouts. The front of the wreck is pretty bare. Everything that had weight to it is pressed up against the doors in a heap of junk. I scan the pile real quick, see a set of 25-pound weight plates stacked up against the legs of the waiting area couch. Dokes is in between me and the pile, and Isaiah is too busy. He won't even take his eyes off the thing. I don't blame him, not since what happened outside. One false move and you could be on the pavement getting devoured. We saw it firsthand. Dokes grapples at me, but I dodge it easily. He gets nothing besides air, moaning as he does it. When I pass him, the smell of his rotting flesh is almost enough to make me pass out right then and there, but I don't. I grab the 25-pounder. It's heavier than I'd think 25 pounds was, but then again, I'm kind of a weakling. "Here," I say. Isaiah takes it, raises the plate above his head. His arms bulge with muscles. Veins dance. He brings it down on Dokes' face. It's not a clean hit. Instead, the metal scrapes the side of the face. Skin peels off of him like those string cheeses Mother used to pack in my lunchbox every day in 4th grade, except a lot more moldy and gross. 25 pounds sounds like a thunderbolt when it hits the tiles. Then it sounds even louder when it rolls into the glass partition, taking a chunk out with it. Outside, the moans get louder. Kevin keeps shuffling away with Abby behind him. Isaiah is frozen, and so am I. If we had the gun, this could be over. "Kevin, look for the gun," I shout. "It fell somewhere behind the desk." "I'm not getting near that thing," he says, and I'm assuming he means Dokes, who stands by the desk. Then Dokes advances on us with only half a face. I can see the cheekbone, part of his nose cartilage all glazed over with a bloody thick sheet. He's basically mutilated, yet he keeps coming. "You gotta hit him harder than that," I say over Dokes' death rattles. "Be my guest, buddy," Isaiah says to me over his shoulder. "Seriously, a weight plate? You couldn't find anything more practical than that?" I pick up another 25-pounder. This time I don't pass it off to Isaiah. This is my moment. This is where I save the day. All my deepest and darkest fantasies are going to be lived out. I am Johnny Deadslayer. I'll have to be if I want to get to Darlene. What will happen when the gun runs out of bullets? What will happen when the only weapon I have handy is some blunt object? I'll have to smash some brains in, that's what. Dokes advances. "Do something, you big oaf," Abby says, I'm assuming to Kevin. I throw the weight at Dokes' feet. Nothing. I barely got it there. I am not Johnny Deadslayer. A chunk of tile shatters. Dust wafts into the air. A small chair is wedged under the couch. I pry it free and point it legs first at Dokes. Some of the barricade falls behind me. The moaning seems to increase. Dokes hits the legs, but they don't slow him down. In fact, he's stronger than I initially thought he'd be. He drives me into the brick wall near the doors. Something circular and metal digs into my back. I hear a beep-beep, then the sounds of motors whirring. The door next to me clicks over and over, and it cracks open about half a foot, then closes, blocked by most of the stuff we stacked up here and the tied jump ropes. God forbid a handicapped person can't open the doors when the power goes out. Really, it was only a matter of time. If one of us didn't hit the button in here, then one of them would have out there. If we would have kept quiet long enough for the army to show up, we might have survived. Oh well. Shuffling feet scrape across the lobby carpet. The death rattles fill the air. A hand pops through the crack in the doors, then a face with its flesh melting off the bone. Teeth snap like an angry dog. Thanks, backup generator. Really. Thanks a lot. Dokes' hands swipe at my head. A finger brushes my cheek. I know a scratch will do it too. I'm lucky he just tickles me. Shit, Isaiah says. He picks up another plate, raises it. A whistle sounds above. Hey, ugly! Pat yells from upstairs. I look up to see his face shrouded in darkness. He holds something silver and bulky in his hand. Not you, Jupiter. I'm talking to your friend. Dokes' neck creaks as he looks up. Fresh blood spills from the wound. Pat smiles. I see the flash of his eyes, the gleam of his white teeth. Then the gleam of the dumbbell as it comes careening over the side. It all happens so fast. The splat, the spray of scarlet and bones, and the lack of force pressed up against me. Dokes drops harder than the dumbbell. I see the 75 etched into each end of it, covered in sticky blood. I'm covered too. Droplets roll off of my face, down my nose and onto the mess on the floor. Thanks, I say to Pat, shaking my head. I never thought I'd willingly thank a Huber in my life. Yo, that's nasty, Isaiah says. I glance over my shoulder. The teeth are still snapping in my direction through the crack in the door triggered by the handicap assistance button. We have to barricade the doors again, I say. Isaiah throws his shoulder into the couch, trying to drive the thing back into the lobby. I hear more moans, more death rattles. The group from the outside is now inside the lobby. I risk a peek and see about 50 bodies all stumbling and bumbling about. It's definitely a fire hazard because the sign on the wall in the background above this snapping freak's head says the lobby can only house 30 people. Isaiah grunts as the couch starts to slide forward. Knuckles and elbows and hands beat on the glass. Soon it won't hold, no matter how many couches and jump ropes we use. I slide over, careful not to slip in the goo and brains from the thing that used to be Dokes, and start pushing my hands up against the couch. A sweat breaks out on my forehead. I'm grunting, trying to will myself to get stronger, but it's no use. The knocking grows rapid. To my left, I hear glass break. They're almost in, and we're almost screwed. 18. The group just stands there. Any help would be nice, Isaiah says. Grunts, actually. Nobody moves until Pat moves. When Miss Fox raises a finger, points to the wall at the mess that was once Dokes, she screams. It seems to motivate the zombies. They push with a force that Isaiah and I can't match. We almost fall. We have to fight, I say to Isaiah. He just shakes his head, already knowing it to be true. Ain't got much to fight with. Freddy, we have to fight, I say to them. Grab a weapon. No way, Ryan the janitor says. Those doors open and I'm gone. I'm running all the way up to Northington to check on my mom and dog. I grit my teeth as a weight plate drives into the heel of my shoe. Be my guest, I say. But good luck, because if this many are attacking us, think of how many are out there just waiting for a snack. The festival brings in like 20,000 people. Do you like your chances out there on your own? At least wait until we can group up and fight our way out together. Ryan's face goes a little pale at that. He knows I'm right. We fight, Pat agrees. And again, I never thought a Huber would agree with me. He holds a barbell in one hand. It's a shorter one, mainly used for working out your biceps. It has grooves in the middle for your hands. Not too heavy, not too light. A genius idea. Everyone go get a weapon, he says. Then looks at Miss Fox with her head in her lap as if she's going to be sick. Yes, you too, Fiona. We can't hold it much longer, man, Isaiah says. Everyone go get weapons, Pat's voice booms. They rush up the steps. A few moments later, they're back. Kevin holds a barbell, one of the big ones used for benching and squatting. I think they weigh close to 50 pounds, and he holds it like it weighs 5. Abby has a kettlebell in each hand. They don't look heavy, but they look hard enough to smash a skull. The old basketball player has a couple of the colored dumbbells that virtually weigh next to nothing. Ryan has a broomstick, go figure, but the end looks sharpened to a very fine point. Kind of surprising and also kind of alarming. Like, how long has this creep been sharpening a broomstick? And for what unholy reason? Miss Fox slinks back behind the rest of them, empty-handed. "Ready?" I shout, as if we have a choice. "We let go. Then you and I get armed, and we defend this gym." I know the gun is somewhere nearby, and my fingers itch to use it. But I also know it would be a bad idea. I'm inexperienced, untrained. An Xbox controller is not a gun. I'm old enough to know that. Besides, together we can hold this group off without bullets. "Ready," Isaiah says. I spring forward away from the doors. Isaiah follows. I'm about 5 steps away before I turn around and look at the carnage. Arms and legs and faces poke through the fractured glass. The doors swell as if they were about ready to explode. The rattles from deep in the back of their throats get louder. "Cover us!" I run up the steps, not looking over my shoulder, too afraid to look over my shoulder. The weight room looks like it's been ransacked. Plates and bars are on the floor, scattered. A couple of benches are overturned. A treadmill belt looks to be off its track. The ellipticals are stacked against each other like fallen dominoes. I find one of those twisted barbells with grooves for your hands. Isaiah picks up a set of dumbbells, scooting them over to the edge of the guardrail, ready to drop them on the crowd when they break in. Me, well, I'd run back down the stairs, of course. I don't want to, but I have to. Even if we all die, I don't want to die afraid. I don't want to die knowing that everyone here knew I was afraid. I want them to see me fight until the end. I want to die fighting my way to Darlene, and I'm ready to die for her. I just hope she knows this. People scream, and I'm not exactly sure who it is. It's like a conglomeration of all of the survivors' screams. "They're coming," Pat says. "Stay calm." Glass shatters. Something that sounds like the couch toppling over and rolling a few feet follows. Then comes the moans, the rattles, all amplified tenfold. "Heads up," Isaiah says. He throws over a 50-pound dumbbell. A fat woman with a Nike visor takes the brunt of the weight on the side of her head and left shoulder. She falls to the floor like a heap of bricks. The rest of the dead walk over her as if nothing happened. Next goes a 35-pounder which misses badly. They keep coming. Isaiah now comes down the stairs with 2 of the curled barbells in hand. Kevin grunts as he swings the barbell into the face of about 5 of those things. The blur of metal is nauseating to look at, and the spray of blood even more so. Pat is near the front desk, and he's raising his bar like a wizard raises a staff, bringing it down on the soft skull of the woman who'd been hit with the 50-pound dumbbell. My heart lifts a little when I see the doors. Out of the 6, only 2 are breached beyond repair. The glass is gone and most of the barricade is scattered about, but we can barricade it again. Another good thing about this is that it constricts the flow of zombies to only 2 doors. Against the backdrop of the waning yellow sun, I see there's a lot more than I expected. But if the other doors hold and we continue to fight, we can hold out for a little while. My first swing is a large miss. I aim for the head and wind up hitting the hard torso of a guy about my age. He has a smeared American flag painted on his face. Blood runs from his eyes, and his features don't change when the metal connects with his chest. The hit was hard enough to crack the sternum, and as a matter of fact, I do hear a crack. But it's as if I never touched him. He keeps coming. Behind him, 3 more are walking in my direction. I cock the barbell back again, this time like a man throwing a javelin instead of a baseball player swinging a bat. The end of the dumbbell is round, but it's still metal. And I crack face paint square in the forehead. His skull splits open. Pink goo oozes from the wound, and he stumbles around like a drunk before falling over. Wow, I really did it, and I'm laughing. I'm officially in one of my own damn books. How surreal. How freaking surreal. I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or scream. Abby rushes past me. "Look out," she says, both kettlebells in hand. She pirouettes over the crumpled body of face paint. A rush of wind slaps me in the face, followed by a smell of sweat and death. The kettlebells come together. It's a dead man's sandwich on iron bread. The old dude who was about 3 steps from tearing my throat out doesn't have a face anymore. A spurt of blood flies at me, one that I barely dodge. Then the old zombie crumples to the floor. More bodies walk over him. Their tennis shoes and flip-flop feet stomp out the rest of his brains. A guy in a cowboy hat Frankenstein's toward me. You know, arms out, mouth hanging open, dead noises coming from the back of his throat. And I swing the barbell up with a metal uppercut. His teeth turn to powder, and he's lifted off his feet. It's not bloody or messy, but it's enough. He falls next to his old friend, unmoving. More glass shatters. The ones who can't fit in through the broken entrance doors now try to squeeze in through the barricade we made against the 4 exit doors. I rush over there, giving Abby a nod. She nods back, spins, and cracks a woman in a bloody tank top. Kevin grunts. It echoes high in the rafters. He swings the barbell like a great knight wielding a sword. Metal clashes against tile and wood, and, most importantly, skulls. A rotten smell is in the air, and at that moment I long for Darlene's cherry-scented shampoo. Hell, I'd even take her morning breath over the graveyard of piling bodies in the lobby. "Push them toward the doors," Abby says somewhere away from me. Isaiah runs over to me. He has the gun now. "I'm gonna shoot them," he yells. "No bullets," I say. We've come this far without them. We can keep going. A face pokes through the shattered window. Black spit oozes from the corners of their mouth. It is a man, maybe age 30, but it could also be a woman with short hair. At this point, I'm not sure because they all look like each other. They all look dead. Isaiah nods. Then he flips the gun around and starts hammering that girl's face with the butt of the gun. A squishy squelching sound follows. "Now you got the idea," I say, raising the barbell, poking it through the crack. It's like playing a hard game of pool, and the heads who stick their hungry, emaciated faces near the window are the cue balls. Blood sprays here, blood sprays there, and the bodies fall. Still, the doors swell, as the bulk of the townspeople press against the frames and the couches. I glance over my shoulder at the carnage behind us. Lots of bodies lay in pools of blood and sprinkled brains. It looks like a battlefield. Fiona stands on the steps, no weapon in hand, like a woman on a chair trying to avoid a mouse in the house. Her face is as white as a piece of paper. For a moment, I feel bad for her. Kevin brings the barbell up high enough to almost knock the dead lights hanging above us. Something like a foot stuck in mud fills my ears. I can't see who he hits, but I see the spray of blood against the glass divider. Hear him cry out in horror. Zombie killing is a messy business. "Help us!" I shout. This time, they all come over. Abby swipes the back of her arm across her forehead, smearing red. Kevin jogs. Pat, the old man, and Ryan don't rush. I throw my back against the lower end of the couch to stay away from the hands that stick through the broken window, then wedge my feet against a couple of bodies in front of me. "Not gonna hold," Pat says. He wipes away the gunk off the end of his barbell, stepping on dead limbs and faces, not even caring about his tennis shoes. "It will if y'all help," I say. "Yeah, asshole," Abby says. I can't help but smile. I wonder how long she's been waiting for the right time to say that. Working here, she probably has to put up with his bullshit constantly. I give her an approving nod. She could be like the little sister I never had. "This is unholy," the old man says. "In all my years, I've never seen anything like this." His eyes take up most of his wrinkled face. He could be in his 60s or possibly his 90s. There's no middle ground. "We got this," I say, waving him away. It's hard to talk while pushing backward, but I manage it. "You sure, son?" "Yeah, just get up there with Miss Fox. Keep her company. Don't worry, we'll get this under control," I say. I think he's more used to us up there than down here, but I don't say it aloud. To my left, Pat snorts and says, "Yeah, right," under his breath. Ryan chuckles, nodding. Luckily, the old man is too old to hear it. Or maybe he just chooses not to, I don't know. "There," Kevin says. I turn to look at him. He's wedged the huge barbell diagonally under the frame, blocking the doors from opening. Then he runs off. "Hold it just a little bit longer," he says. In about 30 seconds, he's back with 3 more in hand as if they weigh as much as toothpicks. And he wedges another under the brick arch to make an X, then takes his huge Nikes and kicks them until brick dust rains upon us. It'll hold for the moment, it seems, but we really need a plan. He does the X on the other set of doors, scooting the couches forward, while Isaiah drops any of the zombies who put their faces near the broken glass, with a pair of scissors he must have grabbed from the front counter. "Good idea, Kevin," the old man says. "I guess I'm not as dumb as you say I am, huh, Earl?" Earl snickers. "All right, now," Kevin says, kicking the barbells until his face is beet red and his gelled hair is frazzled. We move away from the door. For a moment, there are no sounds at all besides the moaning of the crowd outside. Too good to be true. The doors clang off the bars. Bits of brick powder the gray iron, coating it in white, but it holds. The glass is broken, and a few straggling dead inside the lobby pile up on the barbells quick. Kevin's contraption creaks and groans, but again it holds. Isaiah comes forward with the scissors and stabs a few more. The little bit of life the monsters have in their eyes fizzle out. I think it's all on the tip of our tongues that we know these people. I grew up with some of them. I recognized a teacher, a neighbor, an old friend. How much this hurts surprises me. But for a moment, it's quiet. We all back away. Earl steps forward, claps Kevin on the back, who smiles wide in return. "No, not as dumb as you look, son." Then he says to no one in particular, "Think my wife is going to be okay?" As he looks out the shattered windows, past the stumbling bodies. "She was making her world-famous apple pie for the bake-off. I was supposed to see her win the ribbon. All these years, and she's never won. I always say, 'Now, Carol, this year's the year, I promise.' And she never gets discouraged when it's not. I hope she's okay. Please, God." "Yeah, she is," I say, thinking of my own future wife. "And so is mine. We are going to get out of here. And it's all going to be okay. This time, I mean it, because I truly believe it." Pat snorts again. I try to ignore him. Now let's get out of this mess and get cleaned up, I say to Earl. He nods and steps toward Miss Fox. Abby looks at me and smiles. Not a bad first workout, eh? And right as I start to tell her she's not as funny as she looks, Miss Fox screams. A gurgle of blood explodes out of the mouth of Cowboy Hat, who's supposed to be dead on the floor. Earl falls like a man who stepped into a bear trap. I can't tear my eyes away from the wave of red that spurts from his leg. It's too late. 19. Cowboy Hat has a gnarled hand around Earl's ankle. Kevin thunders past me, but he's not fast enough. The zombie on the floor, wearing its dirty clothes and gray skin like some kind of abomination from hell, tears into Earl's chest, right into the exposed skin below his neck. The white basketball jersey turns a dark red. He flails like a drowning man, one drowning in his own blood. I just stand there, too frozen and shocked to do anything. It's like Toby all over again. Except it's not. I'm seasoned now. I've killed these things. I know these things. Kevin's running shoe comes down on the back of Cowboy Hat's head. He cries out like he did when he showed me the correct way to bench press before all this shit went down. Skull crushes beneath soul and tile shatters beneath his face. The head splits open, showing everyone who's willing to look black and pink brains. Cowboy Hat's cowboy hat is now scattered among the rest of the gore. Tears roll down my face for God knows how long, before I muster up the strength to wipe them away. Most of Earl's features are bathed in red. What's not bloody is an ashy pale. His eyes gloss over as his bottom lip trembles. He wheezes and gasps while a bony hand clutches at the wound. Kevin holds his head in his lap while he rocks him back and forth. One of his huge hands tries to quell the bleeding. But it's no use. We all know it. I can see the old man's heart beating through all the gore, and its rhythm slows. A sheen of tears is in the big guy's eyes. I never thought I'd see him cry again. He's no longer the wimp from high school. Men like him don't cry, they just can't. They're too big and burly, too busy slamming back brewskis and grilling dead cow on Super Bowl Sunday. But then again, I never thought I'd see the dead rise. Never say never, I guess. Look in on Carol, Earl says. Oh, fuck, man. This shit ain't right, Isaiah says. He drops the barbell he's holding and rubs his hands over his bald pate, turning away. He steps away. I think he might be about to cry, but he damn sure won't do it in front of us. Stupid, I know. He walks past the stairs where Miss Fox looks on through hands that don't quite cover her eyes. Pat has a hand on Ryan's shoulder. He's pinching the bridge of his nose, shaking his head. Is he going to be okay? Abby says next to me. But at this moment, it's quiet. Eerily quiet. So quiet that Earl hears her. And when he turns his neck, a river of blood flows from between his and Kevin's fingers. I'm going to be all right, Abby, yes. I'm going to a better place. His other hand shakes its way up to the small chain around his neck. Fingers run over the smooth metal of the cross. It was almost my time anyway, dear. He laughs. Please check in on Carol for me when this is all over. Make sure she got her ribbon. Sometimes she forgets to turn off the stove. Her and those soap operas. Bet she doesn't even know what's going on. Tell her to start watching the news, for God's sake. Tell her I'm gonna be smiling down on A croak comes from the back of his throat. His eyes open wider. Body shudders, goes stiff. A heel clicks the wet tile. Will he turn now? Or later? I don't know. In my own books, it takes some time. And even Doak suffered a while before he came at us with a craving for human flesh. Earl doesn't. Not yet. Instead, he just dies right there in front of us all. I hear Abby whimper when she looks to his face where those glossy eyes loom, staring at nothing for the rest of eternity. Damn, man. What the hell do we do now? Isaiah asks. We survive, I say. We have to. I have to. For Darlene. Yeah, in order to do that, we gotta get rid of this old fart, Pat says. You said not to let them bite you. What did he do? He got bit. He's gonna turn now. Zombie 101, right, Jack? Everyone stares at the man in horror. Sweat isn't soaked through his shirt anymore. It's all dry. Now it's just blood and guts. You can't even tell his shirt was white before all this happened. I'm almost too afraid to look down at myself at what I look like. As if on cue, all eyes look to me, and the group grimaces. Then Isaiah turns away and says, Jesus, man, have some respect. Earl was a good guy. Was, Pat said. Now he's of no use to us. Don't look at me like this is my fault. Jack is the one who knows so much about these damn things. He laughs, shaking his head. Zombies. What do you think we should do? Abby asks. Kevin is still on the floor, soaked in Earl's blood, tears in his eyes. He rocks back and forth, murmuring slightly. Well, if the same shit that happened to Dokes happens to Earl, Isaiah starts. Enough, Fiona moans. Enough! Earl was a kind soul. God would not bestow that fate on him. The ones out there, those things are abominations. They're the souls God rejected for whatever reason. The ones Satan won't even take in. Earl is not one of them. Pat snorts. It's an odd sound in all the quiet chaos. I almost can't breathe, let alone snort. Oh, you knew him, huh, Miss Fox? Pat says. Take a look around. Go peer through that broken window and tell me that God is picking and choosing here. Miss Fox stepped back like she's been physically slapped. Her mouth hangs open. Eyes drift away from Pat's face. Then what do we do? I ask after a moment of awkward silence passes. Just throw him outside like we're chucking bread to a bunch of ducks? Pat tilts his head, scratches his chin. Not a bad idea. We'll get there. But what I'm saying is if the only way to kill these bastards is to take out the brain, then someone has to bash old Earl's head in. Miss Fox shudders again. Don't worry, he won't feel it. He's already dead, Pat says. I notice he's smiling like he enjoys this. I think I speak for the rest of us when I say we're one bashed head away from a coronary. No, Kevin says firmly. We let him rest. He stands up with the body still in hand. The bleeding has slowed down, but streams dribble from the open wound in his neck like the last vestiges of a rainstorm. Kevin looks bigger and smaller at the same time. He towers over everyone, especially Pat. The two catch eyes, and Pat throws his palms up. Okay, big guy. You'll be the one who buries him then. Better get out there quick before the sun is completely gone. Sundown is soon, I think. But my world has been dark since I lost Darlene and this apocalypse happened. I hear Kevin's teeth grinding. Somehow the sound is louder than the snarling in the lobby. He walks past us toward the steps. I rush toward him, place a hand on his sweaty shoulder. "Here, let me help," I say. When he turns his head to look at me, it's almost in slow motion. Tears and blood clash beneath his eyes, and he falls to one knee, Earl's body still in his arms. "Set him down, man," I say. "Give yourself a rest." I guess even behemoths need to rest sometimes. Kevin listens, rolls Earl's body to the second step. Abby's over now. "You need to go lay down, Kevin, or eat something." He chuckles. "I'll be all right. Just a little lightheaded." He sniffles with as much force as a power vacuum. "Come on," Abby says. "We'll go bust open the snack machine. Get you something sugary." No carbs," he says. She grips his arm tight and starts leading him away. When I turn around, Pat's in my face. "You want to be the leader, kid? Then do something. You know we can't keep him in here. He's a ticking time bomb. I saw the sheriff firsthand." I stammer, trying to think of an answer. It's amazing how much Pat and Freddy look alike. Even more amazing how much I want to punch his lights out. Pat scoffs. "Fuck this." He turns away, bends down to pick something up, then pushes me. It's lightning quick, the movement. A glint of silver flies by my face. He grunts like a warrior as he swings the barbell down onto the second step. Wind whistles by my ear. A couple inches to the left, and it could be my head. It's not. It's Earl's head. And his brains and blood spray me like I'm riding the Maid of the Mist through Niagara Falls. "Why?" is all I manage to say before Kevin runs over with his fist raised. My ears are ringing. Words are thrown around, but I don't understand what's going on. All I see is Kevin stop dead in his tracks as Pat raises the pistol in front of him and aims it at the big guy's head. "Easy there, asshole," Pat says. The ringing stops. I can't blink. Chunks of pink stuff roll down my cheeks and puddle at my feet. There's a fire blazing inside of me. I almost bend down to pick up the barbell, ready to smash Pat's head in. But I think of Darlene. If I get myself shot, she's all alone, and I can't be stupid here. Kevin's hands are up. Abby screams, "Stop it! This is too much! Stop, stop, stop!" "You guys want to survive, right?" Pat asks. Isaiah reaches in his waistband where the gun should be. "How the hell?" "Quick hands," Pat says. "You need to be more careful, buddy. All of us do. And if you guys want to survive, then you'll start listening to me. Got it?" "You son of a bitch," Isaiah says. Pat levels the gun in his face. "Got it?" he repeats. "Or what?" I say. "Or I'll blow your heads off," Pat says. That same shit-eating grin is on his face. "Now everyone get where I can see you." He nods his head at me and Miss Fox and Ryan perched on the mid-stair landing to come down and stand in front of him. Then for Isaiah to move from his right and stand next to us. We do. All our hands are up. Fresh blood and guts line Ryan's work boots. Miss Fox covers her mouth with the heel of her hand. She's relatively clean. There may be a few drops of blood on her red work shirt, but they're basically invisible. The rest of us? Well, we look like we've been through hell and back. As much as I don't want to believe it, as much as I want to believe a few people got high on meth or crack, whatever these dumbasses are smoking these days, and decided to chew each other's faces off, that isn't the case. Something is seriously wrong. "You don't say, Isaiah starts to say, but is cut off by the sound of Pat cocking the gun. Respect, my friends, can get you very far in life. Disrespect will get you a bullet in the head. So let's clear things up. I'm in charge. Whatever I say goes. I don't know how many rounds I got left in this gun, but I'm willing to bet it's enough to put you all down. So what we're going to do is get along. That way I get to keep my hands clean, and you guys get to keep your life. Understood? None of us say anything, but I swivel my head to look at the others. We have hate in our eyes, and Pat sees it too because his smile grows wider. He lives and feeds off of it. Somehow, he's worse than his son. Freddie never went homicidal on me. He beat me up, called me names, but he never pointed a gun at my head. For a moment, the thoughts of Darlene are pushed away. Revenge replaces those thoughts, burning in bright red letters. Outside, the thudding against the doors grows louder. I look at the massive hands and fingers prying their way through the makeshift failing barricade. Those bars aren't going to hold. If God is good, they won't, and the zombies will pour in and take Pat Huber as their main course. "Pat, please," Miss Fox says. "This isn't you." "Look around, Fiona. This isn't our world. Sometimes you can't be yourself. Sometimes you have to change." 20. He herds us upstairs like some kind of macabre sheep. I'm last in line, so I get the barrel digging into my back. Pat isn't gentle either. I feel bad for his wife. He stands guard at the top of the stairs, leaning between two water fountains, his eyes flicking from the front doors on the first floor to us as we start building another barricade at the top of the steps. "We wait here until help shows up," Pat says. "No more fighting and killing. We keep our noses out of it until the army or police get here." "What made you change your mind?" I ask as Ryan and I roll an elliptical machine near the rest of the piled-up workout equipment. Pat narrows his eyes at me. "Don't ask questions, Jupiter. I want to live. It's that simple. We ain't gonna live out there. You have a better chance in here." Speak for yourself, Pat, I think. As soon as the time is right, I'm tossing him over the balcony and getting to Darlene. But I can't say this, so instead I say, "What if they never show up? What if we starve? You only have so much vending machine food." "He's right," Abby says. "Can it, whore," Pat says. "Less talking, more moving." Ryan and I pass Abby and Kevin as we head back to the almost barren weight room. I catch eyes with her, see the fire in them. Kevin just looks defeated. It's a terrible look on such a gladiator, but I guess he has every right to be. The rack where the dumbbells used to be is empty. Large hunks of metal with 3 rows for weights from 2 pounds to 100 pounds. "Come on," I say. "Let's get this one." Ryan shakes his head. "Watch out, Jupiter. Let the real men handle this." I cock my head. Real men? I don't remember seeing this asshole bashing into zombies 10 minutes ago. Whatever. I'll let him do his thing. No way will he be able to move it by himself. It's got to be about 300 pounds of pure steel. "Unlike you, I've lifted heavy shit before," Ryan says. "I don't just sit behind a desk all day and make up stupid stories." He sounds bitter, but it's cool. "Go right ahead," I say with a smile. He struggles at first, his pale face going beet red. To my surprise, he actually lifts one end of the rack up so it's pointing straight up to the ceiling. "Now what?" I ask, trying not to laugh. "You gonna roll it all the way to the steps?" Ryan's breathing heavily, half hunched over, sweat standing out on his forehead. Yeah, he says. Maybe I will. Get out of here and make yourself useful, Jupiter. He starts to push against the metal again. It easily towers over him by about 5 feet. I cringe as it topples, expecting the noise to be like a lightning bolt at my feet. But it doesn't topple over the way Ryan intends it to. It topples over on him. I jump toward him as quick as I can. His arms catch the middle rack, but it's too much force. This close, I can hear the bones grinding inside of him to keep him from being smashed. I have the top rack in hand, the metal edge slicing into my flesh, causing me to bite my tongue. Fuck, 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 Ryan is saying. This is much worse than my run-in with the bench press. So much worse. I don't give up. I give it all I've got. In one strong push, I give Ryan enough room to let go and dive out of the way. This means all the force the rack he was holding up comes crashing into my palms, and it's too much. I grunt and scream. Somewhere, dumbbells crash to the floor as Isaiah, the closest one, runs over to us. Go, Ryan, I yell. And he tries. The weight is just too much. I let go before it takes me down with it. The rack comes crashing down with all the force of an angry god. I think the floor will crack open and will wind up falling through. Then I hear Ryan scream out. I've fallen away, landing on my ass, my head spinning from lack of oxygen in my struggle to hold the rack up, vision blurry. But my vision isn't blurry enough to miss what has happened to Ryan's leg. The rack caught him in the middle of the shin. His khakis are torn open. White skin is smeared with red blood. His scream should be louder, but I think he's just in too much shock. Isaiah tries to lift the rack up, barely raising it a few inches off of Ryan's leg. I scramble up to help. By this time, Kevin and Abby are helping too. Miss Fox and Pat are nowhere to be seen, but I'm not looking for them. With Kevin helping, we easily get the rack off of Ryan. Abby helps pull him out from under it. Fuck, fuck, Ryan says. His hands are over his face. Tears stream down his cheek. It's broken, isn't it? I look to the wound. It's worse than broken. It's almost amputated. I can see the bone in the sea of broken flesh and blood. It's not broken cleanly, but rather splintered. We need to get him to the hospital. Abby says. She's at a loss for words. We all are. Ryan looks down at the wound, peeking through his splayed-out fingers on his face. His eyes show white and he falls over, passed out. I hate to admit it, but I feel bad for the kid. I should have helped. Shouldn't have let him try to do that on his own. Something bad was going to happen. It always seems to be that way. Over the quiet, shaky breathing, I hear footsteps. I turn to see Pat strolling through. No concern written on his face, only curiosity. When he sees the blood dripping onto the rubber mat, Pat raises the gun. No, I shout. I grab his forearm, and I think the act alone shocks him. He pulls free of my grip. What are you doing? Don't you see? Pat screams. He'll just weigh us down. I know I can't reason with him. So I do something I never thought I'd do for an asshole like Ryan. I stand in front of him, put my body between the gun and the end of his life. Kevin follows, then Abby, and then, reluctantly, Isaiah. You'll have to kill us all if you're going to get to him, Pat, Abby says. I smile. I don't want to jump the gun, but it's safe to call these people my friends, I think. Even if it's the shortest friendship of all time. Zombie apocalypses have a way of doing that. Pat lowers the gun, shakes his head. You're all crazy, You know that? He sticks it in the back of his waistband. Fine. Do what you have to do, but leave me out of it. When I'm right? When this little bastard is the cause of your demise because you're stuck dragging him around like a two-legged dog? I'll be there to say, I told you so. Now get that damn barricade built. He leaves the weight room. As I watch him go, I see Miss Fox looking on with a pained expression. Her whole world is crumbling. There's a first aid kit in the cardio section, Abby says after a moment of silence. Nothing much. Band-aids, gauze, disinfectant. We can wrap up the wound, try to splint it, I don't know. Let's get it, I say. I look to Kevin and Isaiah. You guys keep an eye on him? They both nod. Fuck that man's barricade, Isaiah says loud enough for Pat to hear. Pat watches from near the drinking fountains at the top of the steps. The shadows from the moderately high pile of gym equipment we put together shroud his face, but they don't hide the venom in his eyes. 21. Shit, Abby says. She throws a bunch of balled-up papers and other useless junk from an open drawer at a desk near the back of the cardio area. It's so desolate up here. From where I stand, I can barely see the group. Kevin looks huge, even from here. He kneels near Ryan. Isaiah paces back and forth with his arms crossed. Miss Fox has her head in her hands. I reckon she's crying, but I can hear her sobs over the pounding from the first floor, from the snarls and clawing dead hands against the metal doors. Where is it? Where is it? Abby is saying. She looks up at me with wet eyes. He's a dick, yeah, but we can't just quit. We can't just let him die. Like, not even try. I know, I say. She slams the top drawer closed, then rips open the one underneath it. A handful of stopwatches bounce off the rubber floor. A box of blue Bic pens falls next. He needs medical attention, I say. Band-aids and Neosporin aren't going to save him. It's sad, but it's true. Besides, there's a bigger problem here. How? By killing all those things outside, driving right up to the hospital? Killing all those people I know? The ones who went to my school? The teachers? Mailmen? My friends? No, I say. We need to get rid of Pat. She stops, looks up at me with a frown on her face. Like, kill him? I don't answer immediately. I let the silence hang there for a moment. See, I don't know if that's what I mean when I say we need to get rid of Pat. He's unstable, that much is true. Not to mention that he's a complete and total asshole. Now that Abby's put words in my mouth, I think to myself that maybe it isn't actually a bad idea. We could make it look like an accident, a suicide or something. Even jump him and throw him to the flesh eaters. You know, just in case the world is righted sooner than we think. I realize I am angry. I am just out for blood, so I don't tell her any of this. Instead, I say, look what he did to Earl. That wasn't human. That was something only a monster can do. Now he's holding us hostage. She stands up straighter, still a head shorter than me, but looks me dead in the eyes. He stepped up. That's all that he did. Pat isn't a bad man. I've known him for almost 3 years. He's here 5 days a week. It's the predicament we're in. It's changing us. Besides, if we do that to Pat, it makes us as bad as he is. Ryan can be saved. He's not dead yet. Yes! She smiles as she pulls out a blood-red first aid kit. It looks like it's older than the both of us combined, but when she opens it up, the contents are new. Probably some yearly mandated law to keep it updated or something. There's a handful of bandages in all different sizes. Some aspirin, cloth tape, wet wipes, cortisone ointment, peroxide, gauze pads, tweezers, a thermometer, purple latex gloves, and a little booklet straight from the 70s. There's also a flashlight and spare batteries. Where the heck was this thing when Freddie Huber decked me in the face? Come on, Abby says. A sliver of hope fills my chest. The first aid kit is more stocked than I'd imagined. If we could keep him alive for the night, I'm sure the help will come in the morning. But the problem is, what if someone else gets hurt or sick? It doesn't matter, I guess, because I don't plan on staying the night here. I plan on sleeping with Darlene, like I always do, after I save her. Still, I keep my mouth shut as we approach the group again. Not much has changed except for Ryan is awake now. He looks delirious, near death. Kevin stares at the floor, sitting cross-legged. "We got the kit," Abby says. "Miss Fox, come over and help us." "That won't be necessary," Pat says, walking over to us from his sentry post near the drinking fountains. Ryan groans. He shakes his head back and forth. Sweat drips from his face. No, he says. Miss Fox drops down to one knee and starts rummaging through the kit. She pulls the tiny bottle of peroxide out from beneath the bandages. "Stop it," Pat says to her. "We ain't killing him," Isaiah says. "It's pointless," Pat screeches. "Look at that leg." My hands clamp Ryan around the shoulders, pressing him up against the wall. Pat stands over us, gun raised. Downstairs, the sounds of the dead are amplified. A metal bar falls over, bounces. "They're in," Isaiah says. I get up to see for myself. Through the grates in the guardrail, I see the shadowy figures of people stumbling over the debris barricade. Another of Kevin's makeshift barriers falls apart, a group of snarling freaks with it. The weight was too much, and instead of trying to find a way out of here, we are now just sitting ducks. Thanks a lot, Pat. Your good measure has killed us all. A man in a suit, or what was once a man, leads the way. One of his eyes is completely gouged out. A river of blood trickles from his ducts. A large chunk of ear is missing on his left side. His necktie is as ruined as his sunken-in face. More follow his lead. They can't use the steps. No way. I think this because they couldn't figure out how to open the front doors. They had just knocked against the glass until they accidentally triggered the handicap automatic door opener. I look over to Ryan. He started screaming. His mouth is nothing but a black cave with white stalactites for teeth. Miss Fox pours the peroxide on the wound. Pat has the gun out in front of him. His arm shakes. No, his whole body shakes. I think he might pull the trigger. I really do. But Kevin shoots up from my side. He whizzes past me. Pat catches the big guy lumbering over out of the corner of his eye and lowers the weapon. All he can do is stare with wide eyes. "I need to clean the wound, Ryan, honey," Miss Fox is saying in a soothing voice. "It'll be better once I clean it." Kevin drops down, puts two big mitts against Ryan to stop his bucking. "Towel," he says to Abby. "Give me a towel." He then leans his forearm across Ryan's chest like a safety bar on some demented roller coaster. The towel turns into a ball in Kevin's hand. Then when Ryan opens his mouth to scream again, he shoves it in. The screams are still loud but muted. I risk another glance over the guardrail. The creeps file in like ants heading to a picnic. "Come on," Isaiah says. He has a dumbbell in hand, 20 pounds, and he cocks it back behind his head and throws the thing like it only weighs 5 pounds. The guy with the missing ear takes it full in the face. When it hits him, it doesn't explode his skull into a million gushy pieces. It just stuns him, and he stops for a second. He even looks down at the shiny metal of the dumbbell. Need more weight than that, I say. Isaiah rolls his arm in a circle. You try heaving that shit, he says. I'd like to keep my rotator cuffs intact. Well, I'd like to keep my guts, I say. I pick up a 5-pound plate, throw it like a frisbee, aiming at the guy with the bitten ear. I miss terribly, and the plate goes flying into one of the doors that still had most of its glass. The glass explodes in a burst of glittering shards. Hands and legs and dead faces pop through. Nice one, Jupiter, Isaiah says. He has another dumbbell, and he waits until the things are almost at the first step where Earl's body lays. Wait, I say to Isaiah. Don't. You have to look away. Look away. Huh? And just like I expected, the things don't keep coming once they stumble upon Earl's body. I think I even see one of them smile, but I know it's just my imagination. Oh, hell no, Isaiah says. He throws the dumbbell anyway. He's bent down, picking another one up before the first one hits. Stay away from him, you assholes, he screams. I grab his arm. Stop, we might need those if they break through the barricade. We have a gun, Isaiah says. Shoot them, Pat, shoot them. Shut the hell up, Pat says. I look at him and he doesn't even notice what's going on. He's too invested in whatever Miss Fox is doing to Ryan's leg wound. Down at the bottom of the steps, Earl is nothing but a squished head and an open, torn-up body. The zombies are all on their knees, clawing at the flesh, lapping at the sea of blood. Their hands are rakes. They're up to their elbows in organs and guts. A low rattling comes from the back of their throats as they open their mouths to dig into what was once the old man. Isaiah stands there with his mouth hung open, waiting for Pat to do something. When he doesn't, Isaiah turns back to the pile of dumbbells and chucks them down the steps. He's like a rapid-fire machine gun. Blurs of gray. Shiny plates fill and leave his hands. Screw the rotator cuffs. Most of the dead don't notice when the dumbbells hit them, or when the plates bounce off of their skulls. They're too invested in the dinner they're smearing all over the steps. The last thing Isaiah throws is a pink weight that weighs about 3 pounds. It barely makes it to the horde, bounces off the step, then lands in the middle of Earl's open stomach. 3 heads pop up to follow the trajectory of the weight. A woman with a face of mostly red snarls at me, looking at them over the fence. Her teeth are gone. I can't imagine she'd have much success in the feast going on down there. But maybe she's smart enough to realize that too. Because she stands up all slow and deliberate, fresh blood running off of her chin, and looks me right in the eyes. Each step is laborious and pained, but she moves up the stairs without much difficulty. Her snarling grows louder. Then she's pushing up against the treadmills and ellipticals, making them creak. I look to Pat, feeling a mixture of hate and anxiety. It would really be nice to have that gun in my hand right about now, but we're trapped up here, and all I have are a couple dumbbells too heavy for me to lift, a dude about to die, and stir-crazy partners. Ryan's towel falls out of his mouth, and the screams cut through the air. Shut him up, Pat says. Kevin tries to hold him as Abby fumbles with the towel. There's a disgusting look on her face as she picks it up. It's covered in blood and spit. Miss Fox wraps the leg tight, red already seeping through the gauze. Yo, Pat, a little help here, I say. He turns, mouth half open and ready to make a snarky comment, but looks past me at the shambling woman. When I turn, I see more than the woman. Now a couple more have joined her. The people snacking on Earl don't even look up. Innards stretch, then snap between their teeth. Guts hang from the corner of their mouths. The 3 of them coming up the step have found the fresh meat. Hands beat the plastic casing of the treadmill. They're stronger than I originally thought because I'm leaning up against the other side of the treadmill, and each time they hit it, I'm pushed a fraction of an inch forward. Ryan's screams are to the point of glass shattering. Miss Fox fidgets. "Almost done," she says. "Hold on, honey." "Kevin, help me," I yell. "I can't hold it by myself." Isaiah helps too, but only by throwing things at the shambling corpses. The short distance must be easier on his arms because I hear bones shatter, then a body roll down the steps. Kevin comes over, presses his big shoulder into the treadmills. "We really could use that gun," I say to Pat. But he doesn't answer. He just stares wide-eyed at the kid on the ground. The one who doesn't look like much of a kid, or a human for that matter, anymore. He looks like he is dying. And so will we if we don't do anything. Screw this, I think. I don't owe these people anything. I will not be killed by their own stupidity. I will not go down with this sinking ship. If help was going to come, it would have already come by now. I have Darlene to worry about, not Pat Huber and Ryan the douchebag janitor. "Abby, take me to the roof," I yell. She arches an eyebrow, but otherwise ignores me. Her hands are on Ryan's arm. "Abby, come on. We aren't going to defend this place. We have to go." "I'm with Jupiter," Isaiah hollers. He grunts as he throws a 25-pound plate like a frisbee. I don't see where it lands, but I hear the snarls rip through the air at the bottom of the stairs, as if he disturbed their dining experience. He turns to Kevin. "Let's go, big guy. We need to get out of here. Can't hold that all night," he says. Veins bulge from Kevin's biceps. I rush over to help while the rest of them get ready to go. From around the corner, a man with a dislocated jaw shambles up the railing. He reaches a hand out toward me. His jaw opens to expose bloody teeth. Then he falls, right over the railing, about 30 feet, and lands on his stomach with a splat near the running track. Something shoots off his face, dancing across the rubber floor. I watch this all with laser focus. I don't know why, but it entrances me. Whenever it is stops spinning, I see it. It's his jaw, completely unhinged, disconnected from his face. He turns over to look up at me hanging over the railing. Bloody hands reach toward the ceiling. A sound like a broken sprinkler escapes the gaping black hole. I thought I was a horror writer. I thought I was an architect of nightmares. I was wrong. This is truly a nightmare. One I had no hand in creating or controlling. 22. "What about Ryan?" Abby asks. They're all standing now. Kevin still has his back pressed up against the stairway barricade. Every 5 seconds or so, his soles squeak from the dead pushing, trying to get in. "Leave him," Pat says. The way he speaks chills me. "No, don't leave him," I say. "Kevin, can you carry him?" Kevin nods. I may have told Abby that whatever happens to Ryan is out of our hands now, that the real problem was Pat. But I've never been so wrong. After seeing the zombie without the jaw, seeing the things eating Toby's corpse, eating Earl's, I know I've never been more wrong. We can't let that happen to Ryan. He's a dick, but not even someone like him deserves a fate as terrible as that. "Tell my mom I'm gonna stay the night at Robbie's. Tell her I'm gonna miss dinner," Ryan murmurs. His head rolls from shoulder to shoulder. He's sweating more now. Delirium is setting in. "We will, Rye, we will," Abby says, trying to comfort him. "I'll try to run. I won't hold you guys back. Please, just help me. I don't want to die like Earl. Please," Ryan says. "I got you, kid," Kevin says. "Come on, let's go." Wait. Everyone grab a weapon, I say. I walk over to the small cache of dumbbells and barbells. I grab a 10-pounder that has a hexagonal shape on each end, sharp and hard. The others follow my lead. Everyone except Kevin and Pat. Miss Fox holds a dainty pink 2-pounder. Isaiah has a 20. Abby picks up a weighted bar. One of the shorter ones with rubber padding and colors on each end. It can't be more than 8 pounds. Lead the way, I say to her. Abby takes a deep, shaky breath, blinks fast. On the count of 3, I say to Kevin, because as soon as he moves, that barricade is going to topple over, and the dead are going to spill out over it all, hell-bent on feasting on us. He flexes his whole body as he gives one last shove backward. How about on the count of 2? Can't hold it much longer. 1, 2, 3, now! He dives out of the way of the falling exercise equipment, and he scoops Ryan up like a baby. Abby points us toward the aerobic area. She runs faster than I'd expect her to run. I don't see the dead, but I hear them. Their hands scratching at the plastic, knocking the weight plates together. I risk a glance. There's about 5 of them who made it over the barrier. The noise is drawing more, and they lumber up the stairs, still hungry. The zombies coming up the steps wear masks of blood over their mouths. It's almost sickening, almost enough to make me keel over and vomit. If this is how the world is now, will I ever get used to it? I don't think so, but I think about Darlene, and how the only way I'll be able to survive is with her by my side. I couldn't go on without her. She's the reason I haven't given up yet. She's what gives me hope. Jack, come on, Isaiah says. One of his hands grips my bicep. I didn't even realize it. I was transfixed, just standing there, staring at the carnage, at the freaks. Fingernails dig into my skin, and he pulls me. I almost drop the 10-pound weight I hold in my hand like a hammer. The dead lumber toward us. They're only about 5 feet away when Isaiah nearly yanks me off my feet. Abby's in the lead. She's almost to the fence that separates the aerobic area from the basketball spectator stands. Pat is behind her, Miss Fox behind Pat, and last is Kevin, with Ryan in his arms. Abby weaves through treadmills. Around the corner, she says. It's a service stairway. Snarls crawl up my back, almost drowning out Abby's voice. Jack, watch out, Abby says. I turn around to see a zombie with his nose half ripped off, lunging at me. I don't even think. I just act. Let the dumbbell come down on its face. There's a sickening crunch of bone shattering. My shoulder is nearly ripped out. A pinch in my back travels from my ass to my neck. But No-Nose drops like a sack of bricks. Bash one head in, 2 more take their place, I guess. Because an old woman and an old man, both more like skeletons than recently dead people, don't even take notice of their fallen comrade. A hand goes for my throat. I fall over, losing my weapon. Rotten skin and dusty bones fills my nostrils. Then the damn thing opens its mouth. My forearm goes up to block the thing's bite. Problem is, my forearm is bare. One bite and I'm the next nameless corpse. What a bittersweet irony that would be. The writer becoming the monster he writes about. I drive my elbow into its neck. The one on top of me is the man. His wife joins in on the fun. This is not how I pictured my first threesome. I use my other arm to try to fend her off, but somehow she's stronger than he is. Fresher, maybe, too. Isaiah screams. There's a crack that follows that scream. I'm showered in a cloud of dust and brains. Some wet stuff, too, like blood or God knows what else. Another crack. The old guy drops on me, unmoving. Come on, Isaiah says. He pulls me out from beneath the lifeless corpses, but more are on the way. I can't sit around stunned. I have to move. Their eyes are yellow. Some are red. All are dead. "Come on, you assholes, we can't wait around all night," Pat says. He has his gun raised, but he won't fire. There are too many, not enough bullets. He might be a good shot, who knows? He knows he can't drop all 20 or so that come up the steps. I cross the gate and slam it shut. It's only about waist high, but it might slow the bastards down. We weave through a maze of stationary bikes and treadmills. Dead TVs hang above us, watching this carnage unfold with black-screened eyes. The gate bangs open not long after I'm through. Abby and Pat turn the corner, knifing through the top part of the basketball stands. I'm sweating. I can feel it. But something else leaves my skin too. It's dread. I really hate heights. This rec center is full of heights. Who knows how high up we'll be, and if we'll ever really be high enough to get away from these things. Isaiah throws his dumbbell in one last-ditch effort to slow them down. It whistles by my head, nails a woman in her stomach. She doubles over and falls. The others take no notice of the momentary roadblock. They aren't stopping. All I can do is turn back around and run. Kevin and Ryan turn the corner that Abby and Pat have just turned. Isaiah and I are right there. I go first. There's a clatter. Kevin's deep voice rings out. "Fuck," he says. I trip over the big guy like he's a fallen boulder. Ryan sprawls out in front of him, curled up in a ball, moaning, grabbing at his leg, which just kind of hangs there like rubber. Isaiah slows up before he's the next victim in this dumbass pileup. He hops over Kevin, claps a hand around the big guy's forearm, and tries to pull. With me, he had no problem, but Kevin probably weighs twice what I weigh. I scramble up and try to help. My eyes bulge out of my face as I pull with all of my might. Kevin shakes his head, lifts his face up. He wears a mask of red over his left eyebrow. Even more blood on the floor where he hit. He pushes himself up, dazed. The snarls grow louder. That dry clicking noise in the back of the zombies' throats. A gray-skinned girl is first around the corner. I swear her eyes light up when she sees the meal at her feet. She wastes no time in dropping down on Kevin's bare legs. Her mouth clicks open. Black spit rolls from the corners of her lips in thick, ropey goops. I kick out and hit her square in the face. Her hair flies back as if she's being electrocuted. The spit sprays, dotting the white walls to my right. "Go, go," I say to Kevin. But he moves like a drunk. Isaiah kicks another one in the chest, sends the bastard over the railing to our left and into the bleachers where it gets tangled. "Too many," Isaiah shouts. "Go, we have to go." I try to block it out. Try to deafen myself to the guy's logic, but sometimes I'm too stupid for my own good. I kick at another's head. It falls in a spray of blood and brains, the soft, mushy skin not standing a chance. One grapples at me, but I see it from the corner of my eyes and dip, throwing an elbow into its back, sending it to the bleachers with its friend. "Jack, come on!" Teeth are inches from my face. My fist goes up. It's the man under his jaw. His runny black eyes close with the force of it. "Kevin!" I yell. But it's too late. He screams out as one of the things dig into his calf. Tendons and skin pop and snap. A ringing fills my head. It's not real. None of this can be real. In one last kick, I free up enough space for me to back out, to hop over Kevin's body. The rest of them fall down on him. They cover him like ants on a dropped piece of food. I get about 10 feet away from the carnage, from the spraying blood and the crunching sounds of jaws working at his flesh, when he lifts up. This muscular man I once called a friend in high school actually does a half push-up with about 10 dead bodies crawling over him. It doesn't last long. He falls back to the floor with a crash, The look he gives me will probably give me nightmares for the rest of my life, assuming the rest of my life lasts as long as I want it to. It's a look of pain, of defeat. Kevin reaches an arm out toward us as he lifts his head, then drops, his bloody face bouncing off the linoleum. Isaiah has Ryan in his arms. "Come on, man," he shouts. The last thing I hear, as I crawl up the steps, are Kevin's dying screams. He dies a hero. 23. Pat's face almost fills the opening at the top of the metal ladder. Behind him is an expanse of black sky dotted with white pinpricks of light. I love the stars. They remind me of Darlene. The late nights in Chicago where we get drunk off of cheap wine and sit on the balcony, looking at these very stars. Even in the winter, where her body keeps me warmer than any fire. I'm smiling as I think this, as my heart aches for her. I'm trying not to think of her in some back alley covered in trash and blood, with inhuman hands digging into her insides. It's a hard job. They say your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. There have been a few occasions tonight where I've had that feeling, except it's not my childhood or my memories. All I see is Darlene's smiling face. So beautiful. So perfect. "Nuh-uh, drop the kid," Pat says, bringing me back down to earth. He's not talking to me, he's talking to Isaiah. "What the fuck do you mean, drop him?" "You know exactly what I mean." "This is a human life we're talking about," I say. "He might be one of the last ones for all we know. We have to keep him alive." "What did I say about talking back to the man with the gun?" Pat says. He flashes the pistol which gleams in the starlight. "And there's 7 billion people on this planet. You think Ryan, the janitor, is going to be one of the last ones? You think the fate of the human race is going to have to rely on this shit stain?" "Man, fuck your gun. I'll come up there and beat your ass right now," Isaiah says. "Patrick," Miss Fox says in her most motherly voice, "let them up." Pat's face drains of all color. "Yeah, shit stain," Abby says from the roof. She's not visible. He exhales a deep breath, then rolls his eyes. "Fine," he says, as he moves out of the hatch. Thank God, because those snarls and choking, gurgling sounds drift up the hall. It's haunting. Isaiah goes first. He hangs Ryan over his shoulder like a backpack. "You gotta hold on, kid," Isaiah says to him. Ryan moans something that isn't decipherable, but his hands clasp together around Isaiah's neck. "I'm right behind you," I say, then turn my head away from the two, watching the corner, waiting for one of the dead to lunge at me. I won't hesitate anymore. I am changed. I am Johnny Deadslayer. I am a twisted creation from the depths of my own imagination. Nothing comes. The coast is clear. I shamble up the ladder, careful not to let Ryan fall off of Isaiah's back. There are only about 10 steps. It doesn't take us too long to reach the cool night air. Abby closes the hatch, stands over it like it's an animal she just accidentally hit with her car. "You don't think they can climb up the ladder, do you?" I shake my head. "If they can't figure out how to pull the lobby doors open, I think we'll be okay." I almost tell her that, according to my rules, there's not a chance in hell they can. But this isn't my fictional world. Her mouth forms a thin line. "I hope so. I really hope so." Something about her face tells me she doesn't believe a word I say. With the sounds of the horde secure behind the hatch, it hits me how quiet it is outside, how still and empty. The darkness is a complete black for as far as the eye can see in front of me. No streetlights are on. No headlights driving down the road. All we have is God's natural light above us, and it's not much. There's a smell in the air. A rotten smell. Now what? Isaiah says. He's lying on his back. Ryan is next to him, unmoving, but making soft whimpering sounds through his nose. The leg wound spills blood at a steady rate. The gauze is almost soaked through. Miss Fox rummages through the first aid kit a few feet away from the both of them. I'm standing, breathing calmer than earlier. Abby is next to me, pacing a few feet back and forth. Pat's back is to us all. He looks out toward the darkness, where, far up the road, is the Leering Research Facility. Pat Huber's former place of employment, first thanks to a fire, and now, thanks to the dead rising. We wait up here, Abby says, answering Isaiah. What else can we do? I nod. Shit, Isaiah says. Then he does a sit-up, straining. None of y'all was bit, were you? I pat myself down, then shake my head. If I was bit, I think I'd know. Nope, Abby says. Never got close to them. Wait a minute. Where's Kevin? I shake my head. I hope this wouldn't come up. That everyone would have forgotten about him because it hurts to say this out loud. He didn't make it, Abby. What? You're joking, right? I wish I was, I say. The damn things fell on him. He tripped carrying Ryan and they were on him faster than I could believe, Isaiah says. I bow my head, pinch my nose. We tried, Abby. We really tried. There were just way too many of them. A couple of seconds longer, and we wouldn't have made it either, Isaiah says. She sniffles, then explodes into a sob. God, why? What the hell is going on? Why is this happening to us? I'm not a bad person. We aren't bad people, are we? Don't question God, Miss Fox snaps. We are beneath him. We have no right in questioning his motives. I think she's right, but I keep my mouth shut. Doesn't matter why this is happening or who had a hand in it. It's happening, and all we can do is survive. I have to, God or not, for Darlene. It wasn't God or the devil, Pat says. His back is still facing us and he talks in a quiet voice. This is man-made. We did this. What? How you know? Isaiah asks. Pat turns around. His face is still white, gun still in his hand. It was an accident, he says. You think it was an accident? I ask. Pat shrugs. They were studying a virus at Leering. I worked on the 3rd floor, dealing with animal testing mostly, but I heard the rumors. Test subject 001. They said she came back to life. Except she was supposed to be a he, and the project head was batshit crazy. When things went south, one of the researchers made it out of the decontamination chamber with a bite wound. He went a few places, spreading the virus before he could be quarantined, not thinking in his right mind. He sighs. Yeah, I heard the rumors, but I didn't believe them. Then there was the fire. Fires happen from time to time. There was talk of rebuilding, of renovation. That fire was an accident, I was sure, especially when they shut us down. You know, all kinds of batshit things make the rounds at Leering. And so far, none of them proved to be true. Until now. When they shut us down, I was relieved. 6 months away from an early retirement and a nice fat pension. Relieved. But I wasn't thinking it was because we were all royally fucked. I wasn't thinking the Leering bigwigs saw their fuck-up and decided to jump ship, leaving us all to crash and burn. No, I wasn't thinking any of that. Besides, I heard all of this almost 6 months ago. A lot can go through a man's mind in 6 months. A heavy silence hangs in the air. This is bullshit. I don't believe Pat. He knew this whole time. He was never in denial. He was probably the cause of this whole thing. That wouldn't surprise me. Leave it up to a Huber to end the world. If the government broke it, they will most surely fix it, won't they? Miss Fox asks. Honey, I don't know, Pat says. A virus like this is like wildfire. It'll burn and burn until it eventually extinguishes itself, or until it consumes everything in its path. Will we catch it? Miss Fox asks, somehow her face going paler. If we haven't caught it yet, I'd say we're immune. Since the rumors are turning out to be true, what we're seeing here is an exploding time bomb. Everyone exposed was exposed at roughly the same time, and now the virus is changing them all at roughly the same time, Pat answers. I see the seriousness in his face, and think back to my own zombie novel. The cause of the dead rising was from some crazy spaceship that crash-landed in an abandoned Ohio cornfield, chock full of little green men infected with radioactive alien parasites. Outlandish, yes. Pat's so-called rumors are not as outlandish. Miss Fox relaxes a bit, but I don't. Roughly, Pat repeats. Which could mean we're not out of the clear yet. We could turn now, we could turn later. Give it another month for us. Maybe longer for Jupiter, being an out-of-towner and all. Even longer for the rest of the world. He smiles at me like he's enjoying all of this. So you're telling us you knew about all of this and you didn't do anything? I ask. Another typical Huber trait. This whole time, you knew a bite could be fatal? You knew Dokes was going to turn into one of those things? In the back of your mind, you knew. They were rumors, kid. I really didn't want to believe them. Would you believe horseshit like that? No. That's the type of stuff you block out. Trust me. What I saw today is going to haunt me forever, he says. But it's not my fault. Sometimes you play with fire and sometimes you melt your face off. Sure, I say. Man, don't listen to this fool. He's just blowing smoke out his ass, Isaiah says to me. Abby is sitting now, her face in her hands. Pat just shrugs, walks over to her and puts a hand on her shoulder. Hey, don't get hung up on the big guy. One less person to worry about, right? Those things will be so full when they're done with him. A big guy like Kevin. It'll be a buffet. They won't even want us after him. Stop, I say. My knuckles crack as I ball up my hands. I've had enough of this prick. Gun or not, I'm going to shut him up if he doesn't shut himself up. Abby doesn't answer with anything besides her sobs. I think it's Judgment Day, Miss Fox says in the tone of someone revealing a dark secret. Oh, please, Pat says. No, this is God's wrath. The meek shall inherit the earth. Those things are the meek. Then what are we? Abby snaps, causing me to jump. We are still here. There's got to be tons of people still here. This is new. It would take forever for the population to be wiped out. Crybaby has a point, Pat says. Enough. Stop it, Pat, Abby says. Black streaks run from her eyes. Then they smear as she wipes them away with the back of her hand. He wants to make us suffer. We have wronged him, Miss Fox says. She tilts her head up to the sky, outstretches her arms. But I have not. I am your humble and honest servant. I've done nothing but spread your love for all of my years. I am forever grateful for the life you have blessed me with. Please, do not take it now. When she opens her eyes, there's a sparkle of tears. Pat laughs. Yeah, make good with him as soon as the shit hits the fan. Don't forget to ask for forgiveness for all that money you stole a few months back. Miss Fox's face freezes. Her eyes slowly grow wider. Yeah, I heard about that. It's not like it was a secret. Everyone knew, even Toby. He just felt bad for you. After your husband died, he said you got a couple of screws knocked loose. I, she stammers. Am a thief, Pat says. Feels good to come clean, huh? Why don't we all come clean? Here, I'll go first. Let's see, well, I've been married for 25 years. Not one of those years has been a faithful year. Hookers, interns, lab assistants, wild weekends in Vegas with a couple buddies. She knows, too, but she's too afraid to leave me. Thinks she'll be stuck on her own with our dumbass kid. I mean, he's almost 30 and still lives at home. What a fucking disappointment. He laughs like a maniac. You know what? Since we're coming clean, I don't love that bastard. It's my own damn fault. I stayed away from him like he was the plague. Now guess what? There's an actual plague. Life's funny like that. I've never seen someone break down before. Not in real life. It's hard to watch, but at the same time, it's entertaining. Knowing Freddie Huber is a mama's boy comforts me. At least I got my own place. The bastard might have a mean right hook, but I got a 2-bedroom apartment. I love her, you know. I love my wife. She's my best friend. I just get bored. Her tits are saggy. She's wrinkling. I can't remember the last time she shaved her legs. Pat continues. If I can pop one without a Viagra around her, it's a damned miracle. Okay, too much information, man, Isaiah says. You don't like it? Then confess, Isaiah, Pat says. Tell us about your stint in prison or the drug dealers you've popped. You better cut that shit out, Isaiah snaps. I ain't never been to prison. I was in the army. 5 years. Saw some action in Iraq. His voice trails off. He blinks slowly, then brings his hand up to swipe his bald scalp. Maybe I should be in prison, man. I saw some fucked up things. I did fucked up things. All for what? For some oil? To stop some terrorists? That's 5 years of my life I ain't never gonna get back. I missed the birth of my kid. I lost the love of my life. Now she won't even let me see the kid. They live in California, all the way across the country. Good, Pat says. Let it out. Might as well if Miss Fox is right and God is listening. Come clean and we'll be saved, right? She ignores him, just stares straight ahead of her, past me and Abby. How about you, Jupiter? What do you got to come clean about? Pat asks me. He's smiling, and the gun is still in his hand. My eyes scan over it. He sees me do it, then flashes it to me. Everyone looks either stunned or deep in thought, with the exception of Ryan, who's taken to a slight variation of the death rattle. His eyes are open, but I don't think he sees much. I don't have anything to get off my chest, I say. Bullshit. Anything, Jupiter. A toy you stole in kindergarten. The fat kid you used to pick on in high school. He's trying to get a rise out of me, but I won't let him. I killed my cat when I was younger, Abby says. Her words are like a slap in the face to us all. Even Miss Fox is shaken out of her pouty trance. Ryan stirs too, but I don't think it was because of what Abby said. I think he's just in so much pain. He liked to climb the tree behind the shed in my backyard. I like to climb it too. I was always scared to go past a certain point. It was really high, like maybe 50 feet, I don't know. But As a 9-year-old, that's like a million stories. My friend said cats always land on their feet. One day, that dumb cat was up there so high, I wanted to save him. I wanted to be like the firefighters in the movies and stuff. So I did it. I got all the way up there, but he wouldn't let go of the bark. He was glued to it with his nails. I tried and tried to pry him free. Finally, he gave in. But there was no way I was climbing back down with him in my hand. And Shelley said, cats always landed on their feet. She cringes, fidgets a bit with the memory fresh inside of her head. I tossed him off. He didn't die instantly. But he broke all of his legs when he hit the concrete. And he was bleeding internally. My mom had to take him to one of those emergency vets. They said he was suffering. I named him Simba even though he was black. You know, like from The Lion King. Simba had to be put down. I never said I threw him. I said he jumped or fell, I don't know. No one knows about this but me. And now you guys. God, I'm a piece of shit, she says, and breaks into another burst of tears. Pat stands there with his mouth hanging wide open. Wow. Now I'm stuck on a roof with not only a war criminal, a thief, and an adulterer, but also a cat killer. Jesus Christ, today is my lucky day. It was an accident, Abby cries. I was only 9. Bullshit. 9-year-olds aren't that stupid. She nods as if Pat is right. Seeing that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. All right, Jupiter. Try to top that one, Pat says. He crosses his arms and stares at me. The rest of them stare too, as if it's expected of me to confess my sins. All their eyes just show the whites. The peer pressure is real. But I'm not a bad person, am I? I have nothing to contribute. Of course, that's what all the bad people tell themselves. I'm not a bad person. I never fantasized about killing all the assholes who picked on me as a kid. Never thought about raiding my grandpa's basement gun rack for something small enough for me to hide in my backpack. Never thought about storming Mrs. Grant's sophomore homeroom and making Freddie Huber eat lead. Yeah, that's right. Pat, your own damn son, and his stupid friends, too. No. I'm a good person. Come clean, Jupiter, and be saved. Right, Fiona? Pat says. I don't have to look at him to know that his shit-eating grin is painted on his face like clown's makeup. It's okay, Jack, Abby says. We won't judge you. Speak for yourself, sister, Pat says. It's nothing, I say. Can't be worse than killing people, man, Isaiah says. He shakes his head. That shit will be with me for the rest of my life. I think of Earl, the old man I barely knew. I think of him clawing into the tile floor, shouting for us to help him, for the pain to go away, of his wife winning the bake-off. I think of Kevin, of the dead covering him and tearing away at his flesh so I could go on. I think of these things because, deep down, I blame myself. I could have done something. I could have been better. We can always be better, even when we say we can't. We can dedicate our lives to improving, but we're too busy thinking of ourselves to do that. Ironic, right? Maybe if I got out and talked to people, I'd have friends. But I hate people. I'm too shy. Maybe if I had swung the barbell harder and killed that cowboy hat-wearing zombie before he got to Earl's leg, then he'd still be alive. I could have double-checked. Could have made sure there were no longer any threats. Isn't that what Johnny Deadslayer would have done? Maybe if I would have never called Kevin, he wouldn't have been here today. Maybe he'd be at home watching his favorite movie, eating healthy snacks. Maybe if I stayed closer to home, never left my mom, she would still be alive. Maybe she would have quit smoking. Maybe she wouldn't have gone out to Everson's to get that pack of Marlboros that ultimately killed her. I say none of this and shrug instead, because they wouldn't understand. They'd say they do, but they'd never truly understand. That's what makes us different from each other. And I don't mind that one bit. I guess she'll never be saved then, Pat says. He turns to Ryan. What about you, kid? And Ryan says nothing in return besides letting out a small grunt from between his pursed lips. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a silence, an eerie silence that hangs over our heads. Pat tilts his head up to the sky, mocking Miss Fox from earlier. Well, God, now's the time to save us. Nothing happens. Thought not. Well, I'm getting the hell off of this roof, Pat says. I suggest you follow me because I'm the one with the... A thud like a sledgehammer pounding against the hatch cuts him off. Another thud. This one creaks the hinges, lifts the hatch an inch into the air. I see the lines of emergency lights leaking out from the inside. A finger snakes through the crack. It's a bloody finger. The nail hangs off like a tilted crescent moon. Dirty skin. This is the end. There's nowhere to go but off the roof. I see that flash of Darlene in my mind's eye again. So vivid. I'm sorry, honey. I'm so sorry. 24. I thought you said they couldn't climb the ladder, Abby shouts at me. I was thinking of the zombies from my book, but what the hell did I know? They roll out of the hatch. Bodies and limbs, greasy with Kevin's blood. Their eyes burn yellow, and they still look so hungry. Pat aims the first one to come out and pulls the trigger. It's a woman with hair that may have once been blonde, but the bullet takes off the top half of her head. Brains leak down her sallow skin, staining her face. She slumps forward, dead. Again. There's more. They didn't climb the ladder, I'm realizing. There's just so many of them, and they're so hungry that they piled up beneath the hatch until they created a mound of zombies, which had no choice but to overflow and spill onto the roof. Pat fires again. I don't move as the gun cracks. I swear I can feel the bullet whiz right by my face. This shot is wide, and hits the roof with a high-pitched whine. A brief spark lights up the snarling faces. What do we do? What do we do? Abby screams. She cowers behind Pat, who is standing with the gun pointed at the hatch, both hands on the weapon. Another shot goes off, another spray of blood. The body, an older man wearing his navy blue service outfit, falls in just the right place for the others to use him as a stepladder. 3 of them spill onto the roof. They get up. Pat pulls off 2 more shots in quick succession. Both miss their heads. One is struck in the stomach, but that doesn't slow him down. He lumbers over to me. I'm frozen again. A million thoughts racing through my mind. Darlene, my mom, my books, my brother, Freddie Huber. I feel like I'm going to explode. Jack, come on, man, Isaiah says. I hear him faintly as if he's yelling at the far end of a long corridor. My ears ring from the gunshots. There's growling and snarling. Wet mouths smacking their lips at me, teeth gnashing. Blood. Darkness. Someone grips me hard. I wince and look up to see Isaiah with a twisted look on his face. He pulls me away, and about a second later, one of the zombies lunge at the spot where I was standing. I shake my head, slowly coming back into the moment. More have broken through the hatch. I count 10 on the roof, lumbering to us. Each step they take backs our group up to the edge. We are surrounded by 360 degrees of blacktop with only a faint strip of bushes and shrubs near the front doors. Oh, and we're 2 stories up. "Fire escape?" I yell at Abby. She shakes her head. "Anything? Parachute? Trample—" Pat squeezes the trigger, and in the faint ringing and silence between shots, I hear a soft moan. It's not inhuman like these monsters who are coming for our flesh. It's Ryan. He's trying to pull himself up, but he looks so sick, so pained. There's no way that leg will be able to hold him and get him to safety. The monsters are about 5 feet from him as I make up my mind. I won't lose him like I lost Kevin. I just won't. I grab him, scooping him up in my arms as best I can. It's not pretty, but it's effective. He shrieks with pain as I do it. Miss Fox and Abby watch me with wide eyes. Pat has a perpetual frown on his face, the gun still up and aiming at the legion of dead behind me. I'm a few steps away from being behind him when he looks at me as if I'm the only one on the roof. The gun follows his gaze. "Drop him," he says. "What?" "Drop the kid, Jupiter." Isaiah keeps looking behind him, seeing how close to the edge they all are. "If you want to live, you will drop the fucking kid." His voice is eerily calm and his eyes mean business. A couple shades darker and I might confuse him with one of the dead. "Or what?" I say. "Pat Huber. Just another bully. Or I shoot you both. I got enough ammunition to do it, son. Don't make me." I don't believe him, and the zombies are too close for me to go anywhere else but forward. Pat doesn't lie. The gun goes off, and my whole body shudders. My eyes jam shut. I think I'm dead. I think a hole in my stomach will start spewing hot blood. It doesn't. Instead, I hear the high thump of skin and bones smacking the roof. Pat shot one of the things that had gotten too close to me. "Drop him," he screams. "I don't want to kill you both." I shake my head, and with Ryan in my arms, I walk forward. He'll have to shoot me. Somewhere above us, a cloud moves, revealing white moonlight glinting off the gun's metal. I can see him shaking. Then I see a flash from the muzzle. A bullet winds off of the roof about a foot in front of me. "I mean it, Jupiter. I'll shoot you both." He shoots again. This shot is close enough for me to feel the heat from the slug. But still, I don't slow down. His aim flicks to my right. I turn to look, see a fat woman in a straw hat drop. Then the aim is back at me. "Stop!" Abby shouts. My arms shake with the strain of Ryan's weight. I want nothing but to put him down, but I can't. If I do that, they'll be on him like they were on Kevin and Earl. I don't care if that would buy us some time. "Pat, cut the shit," Isaiah says. "I'm just trying to save us. We can't carry around some cripple." "I'm not leaving him behind," I shout. Ryan moans with pain. His eyes flicker. Chapped lips start to move as if to speak. A weak string of words escape his lips. "Thank you," he wheezes. "Jack, look out!" Abby yells. A gnarled hand swipes right by my face. Pat shoots again, and the hand dissolves into a mess of blood and shattered bones. I keep moving, each step a pain. Pat shoots for the last time, and by the pain in my chest, the wrenching fear caused by this close call, I think I've been shot, when really the bullet dings off the roof inches away from my feet. In all the fear, I drop Ryan. Before I can bend down to pick him up, an older zombie's wispy white beard turns red with fresh blood and guts. Ryan screams. It's easily the most horrifying sound I've ever heard. Worse than Kevin. Worse than Toby and Earl. Worse than whatever played in my head when I wrote The Dead Slayer. I stare in awe, pure, utter shock, as the others who've made their way onto the roof by way of the dead limb ladder pounce on the poor kid. Intestines stretch like putty from his open stomach before they snap and wind up in between their gnashing teeth. Ryan screams and cries. The gun goes off, putting an end to his whimpers. His face is not a face anymore. What was once a young man, peach fuzz on his upper lip, acne scars on his cheeks, is now something resembling a stepped-in cherry pie. I failed again. Damn it, I failed again. Someone is behind me. Someone grabs me and yanks me up. "Come on, kid," Isaiah says. "Gotta find a way off of the roof. Gotta go." The dead swarm Ryan's body, and they will munch and claw at him until he is nothing. Until he is no more. Pat still holds up the gun. He aims at the pile of corpses wearing tattered clothes, blood and flesh hanging from their chins in goopy strings. How much time do we have, I wonder? How long before they pick the kid clean? How long until he has nothing but bones? The rage takes me as easily as the fear does, but the rage is louder. Pat sees me coming, so he turns his aim back at my head. He might shoot me. He might end my quest for Darlene. But I'm not thinking straight. I cock my fist back, and as it whistles through the air, Pat drops the weapon down to his side. I slug him the same way his son slugged me. My knuckles crack the loose skin around his jaw, and it feels better than I could ever imagine. He doubles over, but doesn't fall. "This is your fault," I shout. "We could have saved him." I did the poor bastard a favor. His hand finds the spot where I hit him. Fingers swipe away a fresh trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. "You could learn a thing or two from me, Jupiter. In this world, the way it is now, you don't have time to think and worry about everyone else. You gotta act, or you gotta die." "Bullshit," I say. "That's just an excuse. No matter what's happened out there, we have to be civilized. We have to protect each other." Pat slowly straightens himself, one hand still clutching the gun, the other holding the spot where I punched him. "And that, my friend, is why you're gonna die," he says. Then the gun comes up as he points it straight at my face. And this time I see the murder in his eyes. I see the underlying cowardice vanish. I see death. "Darlene," I think as the gun goes off. 25. The gun doesn't shoot at me. At least, I don't think it does, because Isaiah tackles Pat around the waist as it goes off. I don't see the flash from the muzzle. The bodies are too entwined for that. Miss Fox lets out a scream. Isaiah cries out in pain. I rush over to the two men. There's a steady stream of blood pouring out from one of them. I follow the trail, hoping it isn't Isaiah. I grab him by the shoulders and roll him off with Pat. And sure enough, Isaiah's shirt is slowly soaking through with blood. He clutches at a sizzling hole in his stomach. Tears and sweat roll down his face. "You shot him!" Abby screams. "You monster, you shot him!" Pat scrambles away from Isaiah. I hold the dying man's head in my arms. I've just met the guy, but this hurts. I think of his kid in California, of all the things he's going to miss. Again, this should be me, and that thought wrenches my heart. Isaiah smiles, blood lining the teeth. "I deserve this, I guess," he says. "All them people I shot and killed overseas. I deserve this." He looks over to Pat, who is now inches from toppling off the roof. "No," I say to Isaiah. "You don't. You aren't going to die." He looks at me with a cold calmness in his eyes, then he nods. "Yeah, man, I am." "I didn't mean to," Pat says. "I was aiming for me. Yeah, I know," I say. The bastard. Of course I know this. Save your breath. My hands find the bullet wound. I press down on it, trying to stop the blood, but there's so much. It's seeping between my fingers, warm and sticky. Isaiah is right. He's going to die. "Look," Miss Fox says. "Look, they're coming for us." She shrieks and she points behind me and Isaiah. I risk a glance, and a few of the feasting beasts have turned their dead heads toward the sound of the gunshot. Suddenly, Isaiah starts to move in my arms. He grunts as he pulls himself up. I want to hold him down, not let him do what I think he's about to do. But he slips from my grip as if he were made of sand, and I am too stunned. He stands like one of them, hunched over and bloody, his teeth bared. "No," I say. "Isaiah, don't." He takes one look over his shoulder and says, "Get off the roof. Go back home. Stay safe. And live, man. Live." He plunges into the mob of monsters. A sea of arms takes him. The last part I see before he's gone are the whites of his eyes. 26. We all stand with our mouths open, hearing the squelching of limbs ripping, of soft screams, of stirring guts. Abby is the first to make a noise, and it's the sound of her quiet sobs. "Well, let's get the fuck off this roof," Pat says. "Isaiah sacrificed himself for us. Let's go." "How?" Miss Fox asks. "How are we going to get off? Sprout wings and fly away?" Abby breaks into the conversation. "We can go back through the hatch," she says, and when she raises her head, I see the gleam of tears in her eyes. At least she's trying to be strong, I think to myself. "Won't work. The whole place is overrun," Pat says. "I don't know how many bullets are left either. I'm a scientist, not a soldier." "You shot the soldier," Abby says. I hardly hear any of this. There's a rage pumping through my body, causing my ears to ring. I see a flurry of red at the edges of my vision. "I'll show you how you can get off the roof. I'll show you, Pat. We're all dead anyways, right? The whole fucking world has gone to hell, right? Right? These thoughts race through my head as my feet pound the rooftop. I'm sprinting in about 3 steps, coming at Pat like a middle linebacker. I don't even care if he shoots me. All I want is revenge. At the last second, he realizes what I'm doing. His eyes explode open. His mouth turns into something resembling an O. My hands are out in front of me. Hands that have done no wrong. Hands that have only killed people in stories, in video games. But now they're ready, eager even, to take our real life. It all happened so fast. My hands crashed into his chest. The gun spins out of his grip, whirling and flipping in the air. Faintly, I hear it clatter to the roof. But why is it so faint? Where is the surface I stand on? Suddenly, it's taken out from beneath my feet, and I'm falling. We're both falling. Abby screams, and like the sound of the clattering gun, her screams get more distant the farther we fall. Pat's face is a distorted mess of pain. His graying hair flies out in waves. He's still sweaty, the moisture ice cold. Now both of his hands have gripped me during our shared ride down to the concrete parking lot. And somehow, the bastard manages to smile as we ruffle through the short shrubs. I hear his head clunk. I feel his bones break and shift underneath my own. I black out. My head goes fuzzy. I see my brother at my mother's funeral. I see Darlene crying over a woman she only met one time. And I see myself not crying at all until I'm in the parking lot, bushes. I hear laughter and lovers' whispers in the dark. I smell pancakes in the morning, see them on the skillet in the shape of a tiny heart. I hear gurgling, bubbling, snarling. Life and death. Darlene. My eyes open. It takes less than a second to snap back to reality. Pat is still beneath me, but he's almost not Pat anymore. And in a couple minutes, he's not going to be anything resembling Pat at all. If I don't get a move on, I'll see what the zombies do to him firsthand. His glazed eyes stare up at me. That same smile I thought I saw on the way down is on his face. He's no longer breathing, and if he were, he wouldn't be breathing much longer. His head split down the middle. Brains leak out like pink stuffing in a Thanksgiving turkey. The dead walk toward me with their arms out, and their hands frozen into claws by rigor mortis. Rattles escape their throats. It's only a few of them at first, those close enough to hear the knock of bones on the pavement. But their interests peak, and like any creature starving for food, they get excited. Their excitement alerts the others shuffling around the abandoned cars. There are no parking lot lights on. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but I do know the faint moonlight casts eerie shadows over the zombies' faces, and that doesn't do much good in the way of bravery. Still, I stand up. My lower back shoots with pain. I can't stand straight at first, and there's a bruise already forming on my sternum. And when I take a deep breath, my lungs wheeze, causing me to double over with coughs. Blood covers my shirt. Whose blood it is, I'm not sure, but I hope and think it's not mine. There are small green needles from the bush we landed on in my hair, an array of scratches from the branches on my arms and legs. A different yet equally terrible pain goes through my thigh. I look down to see a purple gash. It's shaped like... I have to squint in the darkness to see it. A key? A key! I have long since lost the keys to my car, and I parked way too far away in an attempt to burn some extra calories. How stupid. So seeing Pat's key is like a sign from God. I have to act fast. I look down to his smiling face. You son of a bitch, I say. In the pocket of his gym shorts, a sliver of metal sticks out through ripped fabric. Let's see what a big shot like you drives. I pull the key free, ripping the fabric wider and exposing his milky white thighs, which are covered in an even coat of black hair. The remote start has the Cadillac emblem emblazoned on it, silver on black. I see 4 buttons: lock, unlock, start, and panic. I scan the parking lot for the Cadillac. The dead are coming in a thick wave. Their yellowish eyes glitter in the night. About 75 feet from where Pat and I landed is a 2-door coupe. It's black and slick as hell. Must have cost about $60,000. But I guess that's what a job destroying the world will get you. I press the panic button. It takes a moment, and for a second I think it's not going to work, or maybe it's not his car after all. But the lights start flashing yellow and white. A horn cuts through the collective snarls of the zombies coming for me. And as they register the bright lights and terrible noise, they spin around and shuffle in the Cadillac's direction. I let out the breath I was holding in, that sharp pain going through my chest and lungs. "Jack!" someone calls. I look up to see Abby's face floating above. "You're alive?" she asks. "Thank God." I pat myself the way a cop might frisk a sketchy-looking suspect. "Yeah, I think I am." "Is Pat?" "No." "Oh, thank you, Lord, thank you twice," she says. But she's quickly cut off by Miss Fox's shriek. "Shut up!" she yells to the old woman, then turns back to me. "Yeah, we could use a little help." "Working on it," I say in a loud whisper. "How are you up there?" "They're eating Isaiah. Some have broken from the pack and are heading toward the sound of the car," she shouts. "But they won't stop coming from the hatch." "Stay as far away from them as you can. Go hide behind those air units. I'll think of something." My head goes back to the parking lot. The dead have swarmed the car. They're clawing at the rolled-up windows, banging the metal, snarling at an empty front seat. It's kind of funny, I think, with a smile on my face. Pat probably double-parked to give his sweet ride as much room away from other cars as possible, and now zombies are junking it up. I pry my eyes away from them. There are 3 other cars on my side of the parking lot, none of which immediately offer me any help, and mine is the farthest away. The clock ticks, so I'll have to make use. One of the cars is a van, and I don't know what will be in the back, but I shuffle to it, feeling pain each time my feet hit concrete. There are no back windows. It's just a solid slab of black metal. I go around the front, trying both of the doors. Unsurprisingly, they're both locked. I'm going to have to break them, and sadly there's no way to break a window without it being loud. I pick up a piece of broken concrete, then take off my shirt. The Cadillac's alarm continues to blare, but I think even the sound of shattering glass will trump it. I wrap the shirt around my hand holding the concrete. I hear a splat, a sickening sound like a bag of wet laundry hitting the ground, landing on a sea of eggshells. I look up just in time to see a thin man with an arm half hanging from his socket step off the 2-story roof. He seems to fall forever, his dangling arm fluttering like a streamer. Then he lands in almost the exact same spot as whoever fell before him. Another follows, this one an obese woman. She faces the chirping Cadillac. I can see the longing look on her face, pure curiosity over the sights and sounds of the car, wondering whether it's a potential meal or not. She hits and the spray of blood speckles the van's windshield. I turn my head back to the window. I cock my hand back with the shirt wrapped tight around my knuckles. I imagine Freddy's face where my reflection is, then Pat's. They're similar enough for me to barely notice the change, but I realize I'm slowly going crazy. At least I know I am now. The glass shatters after 2 punches. I'm running mostly on rage and adrenaline, and I've only got a few seconds before my body starts screaming in pain from the fall I took. When I open the door, the inside light comes on. There's a steady dinging from the dashboard. An aroma of paint and stale body odor smacks me in the face. The first thing I see besides the brushes and cans in the back is a ladder. I've hit the jackpot. I climb inside to see how long the ladder is. It's not long enough to reach the roof, I'm sure. But if Abby and Miss Fox hang from the edge, they'll be able to get their footing and climb down. A much better choice than the way I went. I hit the unlock button and start to climb out of the cabin. As I do, my shoulder bumps the sun visor above the steering wheel, and something falls, cold against my skin before jingling on the van's floor. I look down at it, my eyes wide. This surprises me more than the ladder. It's a spare set of keys. 27. I hold them in my hands. They're surprisingly cold on this hot July night. Abby and Miss Fox are up on the roof, stranded, but the dead are falling off. Soon they'll be able to escape or at least hold out until more help arrives. I can leave them right now, go get Darlene, maybe even come back for them. Open your eyes, Jupiter, something inside me screams. They have the gun up there, at least I think. I don't know how many shots are left, but if worst came to worst and they can't hold the dead off, they can save 2 bullets for themselves. I take a deep breath, now catching the faint odor of cigarettes in the van. The thought leaves a bad taste in my mouth. No, I'm not like that. I'm not Pat, I'm not Freddy. I am better than them. I hop out and run around back, pop open the back door. The ladder is one of those metal jobs that slides out as opposed to stands on 2 legs. I can do both. Save them and Darlene. I can. I promise I can. I'm not a Huber. Another zombie falls from the roof. I follow its descent and look down at the aftermath. There's a pile of squirming bodies not far from where Pat and I landed. Blood runs down the pavement to a sewer grate. A red river. I have to fight down a feeling of sickness in my stomach, then a twinge of pain in my lower back. The ladder is halfway out of the open van. Pat's Cadillac still screams its shrill alarm, and I'm faintly aware of the other dead walking into the parking lot. Attracted and distracted by the noise, but for how long? Another splat. Miss Fox screams on the roof, barely audible. I'll have to run the ladder a little ways down the building, as far away from the pile and the Cadillac as I can manage, without drawing more attention to myself. "Jack!" Abby screams. She sounds panicked. "Hold on, I'm coming." I begin to mutter under my breath. But something barrels into me, knocking my head against the edge of the van's roof. A hissing noise fills my ears, like a leaking tank of propane. "Idiot," I think to myself. "You're such an idiot. You deserve to die." Warm, clammy hands touch my bare back. My heart shudders in my chest as I think a million different things at once. Why are these hands warm? Am I not the only alive man in this town? Has someone come to save us? I turn around, the hope in my heart blazing. But what I see quickly extinguishes all of it. 28. We had landed so hard on the ground. Pat's head split down the middle like one of Fred Flintstone's bowling balls. I had thought him to be double dead. No chance of coming back like the rest of them. Besides, he said he'd avoided the virus, that some of us would be immune. Guess he was wrong. His eyes glow yellow. Blood pours down from his exposed brains like red syrup. I smell the decay on him. But I see that same flicker of life in his burning stare, the look of having one last meal. He leans on top of me, sending my head crashing into one of the ladder's legs. It hurts, but I barely feel the pain. I flail my arms around like a drowning cat, then cross them over my face to prevent Pat from taking a chunk off my nose. He snarls, but I kick forward. The blow strikes him in the middle, sending his weight off of me. It gives me enough leeway to scramble into the van. I can't close the door because of the ladder, but now I have the higher ground. The cabin light is on. The dashboard chimes, warning me I have multiple doors open. Pat is up now, his face a twisted mess of rage. He begins to crawl into the van. I grab the ladder and push with all my strength, which isn't much, I realize as the ladder smacks him in the face and drives him back a few feet. He grips the metal legs, letting out a growl that is so inhuman that it causes the hair on the back of my neck to stand up in hackles. "Shit," I say. I still have the van's keys in my pockets, so I hop into the driver's seat and pop the key into the ignition. My strength may be non-existent, but I doubt he'll be able to hold on to the van once I get it going. Another idea pops into my head. One of the killing 2 birds with 1 stone things, Except it's more like killing one dead dude with a van while I use the extra height of the vehicle to set the ladder on its roof, thus getting Abby and Miss Fox out of harm's way. A peachy plan indeed. The van purrs to life. I waste no time shifting the gear into drive. Its headlights automatically flip on, bringing the terrible details to life from the pile of splattered bodies a ways in front of me. Abby is out from her hiding place on the roof, Miss Fox slumping next to her. She jumps up and down, waving her arms. In one hand is the unmistakable shape of the gun. She thinks I'm leaving them, abandoning them for the dead. To get under them, I cut the wheel to the right, heading for the front entrance. Our barricades have long since vanished, now looking more like the debris of a small war-torn town. I see more zombies amble around the inside, dark shadows in the faintly lit rec center. A man shuffling in the middle of the lot, unsure of which way to go, the blaring alarm of the Cadillac or the shiny new noise of the van, turns his head to look at me barreling toward him. Half of his jaw hangs near his chest. It seems to be only connected by a few strands of slimy red strings. There's muck under his eyes, but no surprise in them, as the headlights wash over his ruined clothes. The van flattens him. He goes under the wheels, causing everything in the van's back to jump. The metal ladder rattles, paint cans jingle. In the rear view, Pat still hangs on. The dead eyes staring at me, I slam on the brakes before crashing into the front doors. A dull thud hits right below the radio. Pat, along with everything else inside the van, lurches forward. But the dead, hungry look on his face never changes. I throw the gear shift into park, but keep the car running. Before I get out, my eyes are caught by what's slid up front. It's a hammer. The wood handle is worn and the metal is rusty. I pick it up. It's not a gun by any means, but it'll do the trick. Some of the dead have broken off from the caddy, now intrigued by the sight of the van. A gunshot goes off as I climb out of the cab. My knees pop with pain. A thunderstorm of a migraine brews from the back of my head to my eyes. Concussion, maybe. A budding hemorrhage, perhaps. Miss Fox screams, and Abby's voice follows, but I can't make out what she says. "All right, Pat, time to end this," I say. "I'm going to need that ladder." I round the van, seeing a twitching hand under the back tires. The man with the hanging mouth has a lot more to worry about than a dislocated jaw. Pat pushes off the back of the van sluggishly. He raises his arms out in front of him, as if he's going to hug me instead of tear me apart. I waste no time. The hammer is old and used, but like I said, it does the trick. I hit him square in the top of the head, right where it already split open and exposed red goopy brains. I don't hit him with the head of the hammer. No, I hit him with the claw. The points squelch into the soft mess, sending sprays of scarlet mist into my eyes. I do my best to ignore this disgusting side effect of re-murdering this asshole, and nearly pull my arm out of the socket as I try to free up the hammer for another hit. But I don't need another hit. The yellow in his eyes goes a few shades paler, like the last embers of a dying fire. He drops to his knees with the tool stuck in his head, fresh blood pouring over his face. His throat makes a wet click, and then he falls over on his side, twitching. I can't help the sick smile on my face. The gun goes off once more, a thunder crack over the blaring alarms. "Jack!" Abby screams. "Jack!" Despite falling 2 stories and almost dying, my body buzzes with adrenaline. I grip the end of the ladder and yank it free from the back. Leaning it up against the van, then I climb up to the roof of it. A couple more of the dead have taken an interest in the noises coming from this side of the parking lot. "Abby, come on!" I shout. And as I yell, an attempt to broadcast my voice over the sound of the alarm. The Cadillac shuts off. The dead and infected stop their snarls. I look to see them all turn their heads to the sound of my booming voice. Uh-oh. Then the gun explodes again. I see the flash from the muzzle. Abby's shaky arm holding it. A woman falls from the roof, splats about 2 feet from the hood of the van. Every last one of them, which has to be close to 100 zombies, looks up at me. Shit, I think. If that lady landed on the engine, I'd be walking back to Darlene. Gotta hurry up. Gotta save them and go. If I stand around looking like the world's biggest idiot, I'll have bigger problems than a broken car. The metal of the roof whines as I pull the ladder up to my position. Black paint curls off, revealing bright silver streaks. I stand the ladder up. It doesn't reach all the way to the top of the building, but it's only short a couple feet. Now, I shout. The two women linger for a moment, then kick into gear. Most of the herd atop of the roof turn their attention to Abby, but there are about 15 feet of space between the nearest one and her, at least as far as I can see. Hurry, I shout. 15 feet isn't much when it comes to a horde of the dead. I see her tuck the gun into her back pocket, and she goes from her knees to her stomach. Then she sticks a foot out to find the first rung. The ladder won't stand on the metal on its own, so I have to hold it. And as I stand here holding it, more dead swarm around the van. Their violent thrusts rock me. The ladder's bottom screeches against the metal, like nails on a chalkboard. They moan. They snarl. They reach out to me. One taps the heel of my shoe, causing me to jump and the ladder to shake. "Hey, asshole!" Abby screams. "Hold it steady!" "I'm trying." She's halfway down when Miss Fox follows. I can hear her whimpers over the crowd of the dead. Her foot struggles to find purchase for a second, and I think she might fall, but she doesn't. "That's it," I say. "Just like that, I got you." Abby skips the last 3 steps and lands on the roof with a hollow thunk. She aims the pistol at a couple of the closest zombies and fires a quick succession of 2 or 3 shots. I'm not sure because the noise is so loud right next to me, my brains scramble. I'm too focused on Miss Fox to really notice much of anything else. "Keep going," I yell. Her whimpers turn into a fit of laughter, and the laughter bleeds back into a shriek. I see a pale hand reach out and grab at her salt and pepper hair. "No!" I scream. But it is too late. She totters, making the ladder whine even as I hold it. And I can't be up there holding her hands and down here holding the ladder at the same time. Miss Fox falls, hitching in midair for a split second as the dead man tries to hold on to his potential meal by a fistful of hair. I hear it rip cleanly from her scalp. It sounds like Velcro. Her fall seems to last forever. During it, I swear she does the sign of the cross. Her body splats on the concrete. A thin mist of blood escapes the bald patch on her head. She's not dead. The fall didn't kill her. I watch her squirm on the ground for a moment. Her leg is bent at an angle that it shouldn't be bent at. There's a glitter of white shards and a growing pool of blood around her mouth that can't be anything but teeth. But, damn it, she's alive. I lurch forward to try to save her, not thinking clearly. I'll do anything to keep her alive. Thank God for Abby. She grabs me by the arm with hands that feel like claws. "No," she says. "We have to go. It's too late." There are tears in her eyes, fresh tears. The look tells me what happens to Miss Fox is not our fault. But I just can't accept that. I lunge again, her fingernails digging into me. "No, let's go. We have a car. Let's get the hell out of here." "How?" I shout, sweeping my arms over the crowd of the dead. They stare up at us with their hungry yellow eyes, some with fresh blood around their mouths and hands, moaning, groaning. She aims the gun at the windshield. As Miss Fox's screams ring the night air, she yells for God, for Jesus to save her. These unanswered prayers amplify as the zombies tear her apart. I can't look. A bullet hammers the glass, starring it. It's weak enough for me to stomp down, deftly avoiding a few dead hands. It buckles in the middle. I can't save Miss Fox because I have to save Darlene. It's that simple. The windshield pops out enough for me to wiggle a couple of fingers in between and pry it up. Then it's completely clear and mostly still intact. I pick it up. It's heavy, but I'm running on straight adrenaline. I barely notice the straining in my lower back or the fresh cuts and pieces of glass embedded into my skin. Go, I yell. Get the van moving. Abby freezes. I can't, she says. I narrow my eyes at her. Yes, you can. You have to. I'll fend them off as best I can. They won't even get near you. Dead hands beat on the roof like dying fish on a boat. You can do it, I say. The look on her face turns into a snarl. Then she plunges into the van's open windshield. I raise the fractured glass and swing it with all my might over her as she slides into the vehicle. A couple of the dead take the hit straight in the face, mutilating any semblance of who they used to be. They're scalped, basically, and they fall like downed bowling pins. The next thing I grab is the ladder. I take out about 5 more with the ladder, though only momentarily. The gears of the van grind. The jerky movement almost throws me off, and I have to crouch just to keep my balance. Now I am almost eye level with a man wearing the clothes of a priest. The white collar showing around his neck is dotted with blood. He's frumpy, too. And maybe a few hours ago I would have recognized him as the one who'd helped lay my mother to rest, but now he's unrecognizable. His bloody fingernails dig into the metal of the van like a can opener. I kick him square in the face, and he falls off. Sorry, I say. No hard feelings. The van bumps over a few of the dead, slowing us down. Abby steps on the gas. I lurch forward with the motion, barely keeping my balance. Go, go, I shout. And we do. The van's headlight, one must have broke as I parked it against the brick front of the building, sweeps over a sea of shambling dead and infected citizens, and we head up the small hill toward the street and the town square beyond. 29. We break through the pack pretty easily. The van chugs along until we are on the dark road. Trees surround us on one side, the rec center and the high school on the other side. When the last zombie is well behind us, I tap the roof 3 times and shout, "Stop!" over the whipping wind. Abby hears me and slows the van to a crawl. I come through the open windshield, not wanting to risk one of those things grabbing me from the woods, and I'm careful not to slice myself, although my hands are cut pretty deep and have since started to sting like I have a couple of bad paper cuts. I grab my balled-up shirt, shake bits of glass free from the fabric, then put it on. Abby stares forward at the dark road. "You okay?" I ask her, and she doesn't answer immediately. I nudge her with my elbow. There is blood on her face. I don't think it's hers. She looks like she's been through hell and back, but so do I. "Yeah," she says. Her voice is small. "Now what?" "I saved my fiancée," I answer. That's all that matters now. Not Pat, not Ryan, not Kevin, Isaiah, Earl, or Miss Fox. It's behind me now. We switch spots. I'm in the driver's seat. Abby looks at me, tears brimming in her eyes. A series of shuddering sobs shakes her entire body, practically the entire van. I've done it. There I go, not caring about anyone else's feelings, as Darlene has put it so bluntly. Abby has loved ones too. We're in this together. Hesitantly, I stick my hand out to pat her on the back. I've never been good at this kind of thing, comforting people. It's awkward, and really, how can I make her feel comfortable in this mess? Abby, what about you? Your mom and dad? I don't want to just leave. She cuts me off, her voice shaking. There's nothing for me here. My mom doesn't love me. Dad left. She looks up at me. You know, I've only met him 2 times. And the last time I saw him, he barely even talked to me. I was 8, and his idea of fun was to take me to Home Depot. Me, an 8-year-old girl, to the freaking hardware store. Not to Build-A-Bear, not to get ice cream, or anything fun like that. He gave me 50 cents and said, "Go buy yourself some bubble gum, kid. I'll be by the power tools." What kind of asshole does that? I just shake my head, even though I know exactly the type of asshole who would do it. It's the type of father Woodhaven is so fond of. The Pat Hubers, the Mr. Cages, the long-lost Ben Jupiter. I don't say this. There's no need. I don't know, I say instead. Now's not the time to have a therapy session. Not in the middle of the zombie apocalypse. What about your mom? Was she sick? Do you think she turned? Abby closes her eyes. A tear rolls down her face. When I left for work today, she wasn't. But that doesn't mean anything. She smokes like a chimney. Always looks pale and sounds like she's battling bronchitis. I know she wanted to go to the festival, or at least watch the fireworks from the backyard. Abby snorts back a burst of laughter. As if she doesn't see enough of those when she pops her Vicodin. So, Jack, her current state of health beats me. I'd bet money she's dead. Just as I'd bet money your Darlene is dead too. Nothing personal. That's just the way it is. I don't know what to say. And I just stare at her with my mouth slightly open. My heart breaks slowly. I can feel every crack and fracture from its starting point to its end point. That thought was always in the back of my mind. Hell, I saw enough death and chaos at the gym to realize Darlene wouldn't have a chance on her own. But I'm not going to give up. I love her, damn it. I have to know. Abby swipes her eyes with the back of her hand. I'm sorry. It's just... I shake my head. Don't worry about it. We have a gun. It's my dad's old hunting rifle, she says. And those words are better than any apology. I won't be able to save Darlene if I'm unarmed. If the motel is anything like the rec center was, then I'll need a rocket launcher. But a hunting rifle, well, it's better than nothing. Where do you live? Dim Light, Abby answers. Perfect. Right on the way to the square. I shift the van into gear, hearing the steady hum of the engine, its vibrations through the steering wheel. And I drive toward certain death. 30. It's a straight shot to the town square once I turn down East Avenue, maybe about half a mile away. The smartest choice would be for me to go the long way, but the van has started to cough when I drive over 30 miles per hour, and I don't think it'll last much longer. So straight shot it is. The street is lined with abandoned cars. They're parked off to the side. 2 tires on the road, 2 tires in the ditch. Nice cars, too. The festival brings a lot of out-of-towners in. people who are better off than the fast food and steel mill workers who inhabit Woodhaven. Maybe one of these cars would be a better option. Maybe they would run long enough for me to get halfway across the country. Problem is, their keys are probably in some dead person's cargo shorts, and we don't have time to search for them. Nor do I want to. I'll keep the van for now. Abby hasn't spoken in a few minutes, though I'll hear her shudder from time to time. A shadowy figure stumbles onto the road, moving like the ones at the gym. I slow the car to a crawl. Does this ever end? The shadowy figure pulls up on our right. It's a dead man, wearing a Beat Woodhaven shirt. There are claw marks across his chest, loose flesh dangling from his chin. Even in death, I say, Northington people are still assholes. This makes Abby chuckle. Then she double takes. Whoa, I think I know that guy, she says. My mouth turns to a thin line. Where we're going to know a lot of people. Except they're not people anymore, no matter how much they may look like it. Small American flags are stuck in the grass on each side of the street, intermittently hidden between the cars. Their red, white, and blue colors sing in the night. I stop the van at the crest of the hill that leads directly into the heart of the town. We stare at the chaos through the wide open windshield. All of the businesses have their lights on. A Speedway gas station, McDonald's, a Mexican restaurant whose name I could never pronounce. There's a handful of fare vendors, too, with signs like, Best dang funnel cakes this side of the Mississippi, hot fries, fresh squeezed lemonade. There's even a petting zoo in the middle of the street. The fence keeping in the small animals, goats, mules, pigs, llamas, and more, has long since been destroyed. Some of the animals lay in a pool of red, picked clean, nothing but furry husks of bone. It's easy to see the crowd of people shambling about. The ones who have exhausted all sources of food but are too stupid to move with the rest of the herd that fell upon the recreation center. And believe me, there's a lot of stupid. This crowd makes the crowd at the gym look like Rhode Island next to Texas. Some of them hunch over the last remnants of their meals, hands digging greedily into some faceless stranger or the remains of an animal. I can't help but think one of those people is Darlene or my brother. The thought stings, causing me to almost pull over. I can't, though. I've come this far. Have to keep going. It's hell, Abby says. Hell on earth. I can't help but agree, not saying anything but nodding. At the end of all this chaos, shining like a beacon of hope, is the Woodhaven motel sign. Yeah, we'll really need Abby's gun. Stop, Abby says. There, turn there. It's been so long since my high school bus went this route, I almost forgot where the turn to Abby's neighborhood was. The van barks and wheezes with the turn. You wouldn't happen to have a better car? Better than this piece of shit? Abby laughs. It's sad, but no, we don't. We laugh together, the thin understanding that nice cars in Woodhaven are like a leprechaun's pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. I turn down our street, and the smell that wafts through the windows of burning trash and factory pollution assures me I have not taken a wrong turn. Welcome to Dim Light Village. About 2 minutes later, I park the van in front of a metal box that dares call itself a trailer. It's covered in rust and overgrown lichen. A large tree stands to the left. Branches hang out over it like suicidal people over a bridge. From a nearby nest on one of the branches, birds sit in a row of 3. 2 of them unload white surprises on the trailer's facade. It's so quiet I can hear the dinging of each one of their droppings like some sort of trailer park theme song. Abby doesn't notice this, and why should she? She's probably put up with it for many years. It's desensitization. But for me, this is a shock. Woodhaven is not the prettiest of places, not rich, not a vacation spot. But I grew up on the other side of the tracks. Again, not rich, but better than this. Compared to where I live in Chicago, the trailer park is even more shocking. I've forgotten what my hometown was truly like once you take off its cheap makeup and reveal its blemishes. "Stay here. Keep the engine running. I'll get the gun," she says. "You gonna be okay?" She snorts. "I'm not a child." She gets out and bounds up to the trailer door. Like most places around this part of town, the door is locked. I hear her sharp knocks. No answer. She looks over her shoulder at me and shrugs. About a second later, she bends down and pulls a spare key free from underneath a welcome mat. The door creaks like the hinges are completely made of rust. Another faint smell of burning trash hits my nose. I look around the car, make sure there's nothing sneaking up on us. So far, there isn't. A shout causes me to bring my head up around, and I see a light flip on the opposite side of the trailer. This side of town doesn't seem to have lost power yet. I see Abby's silhouette holding a rifle, but on the other end, I see another figure. This one is slumping, shambling along like one of the dead. Abby's mother, I think, giving me that terrible sinking feeling I've been hit with all day. I jump out of the van, the gun, with God knows how many shots left, in my hand. 31. I kick open the door like a police officer in one of the cop shows Darlene is so fond of. The thin wood almost shatters beneath my running shoe. A burst of cigarette smoke and old unwashed dishes pummel my nostrils. I am directly in the middle of them. One is a figure wearing a pink nightgown, graying hair and yellow rollers on her head, a face old and ruined from smoking pack after pack, backlit by the bright glow of a muted television. The other is Abby, who is holding her father's hunting rifle. Abby's mother turns to look at me, her yellowish eyes lighting up, a perpetual snarl on her face. She reaches her hands out, willing me to fall into her grip. I raise the gun. "No," Abby shouts. "Don't! Leave her alone!" I can't. She's about 5 seconds away from grabbing a hold of me. I slip out of the doorway, not watching where I'm going, and fall over a chair in the kitchen. My weight carries me onto the kitchen table, flipping it over, causing an ashtray filled with butts and ash to cascade over my head. Not smooth. Not Johnny Deadslayer smooth at all. The gun skitters across the moldy linoleum. I faintly see it wedge under the refrigerator. "Do something," I wheeze as the woman gets closer. Rattles escape her open mouth. Black sludge drips from the sides of her lips. Sludge that's probably been building up in her lungs for who knows how long. A hand closes around my ankles. I scrabble on the floor, knocking forks and plates everywhere. "Abby!" I scream. Her mother drops in front of me like a sack of bricks, teeth exposed, ready to clamp around the flesh of my calves. With my free leg, I kick at her, but she's not going anywhere. She's hungry. Hungrier than all the others. I claw at her face. My fingers jam against the rough, wrinkled skin. Yellow fluid pulses from her nose, dribbles down her upper lip, threatening to coat me. I draw back. It's lost. Either die by disease or die by teeth. There is no... A gunshot cracks, all but blowing my eardrums to smithereens. Inside the small tin box of the trailer, it's like someone set off a nuclear bomb. My eyes reflexively shut. I scream, but I don't hear my own voice. only feel the sound grating the inside of my throat. Then it's all over. As fast as it started, it's over. When I open my eyes, I regret that decision. Abby's mom is splayed out on the checkered kitchen tile, what is left of her head resting on her bare, varicose vein-ridden arm. There's a growing pool of blood coming up to my body like a high tide. I'm too stunned to move. I hear Abby sniffling. I turn to look at her, all my senses coming back to me in a roar. The gun smoke, the cigarette smoke, the death, vibrant red, dull yellows of the plastic kitchen chairs, my own heartbeat thrumming in my chest, the slightly jagged sound of Abby's mom's final death rattle. Abby holds the gun at her shoulder. I see it waver and shake. Catching the glint of the sterile white light overhead hit the barrel. "Abby," I say, trying to get up, trying desperately harder not to slip in her mom's blood. She doesn't answer. I'm up now, making sure I'm not in the gun's line of sight. I reach a hand out. Heat blazes in the rifle's long muzzle. I push the barrel down so it points at the kitchen floor. Outside of the window, a figure passes lazily by. Another follows. I hear their moans as clearly as I heard them back at the rec center. Abby, we have to go. We have to go now," I say. She seems to take no notice. I grab her by the arms, give her a slight shake. Her body is as stiff as one of the dead. Her eyes are wide open, staring endlessly at the thing that used to be her mother. A hand slaps the metal outside. We both jump, as if it's a wake-up call. She looks at me, directly into my eyes. "What did I do?" she says. "What did I just do? You saved my life," I answer for her. "You had to do it. But right now, we have to go. Is there a back door out of here?" Tears roll down her face as she nods. Yeah, through the bedroom. But watch your step, there's a drop." "I shot my mom. Holy shit, I shot my mom." "What do you mean, watch my step? You're coming with me." The growling outside grows louder. The gunshot drew them, damn it. There are only a few slivers of light between their dark shadows crowding the window. "I can't," she says. More slaps. These against the glass. "Yes, you can. You have to. What other choice do you have? Stay here and die?" "What other choice do I have out there?" she yells back at me. "I'll die out there. So will you. And your fiancée? She's probably already dead. Like my mom. Like my fucking mom." The glass blows inward in a spray of shards. I grab her by the arm. She shrugs me off. "I'll come. But you have to give me a minute." Her voice is oddly calm amidst all the chaos. Pale limbs push through the rest of the window, feeling around the wall with gnarled, arthritic-looking hands. The pool of blood has steadily taken over the entire small kitchen floor. A face shows itself through the thin veil of curtains. It's the face of a middle-aged man. He wears a trekker's cap on his head, a ratty black goatee on his face stained with bits of gray and red. He's got the wild, infected look in his eyes. More of those eyes glow behind him and to each of his sides. "Just give me a minute," Abby repeats. But we both know we don't have a minute. She bends down anyway. A hand reaches out to touch her mother's. "I'm so sorry," she says in a hoarse whisper. "I'm so sorry for never being there. The sound of busting hinges cuts her off. They haven't learned how to work a doorknob, but they know anything will budge with enough force. Abby raises her voice as if to shout over it. As if the louder she speaks, the less likely any of this is happening. "I wasn't the best daughter. I never listened. I always complained. Broke the rules." "Abby, The door falls onto the small section of shag carpet with muffled grace. But the dead push in. I grab the gun from Abby, but I don't fire it at the first one who's broken through. Instead, I raise the rifle up like a club and swing down on the man with the trucker cap. There's a loud crack as his skull caves in and brains ooze out. My back barks with pain. I gave the blow everything I had. There's no way I can do that again for 20 more. Plus, I need to conserve ammo to get to Darlene. Abby, now! I grab her fringed rec center employee shirt. I love you, Mom, she wheezes as I yank her up. A claw-like hand swings at her, missing by inches. The person who it belongs to, a girl with her blonde hair greased in blood, falls down on Abby's mother with a wet splat. But her eyes never see the dead woman she landed on. No, they just focus on us. We turn through a small doorway. Beads hang down from the frame, creating a very distorted picture of Jesus. I plunge in. There's a small bed in one corner without a sheet, a nightstand next to it. An ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts sits atop a Bible. The door I see looks like a closet, but I feel the warmth from outside blowing through the cracks, and I open it. Abby is too lost to help me. She looks around the room with nostalgia-tinted lenses, realizing she's going to have to leave all of this behind. The door opens up to a bald patch of dirt. There is another trailer across from us that looks almost exactly the same as Abby's, except for the Christmas wreath on the door. Don't they know Christmas isn't for another 5 months? My guess is, yeah, they probably do. And if I went in there, a tree would be up in the corner of their tiny living room like it's been since 1985. Shadows shuffle around inside. Maybe I'll leave their year-long Christmas alone. I have Abby's forearm in my left hand, the gun in the other. I'm dragging her around like a tired dog through the park. She's sniffling, not all here, but her legs still move. That's all I can ask for. I press my shoulder to the side of the trailer. A puff of rust escapes the space between two metal sheets. Even in this heat, I can feel the coldness through my shirt. I peek around the corner. There are 2 ambling corpses not smart enough to follow the others inside. We shouldn't have a problem getting past them. I turn to Abby. Hey, I whisper. I need you right now, okay? I need you to be brave and smart. She looks at me with foggy eyes, like she's just woken up. She nods. Abby, I say again, snapping my fingers. I mean it. We are going to make a run for the van, but it's not safe. So if you are too slow and you stumble and fall, I might not be able to come back and save you. I sigh. Abby, you did good, okay? You did what you should have done. That wasn't your mother. As if me bringing up her dead mom is a kick to the head, Abby's eyes lose their glazed look. I'll be okay, Jack. Let's go, she says. I look at her and nod, knowing she will be. Abby is strong, stronger than me. I give her the gun. We turn and run for the vehicle. I get my hand on the door handle right when I hear the crack of skulls. 2 quick thumps, then 2 bodies hit the ground. Abby is in before me. Blood speckles her forehead, and her face is red. I see her hand shaking as she sets the rifle between the 2 front seats. She gives me a nod, then says, I knew them too. The Butterfields. They used to babysit me when I was younger. My lips part to say something comforting, but she doesn't let me. Besides, what could I say? I didn't like them much. Always put me to bed before 9. I start the car, hit the gas, and get the hell out of Trailer Parkville. 32. The gunshot that killed Abby's mother did more than just attract a few of the dead. As I drive up the bumpy dirt road leading us onto the hill, I swerve back and forth like a drunk, trying to avoid the zombies. Their hands reach out to us, eyes lighting up as if the greatest meal they'll ever have is locked behind the metal walls of the van. The closer we get, the more there are. I hit one, hearing its pain snarls and coins jingling in the cup holder to my right as the body rolls under the back left tire. Another throws itself at the front of the van. I'm not driving fast either. 15 miles per hour. There's no windshield to block us from the dead. So as I hit the bastard, I hope he doesn't roll up over the hood and end up being another passenger. He doesn't. Instead, he's lost under the tires like his friend. The hill isn't as thick with the dead as the road which leads to the dim light villages. I turn right so I'm looking down at the gradual decline and into the town square. If all things were normal, I'd be looking at a group of people laughing, dancing, having a good time. But I'm not. What I am looking at is a graveyard, a wasteland. "Jack," Abby says. Her voice is weak and shaky. "Jack, look at that." "Yeah," I say. "So what?" She inhales deeply. This girl is younger than me by almost a decade, and somehow she makes me feel like I'm a kid again, who's getting yelled at for not doing their homework. Oh, Jupiter, what are we going to do with you? You won't get anywhere in life if you never do your schoolwork, blah, blah, blah. Still, she reminds me of a sister I never had. A sister, younger or older, would have always been there to be the level-headed one. That much I always knew, especially when you grow up with Norman Jupiter as your older brother. Norman, who would have said, "Hey, Jack, go stick your head in that bulldog's mouth. What's the worst that could happen?" with a huge smile on his face. Part of me hopes he is all right, while another part of me thinks it's perfectly normal for the world to seemingly end while he's back in town. What other way could it? "We aren't going to survive in that," Abby says. "Saving Darlene is a suicide mission." She's right, but I'm willing to commit suicide. In the faint red glow of the taillights, a few zombies shamble toward the car. I'm not worried. They move about as fast as turtles. One of them is even crawling, their legs now broken and worthless. We have time. Time to figure this out. Then we split up, I say. Go our separate ways. Abby's features seem to melt off her face. She's a blank slate. Her lips settle to a thin line. "No," she says. "You didn't leave me. I'm not going to leave you." Her answer makes me feel a little better. I know I can't do this alone. I smile. Then we fight our way to the motel. "I just wish I knew this wasn't for nothing. I wish I knew she was—" She stops mid-sentence and turns her head to look out the broken windshield. Her mouth drops open. "What?" I say. "What?" This time a little more frantic. Her shaky hand raises to point ahead. I follow her index finger, and what I see fills my heart with hope. Just as the first corpse reaches the tail end of the van, thumping it with rage, I throw the gear shift into drive and roll down the hill. 33. The sign, which reads Woodhaven Motel, glows bright. It's meant to catch the eye of weary truckers who drive down 760 with a deep longing for a bed and a hot shower. The next rest stop isn't for another couple hours down the interstate. There used to be one a few miles from Woodhaven, but it has long since been turned into a junkie shoot-up gallery. The truckers who routinely pass the town on their way to wherever it is they are going know their best bet for a decent meal and a good night's sleep is the Woodhaven Motel. And, if I'm being totally honest here, their best bet for a midnight romp with Trixie or Delilah. This sign meant to catch attention has been glowing steadily since Abby and I parked at the top of the hill. But now, it flickers. Not just shoddy electricity flickering, no. This is all-out Morse code flickering. Someone is there, and someone saw our headlights in the darkness, and now they're trying to catch our attention. My foot is on the brakes as we coast down the hill. I hit a roadblock going about 20 miles per hour and turn it into splinters of plastic. Orange and white dance off of the hood of the car. Abby muffles a scream, shielding her face. Me? I just take it. Johnny Deadslayer wouldn't flinch. The smooth pavement of the roads is no longer beneath us. Now the tires roll over the downed, mutilated bodies of the festival-goers. Each rotation is met with a noise of boots stomping in mud. Squelch, squelch, squelch. But I hardly hear it. Blood sprays up in front and behind us. Any other time, I'd be vomiting out of the driver's side window, I'm sure. All I can think about is Darlene. Her eyes glowing in the dark like a cat's. Her hair, so soft and always smelling of cherries, of life, not of the putrid stink of death all around us. She has to be alive. Don't tell me I'm getting showered in zombie blood for nothing. Life can't be that unfair. I am in a daydream, dimly aware of Abby's shouts. To me, they sound like whispers. Jack! The scream shatters my longing for Darlene like a sledgehammer shatters glass. I turn to look at her, and she's pointing again, but this time not at the sign. She's pointing at the parade float in front of us. 2 tires on the sidewalk, 2 tires on the road. I didn't even see it. Had I been paying attention to the best of my ability, I don't think I would have seen it anyway. It's one of those terrible papier-mâché jobs the high school art club throws together after classes are out for the day. I know this because it's a big brown woodchuck with a football in its hand. Good old Woodhaven woodchucks. I remember seeing the art nerds back when I was in high school, but let's be honest, I wasn't cool enough to hang with them. This float is sort of a tradition. I cut the wheel at the last moment, feeling the tire slip out from my control. The road's too slick with blood and guts. The van is too beaten up. Abby's screams pierce my eardrums, somehow louder than the sound of the squealing tires. The van careens off of the road, jumps the curb with a loud thud followed by a pop that can't be anything but a blown tire. My hands are off the wheel now. I'm no longer in control. The car rolls. We are thrown around like rag dolls, only restrained by the loose seatbelts cutting across our chests and hips. I take to screaming too, but I can't hear it over the sounds of crunching metal and chaos. The airbag blows out of the steering wheel, punching me in the face harder than Freddie Huber has ever punched me. Blood spurts from my nose. It trickles down my lips and into my mouth, tasting faintly metallic. Then, all is quiet except for a warbled drone from the dashboard. The faint smell of fire reaches my nose. I feel like passing out, but the smell brings me back to attention. I see an arm next to me. A stream of blood flows down it like rain down a window pane. Oh, I say, my head. My voice sounds so weak that I think I'm dead. Maybe I'm a ghost. Maybe this is the afterlife. Your head? Abby says with a tang of sarcasm. What about my head? I look up, and there's a gash on Abby's forehead like a lightning bolt. Blood rolls from it, but doesn't drop down her cheeks. It falls upward, where her hair is splayed out in suspended animation. That's when I realize what has happened. We landed on the van's roof, You okay? I ask, trying to sound manly, trying to sound in control, but knowing this is all my fault. Her answer comes in the form of a clicking seatbelt, then the thud of her body hitting the ceiling of the van. She crunches a bit of glass with her elbows as she crawls forward through the windowless passenger door. Well, okay then, I say under my breath. Jack, hurry up, Abby says. They're coming. I already figured that, but I chose to keep my mouth shut. The van's on fire, she finishes. Well, fuck. My fingers start moving faster. Never in my life have they felt so much like sausages. Finally, I find the red button which releases me from this metal prison and drop to the ceiling. Do you see the guns? Abby yells. I stop, take a look over my shoulder and scan the interior as quick as I can. There's not much left of anything in the van. Mostly just dented metal and ripped upholstery. It's like looking inside of a garbage disposal. No, I shout back. Her bloody arm reaches out to me and pulls me the rest of the way. We are in a parking lot. It takes me a moment to realize that, then a moment longer to realize what parking lot we're in, and then another moment to realize the army of the dead with their glowing yellow eyes are practically licking their lips as they lumber toward us. The lit sign to my right reads Eddie's Drug Mart, a family-owned drugstore which is a lot like a more expensive Rite Aid. Greasy black smoke billows up around the sign. It comes from the overturned van, now spewing flames. Abby still has a hold of my arm as I get off of the pavement. There are no cars in the parking lot aside from the one I stole from the rec center, but we did manage to knock over a small lemonade stand with a sign that reads, Support the local Girl Scouts. Buy fresh squeezed lemonade, only 25 cents a cup. Sorry, Girl Scouts. A few bodies are strewn to my left and right, their faces indistinguishable, nothing but a mess of chewed skin. I can't help but think how much they resemble Hamburger Helper. Abby grips me tighter and pulls. Come on, through here. And we are running. Well, she's running, and I try to do something that mimics running, but my ribs are definitely broken, and my head feels all woozy. She pulls me toward Eddie's front entrance, which is going to be locked, I just know it. If I recall correctly, Eddie was an old man last time I was in town, always complaining about those damn high school kids coming in and stealing my candy and soda pops. If Everson is still alive, then Eddie certainly is. There's no way he would have left it unlocked during the town's biggest celebration either. Abby pushes it, and what do you know? It's locked. She doesn't let that slow her down. She picks up a rock from beneath a flower bed and cocks it back behind her head. The glass shatters on the first blow, sending large chunks to her feet. With her other hand, she pushes through the opening and clicks the lock. At first glance, you'd think Abby has done her fair share of breaking and entering. The motel, I say, feeling not only pain in my ribs but also my heart, as I slowly realize the chances of us surviving this dip to zero with each shambling zombie step coming from up behind us. I need to get to the motel. She ignores me and throws the door open. Above her, a bell chimes, signaling her entry. Something tells me Mr. Eddie won't be there to eye her suspiciously from behind his front counter. Abby, look behind you, she says. I do. The burning van has attracted what seems to be the whole fucking town. Skin hangs from their faces. Blood stains their clothes. They sway like drunks. Some of them have spotted Abby and me. They don't care for fire. They only care about the food. I will fight every last one of them to get to Darlene. I am so close I can smell her cherry-scented hair. I see the Girl Scouts who were there to sell lemonade. Their faces are ashy, but for the most part clean. You might not think they were reanimated corpses if you didn't see their guts hanging from their stomachs. trailing up behind them like wedding gowns they'll never get to wear when they grow up. Beyond this group, there are more. Dare I say the whole county? They bump shoulder to shoulder, moaning and groaning, dripping with death and looking like a horror movie's worst nightmare. And that's saying something coming from a man who makes a living writing this crap. 2 of them were about 3 feet closer than I'm comfortable with. It's a man and woman, and something about the way they walked together tells me they were once married before all this went down. So does the matching American flag shirts. If they decided to walk a little faster and maybe lunge, they would have 1 large helping of Jack Jupiter for dinner this evening. I'm not offering, so I follow Abby into the drugstore. "Help me," she says. "They'll break through the glass eventually, and I don't know how much time you're going to need. Once the fire burns out or the van explodes, they'll be knocking on the door." Inside, the store hasn't changed at all. There are rows of small shelves containing all sorts of bare essentials: toothpaste, toothbrushes, bread, peanut butter, soap, hairspray, brushes, milk, and cold drinks on the far side. But closest to us is a magazine rack, full of Time, Life, Cosmopolitan, Us Weekly, those weird tabloid magazines, which today read, "Is the President an Alien?" page 3, next to a picture of a man in a suit and tie with the face of some kind of blue reptile, which is obviously fake. Abby and I grab the magazine rack and slide it across the tile floor. It makes a ferocious squeaking sound that has me wanting to scrape out my eardrums with a fork, and an even more ferocious burst of pain in my arms and ribs. Other than that, it works. "They'll push it over," Abby says, "if enough of them come this way, but it'll hold while we regroup." I nod, hoping she's right. I've been trapped enough today. The couple bang on the door, rattling its hinges. The fire must be more entertaining because after a minute the banging stops, and I hear them scuffle away. "Let's get you bandaged up," I say. "You look like you've just been in a car." "Well, never mind. That was my fault. I didn't even see the float there." "I'm okay," Abby says, walking over to the aisle where the dish towels are. She throws me one, then starts wiping away the already drying blood from her forehead. "I think there's some peroxide right down there," I say, pointing. "Been a while since I've been in here." I look to the door, which is almost completely covered by the magazine display, only offering a little slice of the parking lot and surrounding street. Through that slice, the outside looks and sounds like the world is ending. "Not much has changed," Abby says. "Still think there's that Coke machine behind the counter? You know, the one that only costs a dime and gives you the glass bottles?" Abby shrugs, then turns back to the peroxide. "I'll go look," I say. The front counter is a relic of the 1950s. It's made of old wood and there's a window built in the front of it, showcasing a bunch of tobacco and cigarettes. The register is a dinosaur, one where you punch in the price of the item instead of scanning a barcode. It's both cool and unsettling to see. Sure enough, the Coke machine is there, also prehistoric. But man, I'm thirsty, and nothing tastes better than a cold Coca-Cola when you're thirsty. As I walk around the counter, I say to Abby in a raised whisper, "I can't believe Darlene is all right." "She might not be, Jack. Don't get your hopes up too much." Her words are like bullets to my heart. She's right. It might not even be Darlene. Might be some other survivors waiting for their guardian angels to show them the way to safety. Abby must realize her bluntness because she says, "But if it is Darlene, which it very well could be, then she's safe for the moment. It's us I'm worried about." I find a dime in the leave a penny, take a penny tray. Then I put it in the Coke machine. The gears or whatever inside the machine whir, and an ice-cold glass bottle of Coca-Cola fills my hand. I pop the top with the machine's built-in bottle opener. I'm sure there are a lot of people trapped, waiting for this thing to blow over, Abby continues. And those are the ones who are smart enough to not try to take these things on. Zombies, I say. No need to be coy about it. George A. Romero hit it right on the head. I'm looking at a display behind the counter. It's shrouded in darkness. The color is muted, but unmistakably red, white, and blue. A cardboard Uncle Sam points at me with a speech bubble coming from his mouth. It says, Uncle Sam wants you to celebrate the 4th of July with fantastic phantom fireworks. Whatever. The only problem, Abby says, is that we aren't smart enough to just hole up until help arrives. And I'm okay with that. I don't want to end up like my mother. I want to get the hell out of this town. We just need a distraction less dangerous than a burning van. Distraction, I say, reaching out and grabbing a thick red rocket. I think I found our distraction. Huh? She says. She comes up the aisle to where I'm standing. Fireworks, I say. I turn to her and see her looking at me with an arched eyebrow. For a moment, I feel like my older brother, who was obsessed with fire and explosives like the rest of the kids we grew up with in our neighborhood. Fireworks, really? It's not much. Nothing like what the town has stored up for tonight. But it'll distract them enough for us to get a clear shot to the motel. This I'm sure of. We need guns and knives, Jack. Weapons. Abby shakes her head. There's got to be a way out the back. And I know there's an old ladder that goes up to the roof, I say, grabbing a few of the bottle rockets in one hand and a fistful of Roman candles in the other. Not the roof again. Jack, don't you ever learn? Grab me a lighter. She frowns. Will you just trust me for once? I say, a smile on my face. 34. Through the back door marked Employees Only is an array of shelves. On them sits boxes of the stuff that is sold in the front. There's a small table and 2 chairs, an ashtray in the middle of it filled with old butts, and a deck of cards near one of the chairs. There is also a door. It is a looming metal door, with green paint that is now peeling and scratched in places. Claw marks from a dog Mr. Eddie must have kept back here, or the thieving high school kids. In the door is a small window. The window is fogged over, but I see the brick building on the other side of it. The bricks belong to the family practitioner, Doc Hudson, who, like his father before him and his father's father before him, is the Woodhaven town doctor. I only know those bricks because every time my mom tried to bring me here for my routine checkup, after one too many bad experiences with booster shots and finger pricks, I would break out of her grip and go running down the alley. In 10 years, I really doubt much has changed, especially the ladder that runs up the side of Eddie's drugstore. Nothing much ever changes in Woodhaven. Abby's shoes slap the floor behind me. I stop at the door, standing on my tiptoes to get a better view through the foggy glass. Later, I say. Abby hands me a cheap plastic Bic which I pocket. It's dark outside, but from what I see, there's no movement. The van fire must be a pretty good distraction, for this side of the town square at least. Wait, Abby says just as I grip the door handle. What's the plan? I don't know the plan. Oh, I say. I thought it was pretty self-explanatory. Sorry, I'm not a smart guy like you. Just give me the gist. If there's nothing out there, we try to sneak to the motel. With no weapons, Abby says, a frown on her face. I pat the Roman candles in my hand. She pinches the bridge of her nose, then stalks off back out to the front of the store. A moment later, she comes back with 2 broom handles, their bristles detached. Unlike the late Ryan's broom handle, these aren't sharpened, Here, she says. It's not much, but it's better than fireworks. I narrow my eyes at her. You ready? No, she says. I push the door open. The air is hot and stuffy. A typical July 4th weekend in Woodhaven, Ohio. A thick smell of garbage pummels my nostrils. But as I look to the metal cans to the right of the back door, I notice they're empty. The smell I smell is death, and it hangs all around us. I'll never get used to it. I can faintly hear their moans, their questioning, hungry moans, then the scuffle of dead feet over the pavement. I try not to picture, too, those feet belonging to Darlene. I point to the left where the ladder is. Even in the faint glow of the moonlight, I can see the specks of orange rust on the metal. We walk. Abby stops abruptly, and it takes me a second to register why she has. A slow-moving horde passes by the entrance to the alleyway. Their faces are fixed on something, not looking toward us, but seeing them like that. So close, so determined, like a pack of wild animals roving the street for meat. Almost stops my heart in my chest. I don't know I've walked backward until my heel bumps the trash can and the lid falls and clangs off the concrete. It sounds like a truck smashing into a gong in the stillness of the night. I try to turn to steady it, to try to stop the vibrations, but that only makes it worse. The car accident has stripped me of whatever little grace and balance I had before, and when I grab the can, I only knock it into the other and send it rolling down the alley. It could probably be heard in Indiana. It's that loud. Abby looks at me, her face drained of all color. Shit, she says under her breath. The horde stops. In one motion, they all turn their infected gazes toward us. Their mouths are open, letting out deep groans, hungry groans. Go, go, I say. The adrenaline coursing through my veins is not enough to vanquish the impending doom hanging over us. We can get to the ladder and climb it if we hustle. But my arms and legs are beaten, maybe even broken, and I'm not as fast as I used to be. We run, looking like two armies charging head-to-head in some great battle. We aren't going to make it, Abby shouts as the dead get closer and closer. I hear her footsteps stop, then start retreating. I can't look back. I've crossed the point of no return. And just as I reach out to grip the flaky rung of the ladder, a dead hand snags my arm. It belongs to a woman of about 40, eternally 40 now, whose mouth hangs wide open. Sludge pours from her moving lips. I rip my arm away from her grip, then, acting on full instinct, kick out with my leg. A burst of white-hot pain ripples through my bones, but it sends the group stumbling back. I have enough room to climb up the ladder, and boy, do I climb fast. Hey, Abby shouts. She's trying to distract the group from me. I see her in the doorway of the drugstore, one hand wrapped tightly around its handle. The horde couldn't care less about her. She's too far away. The real meal is right under their noses. Stay put, I shout. I'll find a way. But really the only thing I think about is survival. Flakes of orange and black drift from the rungs with every hurried step. Most of the fireworks haven't fallen from my grip, cascading down to be stomped by the dead. I reach the top, breathing hard. Then I take a look down to the alley. About 30 of the dead are grouped there, their hands up to the sky, gnarled fingers opening and closing as they hope for me to drop. Not gonna happen. My feet have touched the surface of the roof now. For the moment, I am safe, but I am that much farther from reuniting with Darlene. I turn around to look at where I'm at, to see if the roof has changed much since I was a scared 8-year-old who didn't want to get his shots. It hasn't beside the concrete boxes with their fans slowly whirring inside of them. I guess Eddie or his descendants finally sprung for some central heating and cooling. The roof seems to stretch for almost a full block, but I think I'm just suffering from shock. The parapet comes up to the middle of my thighs. Not safe if I happen to pass out, but if I sit down with my back to the brick, I'll be okay. I just need to catch my breath, need to regroup. I crawl away from the ladder. The cool bricks chill my sweaty back through my shirt. I lost most of the fireworks. All I have left is a tube of Roman candles and the Bic Abby gave me. There are not enough fireballs in it to take out 30 of the bastards. And there's no army helicopter to signal. Fireworks? Yeah, pretty useless plan, I guess. I look over the edge to where the motel sign stands high in the dark, about a football field in a sea of flesh-eating monsters away. It still glows, but no longer flickers. None of the rooms have their lights on, not even the room Darlene and I stayed in. This hurts to think about. Maybe she left. Maybe she's dead. I know she's afraid of the dark. She wouldn't have the lights off with monsters everywhere. Then the rational part of my brain kicks in. Of course I know she wouldn't keep the lights on. That would only bring more attention to her. I sigh and turn away, looking down the length of the roof. Something catches my eye. Something so weird that it forces me to stand up. It's 2 lawn chairs, and they are angled toward the middle of the town square, where the large cache of fireworks would have been set off to signify the end of the festival and another year of independence. People were up here. Probably a dad and his son, or a boyfriend and girlfriend, only wanting to enjoy a show on a night off from the steel mill or the diner. This also hurts to think about because it could have easily been Darlene and me. We might be zombies, but at least we would have been together. As I look more closely, my feet spur me forward on their own accord. A dark stain draws my eyes. I know what it is before I am close enough to confirm it. It's blood. Blood. Always blood. Whole town is drowning in blood. This blood is fresh and sticky. I limp toward it, saying in a soft whisper, barely heard over the rising moans of the dead, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." I see the hair first. Blonde hair. Hair that looks just like Darlene's. Then a hand. A pale hand with her fingernails painted. They're an emerald green. I stop before I can see the face, my heart stopping with me. I don't want to see the face. I don't want to see my fiancée dead, her features twisted and distorted by disease. But I have to. I step forward, still far away, not knowing if I can get any closer. It's not Darlene, but it's someone who I do recognize. A woman who was once the most popular girl in high school, the same class as me. Prom queen, homecoming queen, head of the student council. It's Bella Dawson, and 10 years hasn't really changed her much. Only her violent death has. Her throat has been ripped out, leaving a jagged red smile in the skin. Her eyes are no longer blue. Now they are rolled back, bloodshot whites. Blood stains her fingers and hands from when she probably tried to stop whatever did this to her. I never liked the girl, but it's sad to see her in this state. She was Freddie Huber's girlfriend. I don't know if they were still together. I know he still lives at home. He never got married. He's a mama's. A sound stops me dead in my tracks. It's a soft, mushing sound. My heart leaps to my throat, now kick-starting into overdrive. It's the sound of a feast. as the dead man looks up at me from behind the concrete box, his eyes blazing with yellow fire and his mouth dripping red. I nearly piss my pants. It's Freddie Huber. 35. It's like he recognizes me. The look he gives me is of pure hatred. The others, like the ones from the recreation center and the ones currently trying to figure out how to climb the ladder that leads up here, always look hungry. But Freddie Huber must be full. He doesn't look much different than when I saw him yesterday. He's dressed a little nicer, wearing a pair of jeans and a button-up shirt now crusted with his old girlfriend's blood and guts. But his hair still stands up in that awful cowlick, and his face is still gaunt from the sickness that eventually turned him into a zombie. For a second, I'm back in high school, back in the locker room after gym class my sophomore year. He's got me cornered in the last row of lockers, the row that has no exit at the back like the other rows, only an entrance. Now it's not a locker, just 2 stories, a crowd of the dead, and the hard blacktop keeping me in the clutches of this demented asshole. He lumbers forward, groaning. Run, I tell myself. Run before your head is drowning in toilet water. Run before he bloodies your nose. No, I say aloud. The sound of that word is like an angel's harp to my ears. No, Huber. You're not winning this time. Without even thinking, I rip the lighter out of my pocket. Thank God it's still there. Then I put the Roman candle's wick between my thumb and forefinger. The lighter strikes, but doesn't catch. Huber's closer, bloody saliva dripping from his mouth like a rabid dog. A spark of flame shoots out from the bick, but a strong wind follows it, blowing it out and, in turn, blowing Huber and the half-eaten Bella Dawson's stench full force into my face. I flick the lighter again. This time, the wind doesn't blow. This time, the lighter sparks and catches. The wick sizzles, sending sprays of sparks in every direction. Freddie looks at it like a gullible man looks at a hypnotist's watch. Then the wick is gone, vanished into a puff of gray smoke. The smoke wafts into the air, and I feel the charging blast thrum through my fingers, the heat on my face. Just as Freddie snaps from hypnotized back to his primal dead self, he opens his big, fat mouth. I aim the Roman candle dead center. The first fireball shoots at what seems like 100 miles per hour. It's bright blue like a ball of electricity. First shot, bullseye. Second shot, bullseye. So is the third, the fourth. An array of colors burns inside of his mouth. Scarlet red, electric blue, dragon green, sunshine yellow. His flesh smolders, melts right in front of me, dripping like candle wax. His eyeballs turn to pools of liquid inside of their sunken sockets. Fire burns through his cheeks, showing me teeth never properly cared for. He stumbles backward, moaning and groaning. But this time the sounds are different. This time they're pained, perhaps. I know it's just my imagination, but I think the real Freddy, the one that's not a zombie, is still in there, and that Freddy is screaming. I drop the Roman candle, and it goes off a couple more times, sounding like thunder cracks. Freddy chokes on the fire, and I stand up as straight as my broken and beaten body will let me. It's over, I say, as I kick him square in the chest. Fuck you. His arms flail out. The parapet catches him in the back of his knees, and he falls off the roof almost exactly like his father had fallen off the recreation center. But I don't go over with this Huber. The splat of his corpse is both mortifying and equally satisfying. Better than any punch I could have thrown. My own knees are weak, and I find myself collapsing. A choked sob escapes the back of my throat. Soon the moans and shuffles from the horde below me start to fade. They are going to him. I have to see it. It takes almost all the strength I have left, but I grab the edge of the low wall and pull myself up. The horde surrounds Freddy Huber. He is the flaming center of the dead circle for just a second. The bright fire's a distraction for a moment, but not long enough. The horde splits up. They're back to their aimless lumbering, their unanswered grunts and moans of death. They head toward the alley, destroying my only means of escape. I look to the motel. Re-killing Freddy Huber was just a small victory, winning the battle, not the war. I still need to get to Darlene, and I will by any means necessary. The pain in my body pulses, reminding me I won't be able to jump from roof to roof or swoop down from the heavens and save the day. Above me, the white glow of the motel sign seems to dim. Darlene, A whine slices through the air, cutting me off. I snap my head to the direction of the sound, or where I think it came from. It's so loud it sounds like it's coming from everywhere. When I see the bright streak of fire shoot from the alley, I know I've looked to the right spot. It pierces the night sky with streaks of red. Another follows soon after, exploding a beautiful blue. I hear Abby laughing down below. "Happy 4th, you bitches!" she yells. In one motion, despite the pain, I'm hunching over the parapet, looking over the edge, down to where she stands. The firework display hangs out of the door, and she rips the rockets off the rack and lights them like clockwork. 3 more blast off into the air. The dead who are encroaching the alley are dumbfounded. All their heads turn to the fire in the sky. Most of the group starts to lumber away to the bright lights. They move like a herd of drunken buffalo, but they move nonetheless. "Abby!" I hiss. She barely hears me over the whistle, whine, and explosion of the fireworks. "Come down," she says. "Fast!" Another rocket explodes to my left. The town square lights up like Vegas. "Darlene," I mutter. With all the pain in my body, I force myself to grab the rusty metal of the ladder. I swing my legs over and step down as fast as I can. About 15 seconds later, I'm on the concrete ground. The smell of fire is in the air. "They worked," Abby said. "You were right." "I told you," I say. She brings the flame to another wick, but I stop her before she lights it. "Wait. Let me do this one." I grab the rocket with a hand that's covered in dry blood. It's a thick green one with "Fantastic" printed on the side. The alley is clear enough for me to walk almost to the end. I don't want to get too close, but I'm about 3 feet from the sidewalk, looking at the square, seeing all of its corners. Seeing Freddy Huber, who's nothing but a charred piece of meat. Behind him is Nini's Gardens, with a red, white, and blue array of flowers in the windows. Next to that is the Barn Door Diner, an antique shop called Relics of the Past. In the middle of the square are a few small trees, a fountain where dead, devoured citizens hang from the edge. There's a couple benches. Dead bodies hang over those too. I don't aim for any of these as I strike the lighter. I aim for a telephone pole. It's a large, looming piece of wood, shaped like a capital T behind Nini's Gardens. On each side of the wood are 2 rusty gray transformers, connected to a bunch of wires that branch off from it in a perfect square, and more wires which run the length of the town. The concept called domino effect flashes in my mind. The transformers are far, but I know I can hit them with the rockets. Somehow, I just know. I light the wick. The sea of dead shift like calm waves, their heads tilted up to a flaming sky. Abby must see what I mean to do. Her hand touches my shoulder right where the sleeve has ripped. Her skin is surprisingly cold and clammy. "Jack," she says. I'm picturing the town burning. Picturing me putting an end to this place once and for all. "I have to," I say. The thought of Darlene gone to the square to look for me crosses my mind, and of survivors hiding in these buildings, but I know that's not the case. Darlene would stay put if she was okay. And I know there are no survivors in Woodhaven, especially not in the square. Everyone but Abby and I are gone. A harsh realization. The truth. The town is dead, and I have to bury it. I have to put the final nail in its casket. The rocket explodes forward, its whistle muted by my own destructive thoughts. We are showered in an array of sparks from its back end. The zombies follow its line of flight with an almost human curiosity. The rocket hits the transformer in an explosion of purple light. Fire follows shortly after. Hellfire, I think to myself. A few wires disconnect, spraying sparks of blue and orange. One whips the flower shop. More snap the air like angry snakes. A lick of flame crawls down the rotten wood of the telephone pole until it splinters and collapses. Burning debris showers the garden center. Some of it breaks through the roof, and it doesn't take long for the patriotic flowers inside to crinkle and wilt under the resolve of the flames. Everything blackens and turns to ash before my eyes. Glass breaks. Smoke pours out. All the while, the horde moves toward this chaos. Flames don't crawl this time. They sprint from building to building, jumping the gaps the way Olympic athletes jump hurdles. The diner is the next structure to catch, then the antique store, then the bank. A few of the dead go up in a blaze, running into the crowd. The rest is history. 36. With the town burning, the dead distracted, Abby and I run to the motel. There are still stragglers, but they are too enamored by the dancing flames consuming the square to pay us any mind. The motel is about half a block from the square. We hobble up Main Street, through the pools of blood. We tiptoe over the ruined bodies of people I faintly recognize, of people Abby whispers soft prayers to. It's like we are walking through a World War II battlefield. There are not many dead, roaming or otherwise, at the motel. Not anymore. I can see room 111 where Darlene and I stayed the past night, with its curtains drawn. I pick up my pace as I round the corner of Main Street and break onto Second. Abby grabs my shoulder and says, "Wait," in a whisper. A group of zombies lumbers out from behind a row of parked cars. A bunch of guys who were probably drunk before all this shit went down. Maybe 10 years older than me and dressed in the Woodhaven going-out attire. Blue jeans, plaid shirts, trucker hats with their favorite beer company's logo embroidered on the front. Except blood stains their clothes like it's this summer's hottest accessory. One of the guy's insides dangles from an open gash in his chest. A shiny fist-like organ. I swear it's the guy's heart. It bounces up and down like a large medallion. I want to kill them, too. Want to put them out of their misery, but we let them pass. As I stare at them, laboring on toward the flames that will no doubt turn them into piles of ash, I see the curtains part slightly from the corner of my eye. Someone looks out onto the street. My breath catches. Heart drops like I'm at the top of a roller coaster's biggest hill and about to plunge down. I almost shout. But Abby wraps her hand around my mouth, cutting my stupid burst of excitement off. One of the dead stop, the one with his heart literally on his sleeve, and looks toward us with gold eyes. A long moment passes before he turns back toward his comrades and starts walking again. Sorry, I say, shaking my head. That was stupid. Once the group of dead is completely out of sight, I cross the parking lot and go to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I knock once, softly. Darlene, I whisper. The door cracks. No light escapes the room. Instead, a flash of metal pokes out, and I stare down the barrel of a gun, looking into the black hole of the muzzle. Now the roller coaster I felt like I was on has derailed. It was all for nothing. I didn't think my heart could break any more than it already has. But it does. It can't be Darlene because, as far as I know, Darlene does not have one of these. 37. Room's taken, buddy. A gruff voice says from under the cover of the shadows. The barrel of the gun pushes out farther. It's a Magnum. Something Clint Eastwood would carry around with him in Dirty Harry. Darlene. I'm looking for Darlene, I say. And I don't know how I speak. Maybe it's because this wouldn't be the first time I'm staring down the wrong end of a gun. Maybe because I've seen the dead rise. Maybe because I've done my fair share of killing, both dead and alive. And it's time for me to be judged. Or maybe I really am a changed man. I push the door open. Abby tries to grab at my shirt sleeve, but it's too late. She misses. The flames billowing up behind me paint the room, as well as the man standing in front of me, into sickly orange glow. There are 2 packed suitcases on the bed Darlene and I made love on no less than a day ago. The sheets are still half splayed out on the shag carpet. A faint smell of cherry, Darlene's shampoo, is in the air. It takes me a moment to realize who the man is that stands in front of me. But it takes me almost no time at all to realize who the woman sitting in the chair on the far side with her knees drawn up into her chest is. It's Darlene. And the man who is now lowering his Magnum in front of me is my older brother. And at one point in my childhood, my arch nemesis, Norman. My body begins to shake. The steady vibrations of a rocket about to explode. I shove past him. Oh my God, I can't believe it, I say. Darlene is in my arms in less than 3 seconds. I kiss her long and deep. Tears roll down her cheeks, dampening my face. Her body shudders with sobs, happy sobs. I knew you wouldn't let them get you. I knew it, she says, almost blubbering. I hold her for just a moment longer. I never want to let her go. Never again. Shh, Norman says. Get in, get in. Why did you have to try out the gym? Why? Why? Darlene says. She's bawling now, hitting me in the chest with her barely clenched fists. It hurts, the physical toll of my journey catching up with me. But I don't care. She could shoot me, and I'd die happy. I kept her safe for you, little bro, Norman says in a hushed whisper. He locks the deadbolt, then goes to look out the window. Jesus, what did you guys do? Was that you shooting those freaks? Where's the gun? We need all the firepower we can get right now. Fireworks, I say, never taking my eyes off of Darlene. Found some in Eddie's drugstore. Thought they'd be a distraction, but wound up burning the whole town down. After a pause, I continue. It needed to be burnt down. There's iron in my voice, a confidence I've never heard before. Just like I'd imagined Johnny Deadslayer to sound in my novel. Norman laughs, causing me to look at him. It's the laugh he used to use whenever he blamed something on me when we were kids. No one talks for a moment, until Abby breaks the silence. "Hi, I'm Abby, by the way," she says from near the bed. Her shoulders slump and her eyelids sag, but she waves. I think she may fall into the bed and sleep for a solid 8 to 10 hours. "I've heard a lot about you, Darlene." Darlene smiles. "I couldn't have done it without Abby," I say. "Nice to see you," Darlene says, then turns back to me. "You should have never gone. We should have never come here." The words come out of her mouth like lines from a script she's practiced constantly. "She's been saying that all night," Norman says. "Good thing you came along. I was this close from dragging her out of here once I saw the fire." I stand up, squaring up with my older brother. He's got a few inches on me, and a few more pounds, not to mention the magnum. But I don't let that scare me. Abby and Darlene look on like people who are about to witness something terrible. I've described my older brother's brutality to Darlene many times. She knows as well as I how I've always wanted to punch him in the face. How I've always wanted to retaliate for what he did to our family by leaving so many years ago. But I don't hit him. I stick out my hand. He looks down at it like it's an alien limb. Maybe he was expecting a punch too. After a moment, he smiles and takes it. We shake. I make sure it's a firm shake. What a military man could be proud of. "Wow," Norman says. "You've gotten a little stronger since you were 13. "Thank you, Norm," I say. "Thank you so much." He shrugs. "It was nothing. We are family after all, right?" "Right," I agree. The handshake turns into a hug, one overdue by many years. Now it's my turn to cry. I've missed my older brother. Him protecting Darlene, the love of my life, erases all he's ever done to hurt me. It only took forever. But Norman Jupiter has finally done right by me. He hands me the magnum when we part. "You look like you can handle this better than I can." He looks me up and down, probably noting the blood and guts and dirt caked to my skin and clothes. "You've been on the battlefield. This mission needs an experienced soldier. Think you can handle that?" I'm hesitant. This is like a passing of the torch. Older brother finally respects little brother. A watershed moment. "I can handle it," I say. Norman smiles, a genuine smile I've not seen on his face in a long, long time. "Good," he says. "Because you're gonna lead us out of this fucking hellhole town." I look over my shoulder with the cold iron in my hand. Abby and Darlene have scooted closer together. They are so starkly different. Abby with her mess of brown hair and youthful face. The little sister I never had. Darlene with her ringlets of blonde and those deep emerald pools for her eyes. The fear is no longer plastered on their faces. Darlene nods to me, a faint smile on her lips. "How?" I say, turning back to Norman. "How do we get out of here?" Light from the fire cuts through the curtains. Smoke has been steadily drifting under the door, filling the room up with an acrid smell and a taste of destruction. The moans and groans of the dead rise to double-dying shrieks of alarm. "I didn't park far," he says. "Had to leave the Jeep on Front Street because of the festival. But if they're all in the square like it sounds, we shouldn't have too much trouble getting there. It won't be any trouble if you're leading us. We shouldn't have any trouble as long as you don't let him drive, Abby says, smiling. Then she leans closer to Darlene and whispers, "Don't ask," as if they've known each other all their lives. "Clock's running," Norman says. I exhale a deep breath, walk over to Darlene, and kiss her more fiercely than I ever have. Then I'm at the door, twisting the deadbolt. The group, Darlene, Abby, and Norman, line up behind me. Abby and Darlene each carry a suitcase. Norman has his keys in hand. I open the door. A wave of heat and smoke wash over us. The group of the dead who almost heard me shout for Darlene earlier must not have liked the fire, because they shamble back the way they came. It doesn't matter, though. The fire is bigger than it has ever been. The flower shop is nothing but ashes. The barn door diner will be next to nothing by the time we get to the car. Blackened bodies lay on the sidewalk, their hands outstretching in a last-ditch effort to claw away from the flames which consume them. They are indistinguishable save for the shapes of their jaws and the length of their bodies. The small patch of trees in the square has lost most of their leaves, letting us see that the fire has no intention of stopping. The night air glows a bloody red. "Over there!" Norman shouts, stifling a cough. I cut through the motel's parking lot. My eyes squint in an attempt to shield them from the smoke. Darlene's right hand is latched to my elastic waistband, Abby to hers with Norman straggling behind. We are almost a human chain, stronger together. The dead, untouched by the flames, see us through the haze of smoke, their eyes glinting yellow like gold coins in the sun, and speed up their ragged pace. I raise the magnum and let loose 3 shots which are loud enough to topple over the rest of the town. One takes a bullet to the chest. It blows a hole about a foot in diameter in his middle. I can see the charred front of a building right through him. The other shots take off the tops of their heads. The one with his heart in his sleeve falls to his knees a few inches shorter than he was a half-second ago, and slaps the sidewalk wetly. "That was Billy Francona," Norman shouts. I barely hear him over the roar of the flames and the ringing in my ears. "Not anymore," I shout back. My shooting arm vibrates with pain. The gun is a hell of a kick. When I see the flashing taillights of Norm's Jeep, I launch Darlene and Abby forward. "Go! Get to the car! I'll cover you guys!" Another building falls in on itself, burying the 3 dead I just shot, and giving me a clear view of the hill which Abby and I came down from. Beyond that is the top of the Woodhaven Recreation Center. I see the faint outlines of the flags whipping in the wind. I hope the fire doesn't stop until it reaches there, too. I hope the bodies of Isaiah, Earl, Miss Fox, Ryan, and even Pat are cremated, their ashes scattered in the wind. I hope they rest in peace. Norm passes me, grabbing hold of my sleeve as he goes by. I shrug him off. The chaos is almost picture-perfect. Something so beautiful, yet so sad. I can't stop looking at what I've done. "Come on," Darlene shouts. "I don't want to lose you again." That snaps me out of it, and I head to the car. Norm is in the driver's seat, Abby in the front, Darlene in the back, her door still open. The dark road ahead of us is empty except for a few straggling shadows on the horizon. Undoubtedly more of the dead drawn out by the allure of bright flames. "Where are we going?" Norm says. He turns the key in the ignition and the Jeep hums to life. "Anywhere but here," Abby says. "We'll go through Indiana. It's where I live. Then we'll hit Chicago. See if this thing has hit the whole country yet," he says. I barely hear them because I'm staring at the town square again, watching the flames dance and consume the buildings and the people I once knew. Where I grew up is now gone. All that's left is a graveyard of bones, rotting flesh, and ashes. Darlene tugs at my sleeve. "Come on," she says, a hint of panic in her voice. I crawl into the car, close the door, and she wraps her arms around me. As the Jeep lurches forward, I look out the back window and smile. What our futures hold, I don't know. But I do know I am with my family, and we have survived. For now. This concludes Dead Haven by Flint Maxwell. Narrated by Neil Helligers, member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2017 by Flint Maxwell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Flint Maxwell, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dead Hope, a zombie novel by Flint Maxwell. Narrated by Neil Helligers. People say that where there's life, there's hope, and I have no quarrel with that. But I also believe the reverse. There is hope, therefore I live. Stephen King, Revival. 1. It's been 6 months since we left Woodhaven, and I don't want to remember any of it. The chaos, the dead friends, the enemies, or the pain. But I know I'll never forget. Never truly forget. Every part of this crumbling world is a reminder. We haven't stopped traveling, haven't stopped searching for a new home. It's been 3 days since we've seen a working car. We sleep in Norm's Jeep, back seats down, no blanket, no pillow besides our hands. One of us keeps watch. Norm's big gun or the Glock I pulled off a dead police officer from a town called Paris nearby. Those not infected by this disease have taken to looting, running, and hiding. My group is no different. We do what we have to do to survive. We have to. I am on watch this morning. The sun rises in a bloody red haze. There's a fog outside of the window, almost no visibility. It's as thick as the darkness that came before it. But I am not as scared as I used to be on these watches. Mainly, I'm tired. Mainly, I'm fed up. Fed up because the way we live is not life. I'm tired of having to watch my back, having to make sure no one does anything stupid. I'm tired of scavenging for my food like a caveman. I'm tired, just too damn tired. We are parked off some country road in a field, never too far from the pavement. Most of the dead are not out here. Mostly they are in the big cities, like Indianapolis and Chicago. Each day we have a goal, something small like get food, find gas, find medicine, find shelter. Sometimes we fail. Sometimes we succeed. The long-term goal has been to find Eden. We are so close. I just hope Eden is not a myth. I hope it's real. For all of our sakes. I take a few deep breaths to calm myself. Behind me, the light snores of Abby, Darlene, and Norm drone on intermittently. That in itself is calming, knowing my friends, my family, are still alive. We first heard of Eden outside of Chicago, from a man who'd signed his death certificate not long before we stumbled upon him. He had been shot in the gut and left for the crows. But I think the zombies would have gotten to him first if we hadn't. Norm slowed the jeep to a crawl and we saw his signal. In the empty road, painted in blood red, was the word, help. There was a trail from the end of the P, and at the end of the trail laid a man named Richard. His face was swollen, black and blue. He'd been shot twice, once in the stomach and once in the shoulder. His wounds were already festering, the flies and the maggots surely not far off. What happened? I asked him. He didn't ask for help. He didn't cry or scream for God. He just smiled. The end happened. It came fast, too. Took society with it. All sense of right and wrong. The man spoke true. It did come fast. Almost in the blink of an eye. There's an old saying, your life can turn on a dime. I never fully understood that saying until I watched our society fall. It toppled over like dominoes. Every major city ravaged and ransacked. Too fucked for the government to implement quarantines or blockades. I remember hearing about Los Angeles, how it was so overrun they had to drop bombs on the city. Then it was D.C., New York, Dallas, everywhere. So yeah, the end happened all right. But that's not what we wanted to know. What happened to you? Norm asked. Darlene buried her face into my shoulder. Abby stood as still as a deer about to be mowed down by a semi. Couple young men like yourself took what I had, shot me, left me for dead. That's the short of it. Said they were going to a place called Eden, a place where it's safe. I laughed at them. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but sometimes an old man can't help himself. Nowhere is safe. He pulled his shirt up, completely soaked through with blood, and showed me his wounds. I remember gagging. Little did they know they did me a favor, Richard said. I remembered getting a bitter taste in my mouth. Because there is always hope. Even if the world has gone to shit, there is still hope. Now, my hope is dwindling. Norm and I took Abby and Darlene aside, and Darlene asked if there was any way to help him. I knew there wasn't. The only way to help him was to put him down. Put him out of his misery, forget about it, and move on. But I couldn't say it. Luckily, Norm could. He patted the magnum on his hip. Yeah, darling. No, Darlene said. No, we can't do that. We aren't murderers. Would you call a vet who sticks a death needle into a sick dog a murderer? Darlene didn't answer, but eyed my older brother as if she hated him. Yeah, thought not, Norm said. He looked to me, then to Abby. All settled then? You can't, Darlene shouted. I put my hand on her arm and gave her a solemn nod. It'd be worse of us to just leave him here, Darlene. He'd suffer. We can't let him suffer, I said. Always the brains of the family, Norm said. Guess it's settled. He turned to head back to the side of the road where a man named Richard slowly bled out from multiple gunshot wounds. Wait, I said. Let me do it. Norm gave me a half smile, as if he was both proud and a little unsettled. All right, little brother. He handed me the magnum. I took it, and I swear it never felt heavier than it did in that moment. The deaths before all of this, those had been justified. Pat Huber was a murderer. His son was a zombie. This? Well, this was a first step into a very dark world. I went over to Richard, my legs quivering, my arm feeling like it held a 50-pound dumbbell in hand. He looked up at me as I aimed the barrel at his head. The waning sun illuminated the dried blood on the corners of his mouth. "Thank you," he said, and closed his eyes. I closed my own eyes, felt the trigger brush up against my finger. The bad taste invaded my mouth again. Richard had begun praying, his lips moving fast, his eyes still closed. I couldn't catch the words, just a series of hisses. The gun shook violently in my hand. I couldn't do it. I could not kill a man who I didn't know deserved to die. I let the gun fall and began to turn. But Norm was there, as he was in Woodhaven. He took the magnum out of my grip, gave me an understanding nod. I couldn't even watch. I turned my back to the scene, looking at Darlene and Abby across the way. And when the gun clapped, my eyes didn't even blink. Norm shot him in the head. I remember hearing the echo of the gun in the dead town down the road. Then I remember the thud of his body hitting the grass. Norm and I buried him under some big rocks and a fallen log so the dead couldn't get to him. Sometimes I wonder if Richard had the right idea. Maybe nowhere is safe anymore. Maybe dying was a blessing more than a curse. It's one of those questions philosophers of this time will ponder for as long as the dead don't eat them, I guess. I wonder about that question now, as I gaze through the window. I see a glint of yellow. Something like a dim flashlight winking on and off in the fog about 50 feet in front of the Jeep. But that's all I see. And it's all I need to see to know what it is. It's one of them. The big Z word. Zombie, dead, infected, deadhead, pussbag, and on and on. They are the only ones with eyes like that. I tighten my grip on the gun. Our ammo is sparse. The thunderclap of the weapon only draws more of them, but if I have no other choice, I will blast this thing to kingdom come. The engine is not running. The lights are not on. It has no reason to come this way other than out of sheer curiosity. I slink lower in the seat until my eyes are barely visible over the dashboard. The yellow glow disappears. It might have turned around, might be going in the other direction. The second time we heard of Eden was in Kentucky. We were in a small town with a name I can't remember, something that ended in Ville, and not Louisville. The power was still on in this town. This was before the end really took on its full meaning. The government was still trying to do something about the spread, before the military was completely overrun, before the president and his cabinet were moved to some bunker miles underground. As if it matters anymore. Whenever this disease runs its course, the world leaders will be leaders of nothing but mass graves. But I think they will, or have already, become a part of those graves. We left Woodhaven without much of a plan. We stopped in Indiana en route to Chicago, where Norm lived. Indiana was lost. Not just Indianapolis, but the whole state. So was Chicago. My 65-inch flat screen, my Honda CR-V, my collection of mint-condition first edition King hardbacks. Lost. The world. Lost. Us. Lost. Whatever they cooked up in the lab at the Leering Research Facility was potent. In 6 months, last I heard, it had spread across the entire world. Pat Huber was right about one thing. The disease was like wildfire, and it wouldn't stop until it consumed everything in its path. Believe me, they tried to stop it. North America was basically one large headstone. The country is mostly dark. The power plants don't run without living bodies operating them. The planes don't fly. The cars sit in the middle of the road, bumper to bumper, collecting dust. Money means nothing. Food is already getting hard to come by. They tried quarantines, cures, military involvement, but none of that worked. By the time international travel was banned, the United Kingdom was a mass graveyard. France had been in such a huge zombie war. They detonated bombs near the Eiffel Tower and it actually collapsed. I saw a photo before the internet went down. It was chilling. Of course, we weren't as stupid as some of the other countries. Rumor had it that North Korea dropped atomic bombs on themselves in an attempt to stop the disease from spreading. Their population is now close to zero, and the neighboring nations have been covered in their ashes. South America is sinking, at least that's what a young man told me in Chicago, whatever the hell that means. Some people we've met on our travels talked of going to Antarctica. Stupid. Another one told me that the fighting near the San Andreas Fault in California had caused the whole damn state to break off and float to Hawaii. I didn't tell Darlene that one, with her sister in San Francisco. In Kentucky, we saw the sign written on the roof of a barn. It was painted in a shocking white. Gone to Eden, outside of Sharon, Florida. Safe, happy. Join us. This was almost 3 weeks after we met Richard on the side of the road. None of us had thought of Eden since then. We mostly just thought of survival. There's a stat in advertising I remember learning in one of my college classes that states you have to see an ad 7 times for a customer to actually buy your product. I call bullshit on that because I'd heard about Eden only twice, and it was already tattooed on my brain. Twice. As we got closer, I heard about it more. And after a few stints in places not so overrun by the dead or choked up by the perpetually stopped traffic, we had decided, like the birds, to head south for the winter. And nothing sounded as good as Florida in that moment. Why does it have to be fog? I muttered to myself. Anything but fog. Behind me, Norm twitches. His head points toward the dashboard while Abby and Darlene's are near the back windshield. He thinks he's being gentlemanly, but really I don't think either of the ladies care. What? Norm says. I don't know if he's talking to me or if he's suffering from one of the vivid dreams he so often has. 2 tours in Iraq and a man can come back entirely different. So far, Norm's been all right. Sometimes he buys for power. Sometimes he shouts, "My Jeep, my rules," when we disagree with the route he's taken to our next destination. "If you want to go that way, then you can walk," is another popular one. But mostly, Norm is all right. Much better than I remember him being when we were younger and still living with Mother. And if I'm being totally honest, it's nice to have my older brother back. "What is it, Jack?" Norm says. I turn toward him, seeing the sleep in his eyes. "You already know," I whisper. I don't want to disturb the girls. "Already?" he sighs. "Can life get any shittier?" I could answer, but we both know what it would be. It's a resounding yes. Life can always get shittier when the dead have risen and are out for human flesh. They were calling it the end, before we lost touch with the outside world. Before the radio turned to nothing but static and religious babble. Before the internet went down. before the 24-hour news networks lost their hosts and correspondents to this sickness. The end. I'm determined to not let that be the case. I'll look at Darlene, get lost in her eyes, and I'll think to myself, I never want that to end. I will do what I have to do to make this a new beginning. Anything but the end. How many? Norm asks. I blink blearily. Lack of sleep is catching up to me. I can't remember if I saw one set of those yellow eyes or two. I close my own, lean forward until my forehead rests against the rear sight of the Glock. Rear sight is one of the words Norm has taught me since we've been on the road. One, I say, almost completely sure of myself. Norm is no dummy. He reads my hesitation. Shit, he says. 1, 2, or 3. Doesn't matter as long as it's not a pack. He pulls himself up, pats me on the shoulder. You need to get some sleep, little bro. He crawls into the driver's seat. Next thing I know, he's got a hand full of metal. It's the big gun he greeted me with back at the Woodhaven motel. The one Dirty Harry would carry around. What are you doing? I ask. My voice is harsh. Abby stirs, murmurs something in her sleep. I'm taking care of our little pal, he says. He's gone, I say. Let him go. We only kill when we have to. It's not worth dying over. We are completely safe in the Jeep. We have the upper hand. Killing one, just one, does nothing. Norm shakes his head. He pulls out the weapons he has in a small bag under his seat. These are the weapons which make no noise, which bring no attention to us. The hammer, the machete, the baseball bat, the tire iron. He pulls the bat out. The wood is chipped and stained a dull red. It's only been 6 months, but Norm has gotten a lot of mileage out of it. The door opens and the dashboard dings. We have set the overhead light not to come on when the door opens. A lesson we learned the hard way back in Atlanta. Seriously, Norm, let it go, I say. Nuh-uh, he says. We are too close to blow it now. I let this one go, and the next thing you know, it's taking a bite out of my dick while I'm pissing in the woods. You stay here. Keep the girls safe. I almost laugh. The girls don't need protection as long as Abby is around. She has since become quite the killer of the dead. She no longer fears, and I think that's the first step to surviving in this world. Me, well, I'm constantly scared shitless. I just try not to show it, mainly for Darlene, because she worries enough as it is. She doesn't need to know her fiancé is worthless on top of everything else. I love her, but love doesn't bash in zombie brains. Norm points to the windshield. There's the son of a bitch, he says. I'll be back before you can say bacon and eggs. Bacon and eggs, asshole, I say. He glares at me. Clever, Jack. Always clever. He gets out. I watch as the fog swallows him up, and 30 seconds later, I'm shaking Abby awake and handing her the Glock. I'm going to cover Norm, I say. Then I pull the machete free from the bag. I may be terrified, but I can't let my older brother go out there alone, even if he can handle it. 2. Norm, I whisper. Come back, you dummy. It's not worth it. I'm hunched down, a few feet from the Jeep. The fog is thicker outside. I try to think back to where we were last night, the layout of the land. It was a field, what once might have been prime farmland before all this shit happened. Norm parked near the tree line. The dead never seem to wander out this far in the sticks, away from civilization, but the living do. Sometimes we have to fear the living more than we fear the dead. Another lesson we had learned the hard way. "Norm," I say again, this time louder. There is no answer. The world is quiet. Not even the bugs buzz or the birds chirp. I hear a grunt, a soft scream. Wood clunks against skull. It causes me to snap my head in the direction of the noise, but it comes from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. I don't know if I'm looking north or south, east or west. I walk on, the machete leading me at a low angle, a precautionary measure. I don't want to end up shish kebabbing Norm. "Take that, you piece of shit," he says. I see a flash of wood, a flash of blood. Brains. The thing's eyes no longer blaze yellow. Now they are dying, the fire inside of them going out. "I told you to stay in the car," Norm says. "When did I ever listen to you?" I reply. "I didn't need your help. It was just one. I could handle it." Norm's face is a blur. I can barely see the machete in front of me, let alone him. "Better safe than sorry," I say. Besides, it's almost never just one. They travel in packs like ravenous animals. "Come on, let's get the hell out of here. We should be eaten by the time the sun goes down. I can't wait another day." He walks past me, leaving a thin line in the fog. Thinner than the one he would have left 6 months ago. We are all suffering from this life on the run. Sleeping in a crammed jeep, eating processed foods, drinking warm water and soda, running, killing. Sometimes I think it would be easier being one of the monsters, aimlessly shambling about looking for food, moaning, groaning. I realize this would mean giving up. I don't want to give up. If there's one thing I can take from my strained relationship with my mother and brother, it's never give up. I follow after Norm, heading back to the car. We will probably sleep for another hour or two, then hit the road and look for food and signs of Eden. I know we are close. I can feel it. I even dream about it. In my dreams, the walls are 100 feet tall. There's electricity and running water that is always hot. I never have to pick up a gun again. I never have to bash in someone's head who might have once been a father or a mother or a priest. Then, of course, I wake up. These last few nights I've woken up to Darlene's quiet sobs. She cries for a sister in San Francisco, a mom and dad in Milwaukee. I don't know what else I can do to comfort her. Darlene is a realist. She knows the chances of their survival are slim. But I pray for them every night. I pray for her, for me, for the whole world. And I'm not even religious. "Norm," I whisper. The fog has begun to clear up the slightest bit. I see the outline of the Jeep, its boxy black shape. I don't see Norm, and luckily, the machete is by my side because I bump into his back. He stopped in the middle of the field, and he is not holding his baseball bat any longer. That is in the tall grass, lost somewhere. No. Norm is pointing his gun. It all hits me at this moment. The thumps of the rotting hands against the metal and glass, the gurgling moans and the screams. The yellow eyes flicker on and off like lightning bugs as they shamble about. There are at least 10 of them. I grab Norm's arm. He is rigid yet shaking. If I could see his face, I would see a wild mixture of fear and excitement. "Don't shoot," I say. "Abby will handle it." And sure enough, Abby does. The Jeep's engine roars to life. The lights turn on, barely visible through the fog. She doesn't stomp on the gas. She just eases it, and the lights grow brighter as she comes toward us. Instinctively, I back up. When I bump into something, my heart nearly explodes, the adrenaline and fear bursting out of me. I turn around, raising the machete. 6 months ago, I would have swung, buried the blade into whatever was behind me, man or dead man. Now I don't. I don't want the blood on my hands. There are few survivors of this plague or reckoning or whatever the hell this is. And the thought of accidentally killing someone who isn't already dead sickens me. There may come a time when I'm wrong, when I should have swung first, asked questions later, but it's not now. This time, my enemy, the thing that spooks me, is a tree. One seeming to stretch into the clouds, as old as time itself. Way to go, Jack. I turn back around as I hear the sound of the revving Jeep. Abby has sped up. The lights bump and jump as she goes over the uneven landscape. It is coming right for Norm and me. We gotta move, I say to Norm. But he doesn't. He's waving his hands. Stop! No! Somehow, he knows his surroundings. Knows we are right by the tree line even in the fog. I think it's some kind of sixth sense he gets from being a former army grunt. Either that or he's just a crazy son of a bitch. Abby doesn't stop. In fact, she speeds up. I dive out of the way, throwing the machete, knowing I just might have signed my own death certificate because I won't find it in this tickling tall grass. But if the Jeep rolls me over and breaks my legs or straight up kills me, then I'm even worse off. Behind me, at least I think it's behind me, it's Jeep versus centuries-old tree. By the sound of the glass breaking, metal screeching, I think it's safe to say the tree has won. I glance to my right where I see the faint glow of the red brake lights, and about 50 feet away the group of dead walking toward the crashed Jeep. This is when the engine cuts off. I hear something whistle and exhale a great burst of pressure. Then all is quiet except for the snarls of the monsters. I stand up. Surprisingly, my foot knocks into something in the grass. I pick it up. It's the machete. I raise it above my head like a sword. I told you it's never just one. 3. The fog has cleared enough for me to make out their faces. They have been dead a long time. They are squishy, runny. Most of their skin has rotted off to the point of determining whether they're male or female is damn near impossible. It doesn't matter. My machete comes to their head regardless of sex, age, race, or occupation. I am a regular, open-minded killer of the dead. New Age Slayer is what I call it. If you're already dead and you're still walking, and you have a hankering for human flesh, especially my human flesh, then I will defend myself. Plain and simple. A man wearing overalls and still carrying most of his weight in his middle lunges at me first. His teeth have been rotten longer than he has, that's for sure. I jab the machete at him. This is another lesson I've learned the hard way. One time, as I swung down on a creep like I was a medieval executioner, the blade lodged in her head. I am not strong. I am a string bean, and the force of my swing was not enough to reach the creep's brain. She kept coming, kept snapping her jaws at me like one of those chattering teeth toys. Darlene had to help me that time, and she is not too fond of killing these things. It's too messy. So, overalls is soft enough that I don't need much force. It's in and out like a thumbtack popping a balloon. He drops, all 400 pounds of him into a heap. As he hits, his guts deflate. A wave of black, inky blood douses the tall grass. 6 months ago, I might have lost my lunch seeing that, but not now. Next in line is something more akin to a skeleton wearing a dress that might have once been something you put on for church. Sunday's finest is what you call it. Before the end. I raise my leg and kick her in the sternum. I'm practically kicking thin air. Her arms flail out as she stumbles backward, a dusty groan escaping her mouth. In less than 2 seconds, my machete, still slick with overalls' brains, collapses her cranium. Want more? I shout to the surrounding dead, my arms out like I'm Russell Crowe in Gladiator, minus 50 pounds of muscle. Come on! Their glowing eyes seem to flicker in the fog. Behind me, I hear Norm's grunts, the sounds of his baseball bat clobbering their heads. It's a good sign. When Norm is locked in the zone, he's like Barry Bonds out there. Each crush of his baseball bat is a home run. The fog dissipates, showing the dead in all of their disgusting beauty. Lumps, knobs, bones sticking out of their fleshy and unusable arms, tattered clothes, melted skin. I'd be lying if I said my stomach isn't clenching. Jack, someone says. I instantly recognize the voice even through the Jeep's glass. It's Darlene. I risk a glance at the crashed vehicle. Most of the windows are intact except for a large crack through the windshield. The glass is tinted. I can barely make out the white moon of her face, the distressed look in her eyes. Jack! She beats at the window as if to break it. She's trapped in the car, surrounded by death, and it's up to me to bust her out. The dead stream out from the woods, locusts of the plague, of the apocalypse, come to pick the bones clean of all of Earth's sinners. I'm frozen, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I have to save Darlene. Norm's gun cracks. 2 quick shots, 2 lightning flashes, deafening booms. I see a spray of blood. We are getting overrun. When he drops the bat and picks up the magnum, I know things have taken a turn for the worst. Shit. Something grips at my shoulder, causing me to jump. I turn back around, unfrozen. And I'm face to face with a young man who has died young and will always be young, even as time goes on. That is, until I shove my machete under his chin, poking a hole in the top of his head where a lava burst of scrambled brains spew out and roll down the sides of his face. The light in his eyes immediately fizzles out. I pull the blade free as easily as I lodged it in his head. The next swing decapitates an old woman. Her head rolls off in the grass, mouth missing lips, dentures chomping nothing but air. I stomp on her head, ending that freak show fast. Darlene, I think. Gotta get to Darlene. Norm shoots 2 more times. Jack, come on! It's Abby. She's on top of the Jeep, pointing the Glock at me. She shoots twice and 2 dead drop. I, with the help of Abby, have cleared a path to the car where the back of Darlene's head is pressed up against the window facing me. I run to the Jeep, throw open the door. She tumbles out, but I catch her. She's crying. I hate when she cries. The only way I can get her to stop is by taking her into my arms and kissing every inch of her face. But certain circumstances do not let that happen. The real problem is when Darlene is frightened. When she cries, she freezes. And in this world, that's a certain death sentence. Go, Darlene, I shout. Run! She takes one look at the dead piled up, making a body-shaped path through this abandoned field, and her eyes widen in terror. A bald corpse in nothing but his underwear sees us, and lumbers away from the crumpled hood of the Jeep. I give Darlene a little push, Nothing terrible or violent. Just something to get her engine primed and ready to go. She takes off, clumsily but fast. Abby jumps off the roof of the Jeep, and in mid-jump, puts a bullet through the eye of the underwear-wearing corpse. His head jolts back as he stumbles over the tree's root, gone to the fog. "I got her," Abby says as she lands. She's a thin thing. Thinner since all of this shit went down, so I don't hear her land. The Glock looks like it weighs more than her. I point to the road on the far side of the field. There's a small pond shimmering in the morning sunshine. "Get to the lake. I'll get Norman the weapons," I say. I didn't even think to say these words. We always know living with the dead means our lives can take a turn for the worst at any moment. We prepare for this stuff. It's almost a reflex. Second nature. I lunge into the Jeep. Through the tinted glass, I see Norm. A group of the dead surround him, closing in on him, slowly backing him up against the driver's side door. He has the smoking Magnum in one hand, the baseball bat in his other. His gray shirt, already dingy with months on the road, is soaked through with sweat. I reach in the Jeep where our gym bag of weapons sits on the front seat, grab it and pull it out. The dead around the front of the car haven't noticed me. Norm shoots one in the face, stripping it of its left side. It falls in a bloody spray. My hand finds the door handle of the back seat. I push it open with a grunt. It's not easy. The Jeep's doors are heavy and, like I said, I'm a weakling. "Norm, let's go." He looks at me. This crazy look is in his eyes, like he's going to try to take all of them on by himself. Believe me, he probably could. But I love my older brother, and I'm not going to let him do something stupid. The baseball bat swings, cracks a short, fat guy on the top of the head. Norm raises the bat again, but my voice stops him mid-strike. "Norm, I can't do this without you." He looks at me, and the crazy mask he's wearing vanishes. "I've gone my whole life without you, man. I can't lose you again." Blood speckles his uneven beard, his forehead, and almost the entire front of his shirt. "Come on," I shout. The crazy look invades his features again. He squares up to me, raises his weapon. My mouth opens in a protest, something like, "Please don't shoot." But it's lost in the sound of the gunshot. The glass behind my head shatters, showers over my hands which are laced against the back of my neck. I slowly turn, my heartbeat pounding in my chest. A corpse lays in the grass a mere foot away from where my legs hang out of the Jeep. Its head is a mess of blood and brains and bits of bone. I turn back to Norm as he crawls over the back seats. "Thanks," I say. "Don't mention it," he says, a smile on his face. Then we are out of the car and running toward the pond, where Abby and Darlene are little specks on the horizon, barely visible through the now vanishing fog. 4. We regroup at the pond. Dead fish float belly up near the surface. Darlene watches them as if they are hypnotizing. I squeeze her hand and say, "It's okay," even though I know I'm lying. It's not okay. We have just lost the car and barely survived. I think about maybe going back there when the fog clears, but there are too many zombies, and the car crashed into that old tree pretty hard. So we shoulder on. As the sun slowly burns us overhead, we spend much of the day walking, but I'm tired come a couple hours past noon. I don't know the exact time, I just know it's time to rest. I haven't slept in almost 24 hours. If I take the watch during the middle of the night, I usually sprawl out in the back of Norm's Jeep while one of the others drive. But we are so close to Eden I could practically smell the orange groves and taste the clean, alive air. Or so that's the image in my head from the countless nights I've dreamed of the place. Norm looks over his shoulders at me. I'm walking gingerly, as if I'm maneuvering through landmines, the bag of weapons hanging off my shoulders and my machete in hand. His face goes from pissed off to brotherly concern in a matter of seconds. Abby and Darlene follow his gaze. I must look pretty bad because even Abby looks worried, and lately, nothing worries Abby. Darlene stops, her shoes breaking a twig that sounds much louder in my head than it actually is. Then she's on me. "Oh, Jack," she says. "Are you feeling all right?" The back of her hand goes up to my forehead, feeling for a fever. I'm not sick, it's just hot outside. Florida weather is nothing like Ohio weather. My shirt sticks to my sweaty skin. There's moisture trickling down the back of my neck. It's not the wheels and mobility of Norm's Jeep that I miss now. It's the air conditioning. God, I'd kill for some air conditioning. "I'm okay," I say. "Don't worry. Let's keep going. Gotta get to Eden today." Even I can hear how weak I sound. Darlene grips my hand and squeezes. "Let me take the bag. I can carry it, Jack." She'll have to be carrying me pretty soon. "You sure you don't want to rest, little brother? Take a break? Maybe a nap? 8-hour power nap, yeah?" "No," I say. "I'm fine. Gotta get to Eden before sundown." Though we left the zombies behind in the field, we are never safe. When the sun goes down and their yellow eyes glow viciously with hunger and rage, you do not want to be caught around a horde. If we stop now, who knows how long we'll be walking after dark? I can't have that. I must keep this group safe. I must keep Darlene safe. But my body says otherwise. We go on for another half hour, walking along a long stretch of road. In the distance, I see the varying ups and downs, the farmland next to it, and much, much farther, I see a town. I know it's actually not that far. It's just my tired eyes playing tricks on me. Still, this realization doesn't help me much. I seem to stare straight ahead for hours. None of us talk. There's a time and place for talking, and it's not now. Can't let any dormant dead things in the surrounding forest know where we are. The sun is halfway down as Norm turns around to look at me. Him and Abby are about 100 feet ahead of Darlene and I. I look up to the sky, sarcastically thinking, wow, time flies when you're having fun. I'm not too out of it to know it's nowhere close to 9 in the evening. The darkness overhead is a storm brewing. Gray and black clouds swell, pregnant with rain and thunder and lightning. We will have no choice but to find cover. It looks like it's going to be a hard one, too. Norm points to a farmhouse. It's on a stretch of farmland which hasn't been farmed in the better part of a year. Beyond this wooden fence that runs the length of the balding patch of land, crops litter the field like trash, looking as unenthused as I feel. The farmhouse is a squat 2-story building. Its red brick chimney sticks up into the air like a middle finger. The roof is also red, though I don't think that was its original color. Maybe brown or black. Age and muggy weather have made it rusty, and now it's the color of the chimney. The lawn is overgrown. There's a bicycle leaning up against the porch with its handlebars turned at a neck-breaking angle, grass threatening to swallow it up. But beyond this, there is a large tree with all of its leaves. It is the most alive thing I've seen in a long time. It is a beautiful tree. Darlene shudders next to me. Creepy, she says. Yeah, Abby agrees. They must not notice the tree. Don't get too comfortable, Norm says, a sarcastic smile on his face. We're only staying until we all get rested, and then we're back on the road. Who knows? Maybe the previous owners of this place left us a car or some honest-to-God food. I'm sick of eating old Twinkies and stale potato chips. And bugs. Don't forget bugs, Abby says, a disgusted look on her face. Yeah, Norm has been eating bugs. It was a habit he picked up in his military travels. Some foreign country or other where dinner's main course is grasshopper soup and eating beef, pork, or chicken is frowned upon. I won't knock it, but I won't try it either. I understand where he's coming from. We haven't had meat in a while, and men need their meat. During the fall of American civilization, when there were more people than zombies, this was a very short time, looking back, you could still find a pound or two of frozen hamburger, chicken breasts, a nice pot roast. Cook them over a fire, get some buns, barbecue sauce or ketchup and mustard, and enjoy. But now, every working freezer has probably stopped. So, yeah, a man needs his meat, even if it is bug meat. And Florida has a lot of bugs. Hey, if you guys ate some once in a while, maybe you wouldn't be so weak, Norm says. I mean, veggies can only take you so far. Abby rolls her eyes. Darlene is looking at me, ignoring all of this banter. Jack, you don't look all right, she says. Really? I'll be okay once I get some sleep, I say. I and the rest of the gang were lucky not to catch the virus that killed most of the world. But we're never lucky enough to catch a full 8 hours. That kind of shit catches up to a guy. No joke. Then let's go, Norm says. 5. The wilted crops watch us as we walk up the long, winding gravel driveway. Or at least it seems like it. I can't complain. I'd much rather deal with dead crops than dead people. Norm leads the way, the baseball bat in hand, but his magnum not far off. One of the rules I've brought forth from my old zombie book, sitting on dusty abandoned shelves at a local bookstore near you, is never shoot a zombie if you can bash its head in. They are attracted to sound. This is something I learned the hard way back in Woodhaven when I was still trying to get a feel for these creatures, still testing the waters. And like in my book, The Dead Slayer, this proved to be true, among other things. Zombies craving human flesh, can only kill them by severing the brain, the putrid stink of rotting bodies, and much, much more. Norm goes up the stairs first. I am right behind him. Any other time I'd be there neck and neck with my older brother, but he has the gun while Abby has the other, and I'm pretty beat. I glance over my shoulder at Darlene. Her fingers are up to her mouth, her teeth working on the nails she once cared so much about. I smile at her, letting her know it's going to be okay. The front door isn't locked, but it's cracked. This is a good sign. If it was locked, whatever dead things inside of it would still be here. Norm pushes it open the rest of the way, eases it really. The hinges squeak. I'm not hit with the smell of rotting carcasses. Thank God for small favors, right? But I am hit with the smell of someone else's house. You know what I'm talking about. The smell of home-cooked meals and cheap candles from Bath and Body Works, maybe even cigarette smoke and dog piss. A smell that hits you full force once you enter, but then disappears about 5 minutes later only to resurface when you're back in the comfort of your own house, peeling your clothes off while the shower is running and you're thinking, How the hell did I stomach that stench for so damn long? It's that kind of smell. And in this farmhouse, it's the smell of decaying potatoes, old manure, and maybe rotten eggs and other foods leaking out from behind the closed doors of a refrigerator long since defunct. These are not pleasant smells either, but I inhale deeply. It's so much better than dead bodies. I think it's clear, Norm says. I lean back to Abby and Darlene, give them a nod, letting them know they can come in. They do, and they stay in the foyer area, closing the door to the outside world. We aren't even inside, and he thinks it's clear. That's how good we've gotten at this. We are human, after all. Humans adapt. I swear my sense of smell is heightened. I can see better in the dark. And I'm almost impervious to fear. Almost. That's cool and all, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss the old way of life. Staying up in an air-conditioned house, writing, watching TV shows and movies that were once regarded as fiction but have since become the real world. Eating whatever I like at whatever time I wanted it. Craving cheeseburgers? McDonald's is open 24 hours and it's just down the road. What I miss most of all is the docility. How people weren't always so high-strung all the time. You could walk around, at least around my neighborhood in Chicago, without having to worry about people robbing you for your car, your food, your weapons, or your women. I miss not being a killer. I miss my mother, too, and it's not that if she was still alive I would go see her. It's just that it was nice knowing she was still here, and I could talk to her whenever I wanted to, even if that was only on birthdays and Christmas. We walk inside, past the little foyer area where the mud caked on the boots next to the door is turned into piles of dust. There's a coat rack with light jackets, workman's gloves, a John Deere hat. Then we are in a hallway. There is a washing machine with a load of moldy, mildewy clothes still inside of it. Pictures of Christ on the walls. Behind these pictures, a striped wallpaper of earthy colors. Brown, red clay, land green. Norm takes the left. I take the right. The right is a family room. The left is the kitchen. There's more, though. This place is huge. Apparently, farmers make bank, and I definitely pursued the wrong career by going into writing. Doesn't matter anymore, though. Darlene trails behind me, grabs my hand. We walk together in this strange house, both of us on edge, our eyes narrowed, looking for any sudden movement. Our breathing low so we can hear every creak and groan. Inside of the family room is one of those wraparound couches. It stretches wall to wall. There's a folded blanket over the arm. Pillows in the corners. Picture perfect, like a display couch. A film of dust covers the blank screen of the television. It's got to be around 50 inches. And it will most likely never be watched again. There's a large cobblestone fireplace that takes up the bulk of the right side of the room, the type of fireplace I always wanted when I was younger. On the mantel is a framed picture. They are this house's last owners. God knows where they are now. I take one off the mantel, the smallest one. The frame is golden and jagged. This was a happy family. An older man in a button-up shirt and black slacks, the shirt tucked in, with his arm around a woman in her mid-50s wearing a flowery dress, both with deep suntans, both looking like they'd never worn formal wear in their entire lives. Next to them, locked at the elbows, is a pair of twins, young men in their caps and gowns, perfect white teeth on their faces. A billowing water fountain is behind them in the shape of an open rosebud. The little stenciled date in the corner of the picture says FSU 2013. They graduated from Florida State. This moment, frozen in time, is now in my hand, and I feel like crying. Maybe they're still happy. Maybe they're out there somewhere doing what Darlene, Abby, Norm, and I are doing, surviving. Darlene's hand is on my back. I feel the slight tremors going through her body as if she's holding in sobs. I turn to her. "It's okay," I say. "It's okay." I know it's not. "They sat here," she says. "They sat right here and laughed, watched TV, opened presents on Christmas." "I know, Darlene, but they're in a better place now," I say. "How do you know they've gone to a better place?" Her eyes are glistening. I don't answer. She just hugs me, wraps her arms tight around my neck. Her hair no longer smells like cherries, but that's okay. I am home when I am with her. That's all that matters. You guys want some privacy?" Norm says from the doorway. Abby is right behind him, a smirk on her face. There's no longer any privacy among us, and even if me and Darlene went upstairs to an empty room, locked the door, and got our privacy, I wouldn't like it. It's too quiet in here. No hum of air conditioning, no sounds of cars going down the road. Norm and Abby would hear everything. Besides, this is not our house. It belongs to the family, forever frozen in happiness in my hand. I don't care if they never come back to claim it. It's just not right. "No, it's okay," I say. I go to the couch, sit down. The cushions are rigid, as if no one has ever sat where I sat. But a smell of stale body odor and old manure wheezes out. "Everything clear?" "Yeah," Norm says. "Downstairs is good. Abby checked upstairs. Basement is locked, but I'm not about to break down the door to find out what's down there. This place isn't our home. It's just a temporary haven. And it's empty as a graveyard, as far as I'm concerned." He smiles at me. That's one of our inside jokes. As empty as a graveyard. It means that all the dead have risen, and nowadays people don't die. Therefore, no more graveyards. The whole world is one. "Were there any—" I trail off. Norm shakes his head. Abby does the same. "Nothing," she says. I want to ask if she found the family from the pictures, but I don't for Darlene's sake. When the plague swept the nation, then the world, it did so with brutal force. The government didn't do what you'd expect, what they do in every zombie movie and book from here to China. They didn't declare a quarantine because it was too late. They didn't develop a vaccine as quick as possible because they couldn't. By the time they realized how far this disease spread, it was everywhere. So they pretty much said, "Hey, well, I guess we're all fucked, so you're on your own." Anyway, when the news broke, a lot of people, families like the family who own this house, took to solving the crisis themselves. Some of them fought, and maybe ended up in places like Eden. But some of them put the barrel of a shotgun in their mouths. Sad but true. "Well, what do we do now?" Abby says. "We rest," Norm says, "until we're ready to get back on the road again. I'll do some scouting, see if they left anything of use." "Let me help," I say. Norm shakes his head. "No, little brother. You need to rest the most." "I can rest when we get to Eden." The images of orange groves and smiling people from my dreams come to me. If you don't rest now, you'll never get to Eden, Norm says. Also sad. And also true. 6. Today, for the first time in a long time, Darlene and I will get to sleep by ourselves in an actual bed, mattress and all. No Norm, no Abby, no cramped and uncomfortable folded-down back seats of Norm's long-lost Jeep. We all get our own rooms, our own beds. These rooms are not what I expect. They seem lived in. Ruffled blankets. Mattresses with the previous owner's bodies imprinted in the sheets. I go into the bathroom of the one Darlene and I take. I think it might have belonged to one of the farmer's twin sons because of the Star Wars posters on the walls. A dead video game console connected to the equally dead television. But in the bathroom, my heart stops. Crest toothpaste. The blue kind with the thin squares of breath-freshening mint strips dispersed throughout. Sits on the lip of the sink. Its cap open. A toothbrush sits next to it. My heart stops for 2 reasons. The first is that maybe whoever was here before us is still here, only out and about on a supply run. And the second is that maybe this house has running water. Maybe it comes through the pipes from a well somewhere nearby. God, I'd kill for a hot shower. Both of these reasons are proven wrong as I rub my finger across the toothpaste. It is dry, mummified. The head of the toothbrush is drier than this, and the faucet only sputters and chokes when I turn the knob. Darlene pops her head around the doorframe. Her blonde hair no longer bouncy and voluminous, but now clinging to her scalp and face in clumps. "Everything okay?" she asks. I nod. But she knows. The rest of her body, noticeably thinner yet still gorgeous, enters the view. "No, it's not, Jack. You look like you saw a ghost." We've all seen ghosts. Darlene stares at me expecting an answer, so I have to give her one. I say the first thing that pops into my head. No ghost. She nods as if she knows exactly what I'm talking about, and in a sense, she does. The last 6 months have been harder on her than the rest of us. She, unlike Norm, Abby, and me, had stakes in the old world. She had family and friends. Now they're gone. Sometimes I hear her sniffling in the night. Sometimes I hear her calling out for her mother or her sister in her sleep. It hurts me more than anything else to see her upset and broken. Sometimes I don't know what to do. I hold her and kiss her, but those gestures can only go so far. We leave the bathroom and head for the bed. The first angry grumbles from the storm begin to make themselves heard. I fell asleep at 3 p.m, and I dream of Eden, of walls and food and safety, of seeing whoever wrote the sign on the roof we saw with a smile on their face. It's a semblance of the old world, and it's the reason I wake up. I have to get there for my family, for Darlene and Abby and Norm. But for some reason, I wake up sweaty and scared. Outside, it is raining. The storm has passed. I have slept through the worst of it. Distant rumbles of thunder can be heard. Streaks of lightning can be seen. But other than that, the field of dead crops and the surrounding woods are quiet and silent. I wake feeling rested, ready to take on the whole dead world by myself. Darlene is gone next to me, twitching softly every minute or so as I sit there looking out the window. I hear her murmur a name, but it's impossible to tell who it belongs to. I lean over and kiss her on her sweaty cheek. I hope she is having pleasant dreams. I hope she is escaping this fucked up world, if only for a minute. I get up, head downstairs to use the restroom. The plumbing doesn't work in the house, as I discovered earlier, but I've not stooped low enough to take a piss in a waterless toilet bowl in a house that's not mine. Plus, the storm has settled down enough for me to see the surrounding fields. No fog, no yellow eyes. The air outside is fresh. That smell of wet soil and leaves. No rotting corpses drifting this way today. I reckon it's around 11 at night. I've gotten my doctor-recommended 8 hours. But I also reckon I'll sleep for 8 more hours, barring a major setback. I do my business off the back porch where I can see the tops of trees swaying in the faint moonlight breaking through the dark storm clouds. It's calm out here. It's fresh. You can almost forget about all the bullshit you've been through over the past few months. All the hate, all the death, all the darkness. For this moment, the world is how it used to be. I stand, watching the leaves, hearing them rustle for what seems like only a short time. "You all right?" Norm says from behind me. I hear his voice through a wave of longing. I am at the bottom of the pool of my pleasant memories, drowning, and Norm is standing on the edge, shouting for me to grab his hand. "Huh?" I say, shaking my head. "You've been out here for 10 minutes, man," he says. "Can't sleep?" "I slept like a rock," I say. "I was getting worried," Norm says. "You were a statue." The sky has begun to take on a purplish bruising color. The world is hurt. This disease has pummeled it. And no longer do we see the blackness. Now we see its wounds. "I was just thinking," I say, looking at the sky beyond the trees. "Yeah? About what?" I don't answer. Norm is not the same guy I remember from my childhood. He doesn't boss me around or hit me or bully me. He's grown up. Still, I don't dare spill my feelings to him. It would not be manly. It would be the kind of stuff only pussies talk about. I don't exactly know why I feel like this. We've both grown in 10 years, and I like who we've become. Maybe I'm afraid if I say what's on my mind, I'll break that fragile illusion. "Jackie," he says, waving his hand in front of my face. Without much light, I barely see it. Just the gleam of the moon in his eyes. "I was just thinking about what our next move is," I say. A lie? "Easy," Norm says. He walks up next to me, places his hands on the railing of the back porch. "We get to Eden." "It's not that easy anymore," I say. "It's so bad out there, and it gets worse every passing minute. There are times I don't think we're going to make it to the next town." He claps me on the back. "But we do, little brother, don't we? Besides, we only need to make it to one more town, and then we're home." He says home like we've been on an extended vacation. Not like we are showing up to some fabled safe haven, with our hands out, expecting food, water, and shelter. We don't even know where Eden is for sure. It's like the lost city of Atlantis in this zombie-ravaged world. We just know it's past Sharon, or so we hope. Together, Jack, we can do whatever the fuck we want. Screw those deadheads, man. Screw them right up their rotten assholes. I smile, let out a small chuckle. Norm has always had a way with words. I'm glad the military didn't beat that out of him. He smiles back. "Think the girls are going to be okay?" I ask. Norm nods. Yeah, they'll come around. Abby already has. Darlene will, too. It might take some close call or tragedy, God forbid, to snap her out of the world we used to live in, but she'll come around. I hope so, I say, knowing my hope is misplaced. If a zombie apocalypse can't wake her up, then I don't know what can. There's mourning, that's okay. Things happen and you get upset about them, but you keep moving on. And so far, Darlene has showed me she's not moving at all. Not even trying to move on. Don't worry, little bro, he says, then turns to look to the dark forest. I can't help but think of the creatures lurking around out there, watching us with golden eyes. It brings goosebumps up all over my flesh. Zombies are one thing in the Florida daylight, but at night, they are a different beast. At night, all your courage disappears, your past zombie-slaying experience with it. I turn away from the forest, leaning my back up against the railing. There's a drawn-out silence, a calm, perhaps. I turn to Norm, already feeling the words bubbling from my lips, already mentally preparing myself for a right-handed slug in the chin or a sucker punch to the gut. Why did you leave? I ask. He arches an eyebrow. What are you talking about? I never left. God knows I wanted to after the shit we saw in Woodhaven and Indianapolis. I shake my head. That's not what I'm talking about, I say. Now I can't help myself. The words just come pouring out. Over a decade of questions sit inside of my head, piling on top of each other. I've been quiet for the 6 months we've been together, but now the dam bursts. I'm talking about me and Mother. Why did you leave us? Why did you leave me? Norm snorts, rolls his eyes. Oh, please, Jack. You didn't like me. I was a shit brother. No, I didn't like you. I loved you. Your family, I'd love you no matter what. But you didn't have to leave. You didn't even say goodbye, you just left. Do you remember? Do you remember, Norm? He recoils, the overconfidence usually lighting his eyes up, dimming. Do you realize what you did to Mother? To our little family unit? Dad left us, you left us, then I left Mother. I had to, Jackie. You don't understand. I don't know whether to be sad or angry or plain fucking ecstatic that I'm finally broaching this subject. So I must look like a madman. My fists clenched, ready for a fight. A misplaced smile on my face. Tears threatening to spill down my cheeks. Make me understand, I say. Make me. My voice is loud. If there are any zombies in the woods looking for their next meal, I pretty much give them an open invitation. I can't, he says. Was it Mom? Was it me? Was it that fucking town? I say, my voice shaking. It's now I realize I'm inches from Norm's face. He's taller than me, not by much, but it's as if I'm towering over him, looking down at a scared, sheltered 17-year-old version of himself. Jack, I can't. It's too... What? Embarrassing? Painful? Stressful? Open your eyes, Norm. This whole world is all of those things and more. Norm takes a deep breath and looks away from me to the wet wood of the back deck. I'm beginning to feel like a grade A asshole. Like a bully. Freddie and Pat Huber come to mind. Norm, over a decade ago. I'm not that. I strive to not be that. My arm reaches out to Norm, but he turns his back on me. Fine, he says. You really want to know? You want to know my deepest, darkest secret? The reason I had to get away from Mom and you, from Woodhaven? Norm, I start to say, but he cuts me off. You remember Tim Lancaster? He asks me. The overconfidence usually in his eyes is not back, but is replaced with a fire instead. The same fire that fills his eyes before a kill. Tim Lancaster, I think. That's a blast from the past if I've ever heard one. But it's a name that brings up a wave of emotions. He was Norm's best friend for as long as I remember. They were inseparable in middle school. Late-night Nintendo, guzzling Mountain Dew and shoveling pizza, sleeping over all weekend at each other's houses type of buddies. Then, when they get to high school and people started to sort off into different social factions, the nerds, the geeks, the jocks, the drama queens, like I experienced firsthand a year after Norm left us, Tim and my older brother remained as inseparable as they had always been. I remember Tim coming over the day after Norm had gone, long before the first letter from basic training in Fort Benning arrived. He asked why Norm wasn't answering his calls, why he stood him up for basketball at Reds Park. I said I thought you knew. Knew what? That Norm left. I handed him the scrap of paper he left on the kitchen table. The paper that mentioned nothing of Tim Lancaster. And Tim nodded, as if he understood all of this. Then he started crying. I was 13. I wouldn't cry, though I wanted to. I was stuck in that weird limbo between childhood and manhood, too afraid to show my emotions. That was the last time I saw Tim Lancaster. He moved that summer to stay with his grandparents in Lansing, Michigan. Last I heard, he had gone on to an art school in New York. I hope that worked out for him. I hope he had a decent life before all of this happened. Yes, I remember, I say. My voice is weak. A million scenarios are playing out in my head. Maybe Norm and Tim killed someone. I know in high school they picked up another hobby, drinking, and Tim had a pretty nifty hand-me-down shit-brown Mercury they cruised around in. Maybe they were drunk driving, struck a homeless man, buried him, and Norm's guilt and fear caused him to run. Maybe I was in love with him, Norm says. This is a very confusing slap to the face. Love? Like friends, I say. Norm shakes his head. He looks ashamed now. There's a chair a few steps behind him, rain pooled in the cushion. He falls onto it, crumpling his normally rigid, soldier-like stature into a ball, and sending small sprays of water in every direction. No, I was in love with him. Love, Jack. Love like you and Darlene's love. Norm, you're gay? I feel my brain practically explode. My macho older brother, gay? Who would have thought? Yeah. Whoop-de-freaking-do. I'm not judging. I'm just surprised. Yeah, I bet. There. Are you happy? I hate to shake my head, but I do. What does that have to do with you leaving? Norm sits up, his elbows on his thighs, face in his hands. He pinches the bridge of his nose as if whatever he's about to tell me is so obvious that I must have developed a mental handicap after he left. You know, Mother, he corrects himself. She would shove the closest sharp object in her ears if you said the word penis around her. Don't you remember that one Thanksgiving at Grandma and Grandpa Dean's house when we were all going around saying what we were thankful for, and I got you to say you were thankful for big tits? Yeah, you told me they called grandparents big tits in France, and everyone would be impressed with me knowing a second language. Mother just about passed out. Then she whooped my ass out in the garage, hitting me and clicking the automatic door opener over and over again to drown out the sounds of my screams. I was only 6, dude. Norm is beside himself laughing. If the sun was out, I think I'd see tears streaming from his face. I can't help but smile with him. Exactly, he says. She was uppity. I wanted to tell her for the longest time how I felt about men, but I had no one to talk to. No one would understand. And then one Saturday, when she was working a double at Jerry's Diner, or so I thought, she caught me and Tim with our pants around our ankles. I try not to picture this. She didn't react how I'd expected, he continues. Hell, if I caught my son doing that with another fella, I'd probably cut his balls off. He rubs his eyes with the heels of his hands, as if trying to rub the image of our mother's silent fury from his retinas. I inch forward. Well, I say, what did she do? She didn't do anything. Her jaw didn't drop to the floor. Her eyes didn't catch fire and melt from their sockets. She didn't scream. She kind of just stood there shaking her head, giving us that look. You know the look I'm talking about. While me and Tim tried to cover ourselves up. Then for the next couple of weeks, months, she wouldn't talk to me. She wouldn't hear my apologies. I was lost, Jack. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I just knew I had to get the fuck out of there and away from her. I feel a spark of anger, remembering how my mother was when Norm left. But I can't blame Norm. There were times when I wanted to leave too. Ultimately, I did. Norm stands up now. He stands like his normal self, rigid, poised. I know, he says. I know I fucked up. I was young and stupid, scared, impressionable. One of those army recruiters stopped me at the mall not long after Mother caught us. I just graduated high school. Barely, I mean, by the skin of my teeth, Jack. And I knew I wasn't going to college. I wasn't like you, man. I don't have a way with words. I ain't a math geek. The world map to me is the USA, Mexicans, blacks, sissy Europeans, and terrorists. I can't tell you where Iraq is, or where the Queen of England sits on her throne. I'm dumb, and the Army has a lot of great benefits for a dummy like me. I met some great people, went to some great places, but I also did some bad shit. Shit I'm never going to live down. If I could go back in time, I would, Jackie, believe me. I don't know whether to feel angry or sorry for my older brother, so I don't speak anymore. It doesn't bother me that Norm is gay, it just bothers me that he left us out to dry. I look him square in the eyes, and I can tell he's expecting me to punch him in the jaw. Maybe he'd accept that punch graciously, I don't know. But I have no urge to do it. Instead, I hug him, and he hugs me back. You gonna be okay to stand watch? I ask. Yeah, he says. Abby will take over pretty soon. Good, I say. Norm and I split up. He must linger on the back deck for a while because I don't hear him come back inside. I go upstairs. Darlene turns her head to me, says in a sleepy voice, Everything okay? I heard shouting. Yeah, darling, it's okay. Go back to sleep. She does. I stare up at the ceiling, thinking of Tim Lancaster, of my mother, and of my brother. Sleep comes easier once Darlene's steady breathing fills the quiet. She no longer murmurs. I fall asleep feeling better than I ever have, because I know Norm and I have cleared the air. There are no more secrets. It's a good feeling. 7. When I wake up, Norm isn't on the back deck anymore. It is early morning. Sunlight streams in through the blinds. Dust floats around the entire room, like small snowflakes in the middle of a hot Florida summer. Darlene is gone. I hear footsteps downstairs. Laughter. Dishes clank off one another. The girls are fixing a breakfast. Out of what, I have no idea. If I had to guess, I'd say it was stale Doritos and flat Coca-Cola. Gone are the days of fresh bacon and eggs and orange juice. None of those sounds are what caused me to wake up. What did it was the sound coming above me. Clunky footsteps and out-of-tune whistling. My heart drops to my stomach for a second, thinking the real owner of this farmhouse has come back. Then I hear Norm's gruff voice. "Fuck me," he says. I cross over to the window, open it. It squeals slightly, but other than that, opens just fine. Norm is sitting near the red chimney, his pants covered in powdery rust, legs almost hanging off the roof. "What are you doing?" I say. He smiles goofily at me. His eyes are red. I doubt he got much sleep last night. "I'm just enjoying the sunshine, little brother," he says, then hiccups. "Who's on watch?" I ask, feeling that anger bubbling inside of me again. There's an empty bottle leaning against the bricks next to him. I point to it. "I am," he says. "Where did you get that?" I ask, pointing to the bottle. He shakes his head. "Which one of you said that?" His finger points at me, but slowly moves back and forth as if he is seeing double. "The booze, Norm. Where'd you get the booze?" He looks to the empty bottle, picks it up, closes one eye, and peers into it. Then he's patting it on the bottom, trying to get the last drop out with no such luck. "Found it," he says. "Found a whole bunch of them in the shed. Food, too. But booze first. Glug, glug, glug." He squints his eyes, then puts a hand on his brow to shield the sunlight. He's already deeply tanned, but I can see his skin starting to blister. "Don't move, Norm. I'm going to get you off of there before you fall and break your neck." He shoots up, one foot slipping down the sloped roof. He stumbles, almost falls, and has to grab the chimney to steady himself. "Wait! We're saved! Look, it's a car! We're saved, Jackie!" I lean out the window, hoping my brother is just having some kind of drunk hallucination. But Norm is not wrong. A car has just turned off the distant road and into the dirt driveway that leads to the farmhouse. Clouds of dust billow around the back tires. It's a car I wouldn't expect a farmer to own. A souped-up Dodge Challenger as black as the tar that pours out of the zombies' mouths. Norm jumps up and down, waving his arms. I lean out the window and try to grab him, but he's too far. "We're over here!" Norm shouts. "Over here!" "Everything okay?" Darlene says from the first floor. "We've got food, Jack. Norm found a freezer running on a generator. Eggs and steak. Fresh. You hungry, Jack?" I don't answer, and I hear her coming up the wooden steps. When she sees me almost fully out the window and Norm parading around on a sloped roof, she screams. Her hand grabs at the elastic waistband of my underwear. The stitches stretch as my body leans forward. I may have survived a similar fall off a roof half a year ago, but I had Pat Huber and bushes to soften the blow. There's nothing but hard ground to cushion this one. The Dodge's engine revs. Another hand grips me round the shoulders, dainty but strong. It's Abby, and with her help I land on the bedroom's thin carpet. "We have to go," I say. "We have to get out of here. There's a car. They saw us. Norm is drunk and he's going to get us killed." "Wait, hold on, what?" Abby asks. "Slow down." A gun goes off. The bullet strikes the chimney in an explosion of red dust. Norm wavers, his hand still around the brick, and brings his own gun out with his other hand. He pulls the magnum's trigger. I hear the tires squeal, the spray of rocks dinging the house below. "Yeah, that's right," Norm shouts. "You better run." But they don't. I look out the window in time to see another bullet slam into the chimney. Too close. Norm loses his balance, bellowing, and starts sliding down the shingles. "Norm!" I shout, and I lunge for the window again. 8. Norm's head is bleeding. His eyes are wide. His voice no longer has that drunken, syrupy sound to it. But somehow, he hangs on to the gutter running along the edge of the roof. "Help me! Help! I'm coming!" I shout. I go out the window, this time more carefully. The shingles are slippery, but my bare feet grip them as well as they can. I jump the gap between this wing of the house and the wing Norm hangs from, and I land with a jarring thunk. Norm whimpers. The gutters creak and groan, threatening to collapse, sending him splattering on the concrete. I wrap my arms around the chimney and lay on my stomach, all while outstretching my underwear-clad legs. Another gunshot thwaps, and before the shot's muted echo leaves my head, I'm showered in a storm of brick dust. This was probably not the brightest idea, but I can't let my brother die. Norm grips my ankle, but his hands are sweaty. I feel them slipping. The Dodge has pulled up to the side of the farmhouse, parked horizontally. I see gray hair poking out from the open driver's side door. I see the gun raise, and another shot goes off, silent. It misses me and does the same as the two before it. This bullet strikes dangerously close to my fingers. I can feel the heat radiating from the hole. Norm's magnum has long since fallen off, and I'm too busy hanging on for dear life to shoot a gun right now. "Don't shoot!" I yell. "We aren't your enemy." As if I really know that. From the corner of my eye, I see Abby hang out the window. For a split second, I think she's going to start to shoot, but she doesn't. She has a pillowcase in hand, and she's waving it like a surrender flag. It's not white, it's yellow. It'll have to do. I think the guy gets the hint because the shots stop. Norm crawls up my leg, his fingers digging into my flesh, then pulling on my underwear. My bare ass is visible to God and everyone else, but Norm makes it up the roof. His eyes are clear, his breathing ragged. Yeah, plummeting to your death will sober you up real quick. "Who are you?" the man from the Dodge shouts. From up here I can see his mane of silver hair shining in the Florida sunlight. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" He leans into the car and says something in a quiet voice. I catch the last bit of what is said. "Go, go." The windows are tinted so I can't seem to see who it is, but someone gets out and rushes around the front of the house. I scramble to the window, ready to jump, ready to put myself between Darlene and Abby to protect my family. "I want whoever's in the house to come out. No weapons, no tricks, no funny business. I mean it. I got my sights set on both of your friends' heads, and I won't hesitate to repaint my roof with their blood. Understood?" the silver-haired man says. Abby and I catch eyes. I nod to her. It pains me not to put up a fight, but I've already done one stupid thing today, and the day is pretty young. I don't need any more blood on my hands. Darlene's sunburnt face seems to drain of all color. "I know you're scared," I say to Darlene, "but it will be okay, I promise." She smiles with trembling lips. I almost believe myself. 9. Abby and Darlene stand in front of the Dodge with their hands up. Norm is beside me, his face sweaty, his skin waxy. I think he might vomit. Abby talks in a low voice, explaining our situation. The older man with the gray hair doesn't take his sights off of me. His beard is longer than the hair on his head, and a gaunt man stands next to him, nodding as Abby talks. This man's hair is long, a jet black, and his beard is scraggly but not as long as the older man's. He also has a gun, but it's in his hand, resting on the side of his thigh. The older man nods to the younger one, and the younger one disappears. Abby turns to me and gives me a thumbs up. What's that supposed to mean? They won't kill us as gruesomely as we think? They'll let us go? Norm leans over the roof, his hands covering his mouth, but not fast enough. Puke spews from between his fingers, splattering me. It's not a thumbs-up moment at all. Oh, man, he says. I feel so much better. About 2 minutes later, I'm crawling down a ladder with Norm's puke drying on my t-shirt. He's on the ground. Abby practically holds him up. That all of you? The older man says, gun still trained on me. I am annoyed and I am scared. The zombie apocalypse not only brings out the worst in corpses, but also people. These guys could be cannibals, rapists, murderers. How am I supposed to know? And we just succumb to them without so much as a fight. Yeah, that's all, Darlene says. We're telling the truth. We'll see about that, the old man says. He circles behind us. Want me to unload, Pa? The younger man asks. My blood freezes. Unload? What is this, a firing squad? No, Bri, not in front of them. Not until I've seen what they've been up to inside. All right, Pa, but I don't think we have much to worry about. That one just vomited off the roof. Dummies, if you ask me. Surprised they made it this long. I'm not bothered. He is right. Norm was stupid, and in about 3 hours, when the booze headache hits him square in the noggin, he'll be really sorry. We walk up through the front door. The old man sniffs deeply. Wow, y'all found mistaken eggs, I see. He spins around. The harsh light streaking in through the thin curtains shading the windows cause him to look crazy. A man on his last thread of sanity. Can I blame him? We did break into his house after all. In the kitchen, the old man says. We follow him, the younger man behind us. Have a seat, he says. I'd like to know who has been staying in my place, whether I should punish them or not. Yeah, I'd like to see him try. Then he turns to the younger man. Wouldn't you, Brian? Brian nods. The older man pulls out a chair and sits down. His weapon is something James Bond would use. A sleek black pistol with a silencer on the end. He aims it at the four of us. What's your names? I'm Tony. Tony Richards, he says. Please have a seat. My eyes drift back to the gun he holds in us. Not the first time I've had one pointed at me, but I make it seem like it is. It'd be a lot easier to talk if I wasn't fearing for my life, I say. Tony looks down at the pistol as if he forgot it was there. He chuckles. This old thing? It's just precautionary. You understand, I'm sure. You don't have to worry about us, I say. I expect Norm to say something stupid here. His macho side is apt to show up during times where our backs are literally up against the wall. I get none of that. Instead, he leans forward, his head in his hands, and mumbles something about needing an aspirin. I already told him that. Abby says, as if I could hear what the hell they were talking about while I was dangling puke-covered from this man's roof. And that's exactly what one of Spike's men would say to cover his ass, Tony says. I lean forward. Flakes of Norm's vomit fall from my shirt onto this guy's dinner table. I catch it falling out of the corner of my eye, and suddenly the aroma of steak and eggs doesn't seem so enticing. Listen, Tony Richards. I don't know who Spike is, but you do realize with your logic, you're pretty much saying you're going to kill us. Tony ponders this a moment, scrunching his forehead up. I know his type. Like this before the world went to shit. Camouflaged hunting vests, fake testicles dangling from the back bumper of the truck which is too big for him to get in and out of comfortably. A wad of chew packed tight in between rotting teeth and cheek. This is the type of guy you'd expect to survive the zombie apocalypse. Redneck. Second Amendment defender. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against these types of people. I'm pretty open-minded, and the end of the world has made that even more true. I mean, I've considered eating bugs, man. But I do have something against them when they're pointing a gun at my family. I guess you're right, Tony says. He smiles. It's a pained smile. A moment of realization hits me. Tony Richards is older and covered in stress wrinkles and a long gray beard. But he is a man on whose face a smile does not belong. He is the man in the picture with his wife and twin sons. The picture on the mantel. This is not how I thought I'd meet him. Hell, I never thought I'd actually meet him. Is that your son? I ask. Is that your twin boy? The smile vanishes. The gun is now in my face, inches away. How would you know that? I don't know you. I've never met you. You'd only know that if you was working for Spike. No, I say. I saw the picture. Darlene scoots a little closer to me. She is shaking, visibly shaking. Times like these I put my arm around her and calm her down, but I can't. What the hell do you want from us? I say. If you're going to kill us, don't draw it out. Just fucking do it. I puff out my chest, looking more like a chicken than a brave man. This is usually the point Norm intervenes with his macho side. I'm doing my best. To the point, Tony says, nodding. I like that. He lowers his pistol. I'll get to the point, too, then, I guess. Seeing as y'all is on my property, I don't think what I plan to do with you is any of your gosh darn business. Brian nods and folds his arms. For a moment, I see the resemblance. I see the similarity from the photo sitting on the mantel in Tony Richards' living room. He doesn't look as young anymore. He looks like he's seen some shit, but we all have. The wispy hair on his face hides most of the recognizable features, and he's lost a good 10-15 pounds. Tony turns to look at him. If I ever had a chance to break out of here, it would be now. I would, too, if Norm wasn't half zonked out of his mind. He's been constantly moaning the entire time we've been at the table. We are outmatched. We are outgunned. What do you think, son? Should have let him go? Or make him pay? Brian nods his head from side to side. Like I said, they're too dumb to be part of Spike's crew. Well, friends, today's your lucky day, Tony says. Lucky because I'm stuck in a house with an old redneck staring down the wrong end of a gun. Yeah, lucky as hell, I say. Tony smiles the smile that looks so misplaced. Brian does not. Lucky? Because I'm letting you go. All of you, Tony says. Why is that? I ask, narrowing my eyes at him. It's almost too good to be true, "Shut up, Jack," Darlene says. "Don't question him." Abby nods, her eyes wide. Norm doesn't do anything. He's pretty much dead to the world. "Yeah, Jack," Tony says, grinning. "Don't screw it up now. Who knows how I'll feel in a minute or two. I might decide I want to punish you for breaking into my house." His look goes from me to the gun. I know he's full of shit. He might have killed before, but he is not a killer. He's a family man. He's a farmer. But I won't risk it. I stand up. "Fine. We'll get out of your hair. And we apologize for breaking into your house." "Lovely home, by the way," Darlene says as she follows my lead. "I love what you've done with the place." Tony smiles, but it's not that uncomfortable, genuine one. It's a fake. "Yeah, sorry," Abby says. "Come on, Norm," I say, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Let's go," he mumbles. "We're going to have to carry him out of here," Abby says, giving him a shake. "He'll make it to Eden," I say. And it's like the air is sucked out of the room. Brian pulls a gun free from the back of his waistband, points it at us. Tony lifts his off the table, gets up so fast, the chair he was sitting on flips behind him. "Liars!" Tony shouts. My heart drops. Abby almost trips over her own feet. Darlene shrieks and puts herself behind me. "You know about Eden, you fucking dirty liars," Brian says. "Y'all said you didn't. They're working for him, Pa." Tony gets this menacing look on his face and grabs the pistol. "Send Spike my regards." 10. Maybe the old me. The one who I think died in the Great Fire of Woodhaven last year. Yeah, that's what I'm calling it now. Would shit his pants and let this old geezer boss me around. Let him jam a gun in my face. But that's not me anymore. Norm isn't all there to back me up, so I have to act fast. I slap the pistol from his hand. It goes flying behind him. The silencer thumps the counter and lets off a muffled shot into the peeling striped wallpaper. Tony's face turns up into a snarl. Seriously, add a bit of blood and make him smell a little worse, and you'd think he was one of the zombies. His son aims at me, but Abby is on him fast as ever. She's grown into quite an athlete since we've been on the road. I'm almost too impressed to punch Tony in the face. Almost. I cock back and slug the old man across the jaw. His bones aren't brittle. They must be made of steel because my knuckles explode with white-hot pain. Still, Tony stumbles over his overturned chair and lands in a heap. An empty dog bowl goes spinning across the linoleum floor, its silver catching rays of sunlight filtering in through the kitchen window. I reach for the gun. Darlene screams behind all the chaos, a dazed and seemingly half-dead Norm in her arms. "Stop! Stop it!" She senses the blood about to be spilled. She senses the kill in the air. So do I. I grab the gun, the cold iron filling my hand, sending buzzes of powerful electricity through my skin. Tony sees me, and I must look crazy again because he scoots himself across the floor until he hits the dead refrigerator and puts his hands up. "Please, don't, please." A calm washes over the room. I feel all eyes on me, even Norm's. Abby has since subdued the skinny young man. He's on his knees, his head down, and his shaggy black hair hanging over his face. His hands are up half-heartedly, but he wants to die. I can see it as much as I can feel it. He wants Abby to end his life. And with the end of his life will come the end of the suffering, the nightmares, the constant looking over your shoulder, Tony Richards, the old man. He doesn't want to die. He wants to live. "Stop it, Jack, stop it! This isn't you," Darlene says. I take a deep, shaky breath. She's right. It's not. But sometimes we have to wear disguises if we want to get what we need. I aim the gun at the old man's head. My index finger wavers as it brushes the trigger. "Please," Tony Richards says while his son says nothing. "Please, we can work something out. You all can stay here if you want." "With psychopaths who want to kill us?" I say. Even I don't like the way I sound. "I think not." "You don't understand. Eden? You're from Eden and you don't have feelings. You don't. Spike, I can't go back to him. I escaped once. I'm never going back there," Tony says, babbling. The babbles turn to sobs. He brings a big calloused hand up to his face and wipes away sweat and tears at the same time. "Please, please," he says. "We aren't from Eden," I say. "We already told you that." He looks up at me. "You're not?" "No. We're trying to get there." "Geez, man, I'm not your enemy. We're not your enemy," I say. Abby nods. "Yeah," Norm croaks. "How'd you know about it?" Tony asks. It's supposed to be a secret now." "Everyone knows," I shout. "There's signs and clues all over the highway. People talk about it. We're just some of the refugees looking for safe haven." "Eden is not safe," Tony says. The way he speaks chills me. I don't know what to say. So many questions come to mind that none of them can come out. "Jack," Darlene says. "Let's go. Let's leave." Her face is pale, that sunburn drained. I feel the dejected spirit of the group. They don't want to believe Tony's words. Neither do I. "Please," Tony begins again. The rest of his words are choked out by sobs. I grab the pistol with both hands now, steadying my aim just like Norm taught me. But I do not pull the trigger. Instead, I hit the magazine release. I let the clip fall to the linoleum, and the sound it makes is close to a gunshot. So close, I see Brian shudder to my right and Tony Richards convulse as if I had just shot him. He opens his eyes, looks round at the drab kitchen, then at his son, and smiles. "Thank you," he says. "Thank you." "I'm not your enemy," I say again. Abby hasn't lowered her weapon. She's learned that the hard way, too. I know she won't pull the trigger, but what's left of the Richards family doesn't. Tony's face, which had been growing rosy since he realized I didn't shoot him, begins to drain of all color again. "You don't want to go to Eden," he says. "I mean it, son." Then Brian starts laughing. I look over to him. His hair shakes with each deep rumble. "We're so stupid," he says. "So stupid, Dad." I narrow my eyes at him. "How so?" He looks up at me. That look is in his eyes. The look that wasn't there before. A man on his last thread of sanity. "We keep our mouths shut about Eden, tell you where to go, how to get there, and then boom! You're dead." I jump at the sound of his voice. "Spike sees you coming. Believe me, Spike sees everything. And next thing you know, your head is on a pike outside the gates. Then me and my pa here live out the rest of our days as happy as we can be, never having to worry about you idiots coming back and trying to take what's ours," Brian continues. "Why should we believe you?" I ask. "Eden has to be safe. It just has to." Brian ignores my comment. "Too late, Pa. Too late." Abby hits him with the pistol. clobbers him right in the temple, and Brian is a heap of bones on the linoleum. My eyes bulge at the sight. I have to do a double take to make sure it really happened. Behind me, Darlene gasps. "Abby!" she says, as if she's offended. Abby shrugs. "What? He was creeping me out." I look to Tony, putting on my fake tough guy voice, the one Norm does so much better. "You're next if you don't tell us more about Eden." It's almost laughable. I'm not cut out for this job. The voice is shabby, but it seems to do the trick. Tony looks at me with a little more respect than he did before. He knows I'm in control, and that's good enough for me. "Okay, I'll tell you," he says. "But what's the point? You won't believe me. It was once a place you could go to be safe. But now it's overrun by a madman and his equally crazy followers. You don't want to go there. You don't want it, you're right," I say. "We are going to Eden. You may be lying or you may be telling the truth. One way or the other, I'm finding out for myself. If it's how you say it is, then my group and I will take it back. When we do, we will send a car out here for you, and you and your son can live in peace." Abby and Darlene stare at me. I like to think there is respect written on their faces. Norm is hunched over the back of a chair, his eyes barely open. I try to think more like him and what he would say in a situation like this. "We'll need weapons and a ride if you can spare one," I finally say. "Don't," Tony says. "Don't go. I've nothing to give you. I cannot help." "Bullshit," Abby says. "The basement is locked, and I'm guessing it's locked for a reason. You got something in there you don't want anyone else to see." She's right. Tony is shaking his head. "No," he says. "Don't go down there." But I'm already moving out of the kitchen toward the small hallway and the basement beyond. "We won't take all of your weapons. Just enough to get us there so we can see for ourselves," I shout back, looking over my shoulder. Tony starts to get up, but Abby is on him with her gun. "Don't move," she says. 11. The basement door is locked, but the lock is no match for a bullet. I shoot it once, my head turned and my eyes shielded. Metallic whine fills the small corridor. I open the door. The smell that hits me is a smell of death and decay. A smell I have always associated with basements. Mildew, dust, cobwebs. So I am not surprised. "Don't go down there," Tony shouts again. It's too late. My right foot already hits the first step. It creaks beneath my weight, and dust and that basement smell wafts up to meet me. It's not the smell that surprises me the most, but the look and feel of the basement. The steps seem to stretch on into the darkness forever. Once I'm on the cobblestone floor, it starts to get weird. Muted sunlight comes in through a sliver of a window. It's enough for me to see the trail of black blood. And I think that's what the smell that punches me in the nose is. I try to keep my back to a wall, but this basement is as vast as the house above it. There's hallways and corridors, shelves full of useless trinkets, old oil cans, ancient soda bottles, a mallet, nails, a packet of molding muffins that stretch to the ceiling where cobwebs hang from a series of interwoven pipes and air ducts. I turn around and the steps seem to have moved to the other side of the room. That's how lost I am already. A pile of old rotten furniture sits in a corner. Chairs, tables with missing legs, and a lazy-boy recliner. I walk on. The smell grows thicker now. That dead, rotting smell now mingling harshly with the smell of mold and dust and dirt. I almost bring my hand up to cover my nose, but I can't. I have to remain strong. I have to find the weapons. I know they're here. I turn down a corridor and push a door open with the gun. It creaks loudly, though I can hear my breath above the sound. As the door opens, I freeze. These are not guns. These are bodies. Dead bodies, but not human bodies. Dead zombie bodies. I almost start to scream as I look away, trying to get a hold of myself. 2 bodies strapped to wooden tables. What in the actual fuck? I raise the weapon at them. They could be alive. Well, you know what I mean. And I don't want to be caught by surprise, attacked because my initial impression is wrong. I try to walk closer to them as quietly as I can, but it's dark and I kick something. A tin can goes skittering across the floor and bangs into the wall on the other side of the tables. I hold my breath, watching for any movement. There is none. These zombies' eyes do not glow yellow. They do not make that death rattle deep from their throat. They do not turn their heads and stick out their arms to try to grab me. They are dead. I walk closer. The smell of them is like an invisible barrier I don't want to break through. The little bit of light streaming in through the hallway and into this room shows me who they are, or who they used to be. Had I not seen the photograph on the upstairs mantel, these 2 would just be another couple of zombies. I almost wish they were, because I wouldn't feel so sad, so pitiful. The woman with her long and now brittle blonde hair stares up at the ceiling with wide eyes. Her lower jaw has been completely ripped off. The dress she wears is new, however, something that looks unworn. She did not die in this dress, I can tell you that. Her face has this sunken-in quality that still somehow tells me she was once beautiful. The man laying next to her wears an unblemished suit and tie. He's missing an eye. There is a bullet hole in the middle of his forehead caked with dry, crusty blood. He has no facial hair, not like his twin brother upstairs. This is Brian's twin and his mom, Tony's wife. I feel like sobbing. I know what it's like to lose a mother, but I couldn't imagine losing my mother and my brother. Screw the guns. They can wait. I turn out of the room, saying a silent prayer in my head, and go back upstairs. Norm looks a little better as I walk back into the kitchen. Brian is awake, but I try not to look at him because seeing his dead twin is like seeing him dead. Abby and Darlene watch me eagerly. "No guns?" Abby says. I ignore her and turn to Tony, who is still up against the refrigerator. His face is wet. His eyes are shiny. "You didn't touch them, did you? You didn't touch them," he says to me. I shake my head, then squat down to look him in the eyes. "What the fuck is going on?" Norm says behind me. He almost sounds normal. I ignore him too. "I want to help," I say to Tony. His face transforms from hurt to angry, the color rising in his cheeks. "You can't help. They're already dead. Spike did it to them. It was fucking Spike. You can't help. You can't." I put my hand on his arm and squeeze. He looks like he wants to hit me, wants to pounce on me and tear me limb from limb. Rightfully so, I guess. I have invaded his privacy, have stumbled upon something he didn't want anyone to see. I want to help, Tony. I will do anything, okay? Then we will be even. Tony blinks once. Tears fall from his eyes. Just stay out of our business, Brian says. I ignore him like I ignored the others. Let me help you lay them to rest, I say to Tony. I can't. I don't want to. I love her. Wendy has been with me forever. And Benny, oh, my sweet Benny. I can't, Jack. I just can't. I understand, Tony. I do. But you will never move on if you keep them there. And you have to move on. That's what this world is all about. Things happen. Bad things, terrible things. But sometimes good things happen too. If you're stuck in the past, you can't enjoy the future. Nothing good is gonna happen. You don't get it, son. You're too young, Tony says. He points to the gun in my hand. Just put a bullet in my brain. Let me move on that way. I shake my head. The tears are streaming down his face. I feel everyone's eyes staring at us. I know it's hard to believe good things can happen now. They might not, and that's true, but we can't say for sure. The only thing I can say for sure is that good things won't happen if you're dead, Tony Richards. You have a son who loves you and respects you. You have to be strong for him. Tony wipes his eyes with his grimy fingers, takes a deep breath, and nods. You're right, kid. Damn it, you're right. There's a beautiful tree out back. A tree with all its leaves, standing tall and vigilant. It's a perfect place to lay them to rest, Tony. I don't know why I feel that way. But I know if we bury them there, that tree will watch over them for eternity, I say. Tony lets out a sob mixed with a laugh. I stand up and extend a hand out to him. He takes it, and much to my surprise, he pulls me in for a hug. Thank you, he says. Thank you. Then we part, and his son comes over and hugs him. I look over to Darlene, Abby, and Norm. They are all looking at me with shocked expressions on their faces. I just shrug and head out to the backyard where that big, beautiful tree sways in the light breeze. I find a shovel near the shed, and I begin to dig. I dug until the sun started to go down. Not long after my shovel had hit the dirt, Abby, Darlene, and Norm came out to help me. We dug 2 graves, side by side, right in the tree's shade. At first they questioned me, but once I told them about the bodies in the basement, they understood and went right to work. Tony and Brian Richards, like the rest of the world, have begun to lose their sanity. Their loved ones rotted away in the basement of an abandoned farmhouse. If it isn't for us, I believe they would take their own lives. Norm, Darlene, and Abby agree with me. There's already enough death in this world. If we have any hope of surviving this plague, we must help each other out. We must keep each other alive. Norm and I helped Tony and Brian wrap Wendy and Ben Richards into sheets. They said their goodbyes. We helped carry them up the steps. They weighed next to nothing, and I hardly noticed the smell. We laid them to rest before the sun went down. Tony and Ben helped cover them up. We all cried. And the remaining members of the Richards family moved on. As the group gathers up what remaining belongings we left in the farmhouse, Tony and I stand on the front porch. He has 2 beers in his hand, and he gives one to me. It is cold. It's been too long since I've had a cold drink. I almost cry. Thank you, I say. I down it in 3 big gulps. He smiles at me. I notice how much younger he looks. In just the span of a few hours, it seems as if a huge weight had been lifted from Tony Richards' shoulders. No, thank you, he says. He shakes my hand. Darlene comes out with Norm and Abby behind her. We have all our stuff ready to go. Eden is our next stop. I don't care what stands in the way. We are getting to safety, true safety. Not a farmhouse without borders, but a safe haven. Tony looks him up and down, the happiness on his face melting away. Any way I can talk you guys out of it? I shake my head. We've come too far. If it's like you say it is, then we will fix it. It is, Jack, he says. And you might not be able to fix it. He pauses, sensing my seriousness, then says, You may be able to scavenge in Sharon. I don't think Spike and his army have taken much from there yet. Grab all the weapons and medicine you can find. You will need it. We'll see, I say. Sorry I can't offer you more help, but you understand? I nod. Tony did not have weapons to spare aside from a sniper's rifle none of us really knew how to use. Norm claimed he did, but I think that was the booze talking. What about the car? You sure you don't want to take it? Tony asks. I shake my head. No, you keep that sweet ride. Walking is good. Less noise, less attraction. True, he says. Well, I say, it was nice to meet you and your son. May your days be long and prosperous. Tony smiles. And yours too, he says as he begins to shake our hands and say his goodbyes to Darlene, Norm, and Abby. Got any more of that booze? Norm asks. Tony chuckles. Abby grabs Norm's arm and drags him away. You're never drinking again, she says. I walk off the porch and give Tony one last wave. I am leading my group to the small town of Sharon. Beyond that is Eden, and what Eden holds in store for us I do not know. But we will find out. 12. We walk in silence down the same dirt road we entered. All we have are 2 guns between us and a bag of blunt weapons. All signs of last night's storm have vanished. That's Florida for you. Back in Ohio, a summer thunderstorm would leave the ground sopping wet and the sky a depressing gray for a couple of days. Not the case here. Now the sun shines and the sky is a clear blue. There's a few clouds which look like puffs of white smoke floating lazily above us. No storm on the horizon. I think that's a good sign. A perfect sign to combat the bad ones I saw in the farmhouse. Seeing the 2 corpses, and seeing how it affected Tony, bringing him to a sobbing shell of a man, and Brian, hurt me more than I care to admit. In The Dead Slayer, Johnny Dunbar is a character I tried to write without emotional attachments, because that is the perfect character to go around bashing zombie skulls. Turned out that I couldn't do it in fiction, so how could I do it in real life? Everyone cares about somebody, something, and to try to deny that would make us as bad as the zombies themselves. But it's so much harder trying to survive with the people you care about. Any small thing can ruin it. An impromptu stay at a crazy man's farmhouse, a morning stroll in the fog, a bottle of pure absinthe that fucks your militarily skilled older brother up beyond recognition. Abby breaks the silence as she is so apt to do. What if he is right? She asks. Like, what if this Spike guy is crazy and Eden is a madhouse? I look at her, my face a stone slate of seriousness. Then we'll deal with it. We didn't come all this way and go through all this shit to give up now. Damn right, Norm says. It happens, and we deal with it. We all saw it back in Indianapolis. People go crazy when shit hits the fan. It's a basic law of the universe. That's why we can't let it get to us. I nod. Norm smirks. By the way, little brother, that was a good thing you did back there with Tony. He scratches his sunburned neck, a gesture that tells me he's going to give me praise. He's never really comfortable when it comes to that. Helping them, I mean. If that would have been me who saw a couple of mutilated corpses in the basement of the house I slept in the night before, I would have shot first and asked questions later. Thanks, I say. I just saw how bad they were getting. I remembered when I buried Mother. I felt a little better. Not a whole lot, but it took me in the right direction. Norm nods and claps me on the back. You're a good man, Jack. Smart, too. Always have been. I smile at him. Sorry that booze messed me up. Haven't drank like that since Bangkok. Whew! My head is still spinning. Don't worry about it, I say. Abby and Darlene snort, holding back laughter. I look at them, and they are both grinning ear to ear. Still, Abby says, it was funny seeing you like that. Norm smiles back and gives her a playful punch in the arm. Can it, Abby, he says, then starts rubbing at his head. We walk for what seems like half an hour, joking, laughing, and almost forgetting what dangers lie ahead of us. But through all of this, our eyes are sharp, always scanning the surroundings for enemies, human or zombie. The neglect of these roads is clearly visible in the myriad of cracks running through them. The white line in the middle faded. Grass grows from between the deeper splits in the asphalt. No car has driven these streets in a long time. A tree has fallen across the way about 30 feet ahead of us. We go over it carefully. It reminds me of the tree behind the farmhouse where Wendy and Ben Richards are now buried beneath. Darlene puts her hand on the small of my back, leans in and kisses me on the cheek. She can always read what's on my mind. Sometimes I hate it. It never lets me win fights. Never. And sometimes I love it. Especially now. Maybe everything will be okay. 13. We get to the town about 15 minutes later. The town is called Sharon, but someone has so cleverly crossed out the name on the sign with bright red spray paint and wrote, Death. A town called Death. I like it. Sounds like it's from a Clint Eastwood Western. As we pass the empty buildings, I notice more signs and symbols spray-painted on the bricks and the show windows. Mostly it's religious babble. Jesus save us, God's wrath. But one in particular catches my eye. It says, Spike is God. Spike is angry. Hide your hands. And it's written across towering church doors. I don't point it out to anyone else, and I hope they don't see it. We don't need to be demoralized. Not now. It gives me chills. As Darlene turns her head to read the sign, I grab her chin and kiss her. I feel her lips turning to a smile beneath mine. Farther up ahead, as we break onto the main street, the town seems almost untouched, frozen in time. We walk down the road where the businesses and bars stand on each side of us like silent watchers. There's cars parked in the diagonal spots in front of them, their windshields dusty and dirty. A large and faded Coca-Cola sign is painted on the side of the tallest building, which is only 2 stories. This was probably the most popular bar in town. The sign on the door reads, "Open." "Well, take your pick," Norm says to us, motioning to the buildings. "Which one of these do you think has weapons or medicine?" "None of them," Abby says. "Probably right," he says. "But it's worth a shot." "Why don't we split up?" I say. "I don't think so," Abby says. "Might not be a good idea." Norm waves his hands around to the empty street. "Look around. Ain't nobody here." I think of the signs. I think of Tony's warnings. "Me and Norm, and you and Darlene," I say. "Fine," Abby says. "Darlene and I will take the shops over there." She points to the side opposite the large Coca-Cola sign and Sharon's most popular saloon. "And you two take over here." "Sounds good. Ready, little brother?" Norm says. I watch Abby and Darlene disappear into the dark shops. "Hey, don't worry about them, little bro," Norm says. "That Abby's got a mouth in her, but she's tough as nails. Darlene'll be all right. Let's go find us something useful." 14. The first thing I notice is the smell. That always seems to be the first thing you notice nowadays. It's not the rotten smell of decaying corpses, but it's a clean smell. A smell of the old world. It's spilled beer long since soaked into the wooden floor and bar top, of stale cigarette smoke, of puke, and bad drunken decisions. It's a smell I relish and welcome. The stools are empty. The televisions are black except for the faint reflections of ourselves and the outside light behind us. I've never been in a bar in the early morning. It's something as a writer I always expected to do. Don't get me wrong, I love the occasional drink, especially when times are tough. And there hasn't been tougher times than now. Without Darlene in my life, the occasional drink would have become the occasional non-drink. She keeps me grounded. She makes me better. "Huh?" Norm says. "End of the world and all, I would have thought more people would have come to drown the pain with some whiskey." "Maybe you got people wrong," I say. Really, they were probably too sick to go anywhere. "No, we're all the same," he says as he walks behind the bar and grabs a dusty bottle of Jack Daniels off the shelf. "We cry when we're upset, piss our pants when we're scared, and drink ourselves to death when none of the other shit works." Words of a true genius, I say. Shakespeare would be proud. I look at the bottle. "You're not really going to drink." He downs a large swallow of whiskey as if it were water, not even grimacing. Then he shrugs. "You pick up a thing or two in the Army," he says. "Best thing for a hangover is more booze." "Yeah, I bet," I say. He holds the bottle out to me. "A little warm, but it's better than nothing." "No thanks, I'm gonna check the back." "All right, little bro. Just holler if you need me. I'm gonna do a little drinking. You know, drown my sorrows." He pours the whiskey on the floor, then points to the ceiling. "That's for Shelley." Shelley was his Jeep. Ridiculous, I know. I push through a door that reads, "Employees Only." The kitchen is about as quaint as the bar. There's a microwave, a shelf of snack foods like chips, packaged brownies, and Slim Jims, some cans of nacho cheese, a refrigerator straight out of the 1970s. The health inspector must not have been due for another year because the counter is spotted with dry bits of chili and cheese and other crumbs. Beyond the kitchen is a small hallway which leads to an emergency door. There's a window where the Florida morning streams in, lighting my way. But there's no people, dead or otherwise. I turn around to head out into the bar. The door squeaks and Norm shushes me. He squatted down behind a couple of stools, waving me to do the same. I instantly drop. Maybe 6 months ago, I would have asked questions, but not anymore. When Norm is like this, or anyone in the group for that matter, it means the dead are near. I see a figure through the dusty bar window. A head bobs between the stenciled letters on the glass which read, Home Base Bar and Grill. Except it doesn't move like the dead. It moves like... The figure turns toward the bar. I hear his voice. Quiet but deep. It carries on the wind. Saw them go in here, I did. Maybe the bookstore. I'll check it, yes I will. Almost sing-songy. Norm glances at me, that fiery look in his eyes. I nod. He pulls the hammer back on his magnum, and I get to position with my machete, nimbly walking over the wooden floor, fearing for the creak that will put the nail in my coffin. No such creak comes, and I put my back to the wall between window and door. My heartbeat thuds in my chest. The door opens. Norm is positioned at the bottom left corner of the bar, his gun raised. The man comes in through the door with his own gun leading the way. It's a shabby revolver, something a widowed old woman would keep on top of her nightstand in a bad neighborhood. Still, a gun is a gun. Drop your weapon, Norm says. We mean no... A gunshot cuts him off. My eyes jam closed, and when I open them, I see a chunk of the wood floor go up in a spray of splinters. Norm dives out of the way, takes cover behind a few chairs. He's quick, and the table he's nearest falls over, giving him more cover. I'm not as quick, but I act too. The person behind the revolver is a large black man wearing a sweaty wife-beater tank top. His mouth is wide open, eyes closed in pain, as I swing the handle of the machete at his head. The guy lets out a blood-curdling scream, almost like a whining puppy. It makes me queasy, and when a spray of blood dots my face, I feel even sicker. The machete handle thunks against the guy's skull. I feel the twanging vibrations of the metal. The gun drops to the floor, and I'm quick to kick it toward Norm. There's a large gash in the man's scalp. Fresh red dribbles from the wound. Why did you do that? The large man yells, blubbering. Oh my God! My head, you've broken my head! Help! Lord, help me! Norm gets up from behind the toppled-over table. He picks up the small revolver, which pales in comparison to Norm's magnum. Then he looks at the bleeding man on his knees. We are both stunned to see a man this size crying. Guilt invades me. What was I supposed to do? He shot at you. Norm shrugs. I mean, couldn't you have just punched him in the face? You didn't have to rock his bell that hard, champ. He's ginormous, I say. No, please don't hit me again, the guy says. You shot at us, I say, this time calmly. It wasn't personal. This doesn't seem to register because he screams louder. I look to the wound. Not fatal, I say. It'll be sore for a couple of days, but some stitches will do the trick. Yeah, why don't we just call 911 and have him come over and patch him right up, Norm says. I offer him a sarcastic smile. It was an accident, I say. Then I turn to the large man. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry, you just spooked us. The big guy nods, tears in his eyes. The blubbering has calmed to a constant buzz, so I lean down and help him up. Behind the bar is a stack of clean rags. I lead him over to it and hand him a wad. He looks at the towels like he doesn't know what to do. Let's get you cleaned up, I say. It hurts, he answers. I know, I say. I'm sorry. I end up doing it for him the way I'd imagine my father would have done for me had he been around while I grew up. After a moment, the cries subside. So I say, "Do you know anything about Eden?" This large black man looks at me as if I'm talking about ghosts. 15. Don't take me back to Eden, mister. Please, the man says. He's sitting on a bar stool, the legs groaning and creaking under his weight. Well, that's 2 strikes. 3 strikes and we're out. It's looking more and more like Tony Richards wasn't as delusional as I thought. Eden might be lost, but that doesn't mean I won't fight for it. "I'm not going to take you back," I say, sticking out my hand. "I'm Jack, by the way, Jack Jupiter. This here is my older brother, Norm." The man smiles. "I had a brother once. He was older too. One time, he took me to the water park. I rode the slides until they closed. It was the best day ever." He looks at his boots longingly. Norm gives me that scrunched brow look. "That's very nice," I say. Obviously, this guy is not all there. I just hope my whack to his head wasn't the cause of it. "What is your name?" "I'm Herbert. My friends call me Herb or Herbie. You can call me whatever you like. Just as long as you promise not to take me back." He looks up at me, eyes wide and shiny with tears. Man, it's a tough sight to see. A man this big, this scared. Looking at him, I wouldn't take him back now even if you paid me $1 million. I pat him on the shoulder. "No worries, Herb." There's a pause. "I am wondering, though, why don't you want to go back?" Herb starts shaking his head. "Oh, it's terrible, Jackie. They make me do the worst things for Spike and his army. I have to touch the bodies. The dead ones that aren't really dead, like the movies, Jack. The movies. I have to cut their fingers off and remove their teeths. I don't like it. No, sir, I don't." I look at Norm, his lips parting as if to say something, but the door explodes open. Herb shrieks and almost falls off his stool, the bloody towels escaping his grip and landing wetly on the bar's floor. My hands go for the midnight special in my waistband, but once I see it's Abby, they relax. She comes in with a broken pool stick in one hand. Darlene is not far behind her, holding the other end of the broken stick. When they see us, they relax. "What's going on? Everything okay? I heard Norm's gun," Abby says. "We're fine," I say. "Just made a new friend." I point to Herb and he smiles again. "His name is Herb and he's from Eden." Abby's eyebrows arch at that. "Go on, Herb," I say. "Well, they make," Herb continues, but is cut off by Darlene. "There's a car! A car is coming!" she shouts, leaning out of the door. "It looks like an army truck." "Oh no, they found me! They found me! They're gonna make me scoop the rotten guts! Oh no, no, no!" "Shush," Norm says. I rush over to Darlene, grab her around the waist and pull her inside. A bullet slams into the closing glass door seconds after I drag Darlene away. Then someone speaks over a loudspeaker. "We know you're in there. Come out and we won't kill you." But as if to contradict that very statement, the gun bursts again. Shit. Whoever is out there means business. Those were the shots of a sharpshooter. The bullets hit one of the many parked cars, thumping their metal bodies, breaking their windshields and windows. An alarm begins to go off, God knows how. Now Main Street in the small Floridian town of Sharon is starting to sound like World War III. 16. Once the shooting stops, it's quiet, and I pull the midnight special free. I'm sick of bloodshed, but I'll do what I have to protect my family. The gunfire ripples through the air again. The door to the bar shatters. Darlene screams. I roll away from the spray of glass and shield her with my skinny body. "We aren't going to ask nicely again," the voice from the loudspeaker booms. Is this what they consider asking nicely? We're gonna start using the heavy artillery, Herb, the man says. Just come out, and we'll let you keep your fingers. Most of them. Laughter erupts from the car, some of it caught over the speaker. I shoot a glance to Herb. He is frozen still. It's the bad men, he says. Norm stands up. I try to grab at his arm, but it's too late. He grabs the American flag off of its holder in the corner of the room and sticks it out of the broken door. Norm, I say, get down. I don't know these people, these madmen with guns and heavy artillery, but I know they are madmen. This ruined world's madmen will shoot you first and never consider asking questions. They don't care. Thing is, I've always expected Norm to be a special kind of madman himself. Case in point, him half sticking out of the door, his boots crunching in the shards of glass as he waves the flag in some sort of truce. Surrender, he yells. We surrender. Herbert, that you? Loudspeaker says. No, name's Norman Jupiter. We don't want any trouble. We're just passing through. You're passing through our town, buddy, Loudspeaker replies. You want to do that? You have to pay a toll. I look to Herb. He moves like an animal caught in a trap, rocking back and forth on large boot heels, frantic, scared. It pains me to see him like that, so defeated. No human should ever have to feel like that. I help Darlene up. Her face is wet with tears. Then I turn to Abby perched behind an overturned table. Go, I say. Out the back right now, and hide until this is over. We'll meet up back at the clock we passed on the way here. Abby shakes her head. She knows a storm is brewing. She hates being treated like this, shielded. I've seen what she did in Woodhaven, and I've seen what she's done in our travels. When the world began ending, she thrived. She saved me on more than one occasion, and now I mean to save her. After some reluctance, she nods. I grab Darlene and kiss her. It'll be okay. I'll see you soon. Oh, Jack, just reason with them, Darlene says. Maybe they can help us too. I don't tell her how unlikely that is. The type of people who shoot first and then call your name are not the type to reason with. Abby takes the midnight special, and the two of them go out of the back. You got Herb in there? Loudspeaker says. You got him in there, then we won't make you pay the toll. Yeah, right, I think. Norm ponders this question for a moment. A long moment. Well? Loudspeaker asks. Norm looks to Herb. Their eyes meet. Terror in Herb's. Understanding in my older brother's. Tick-tock, Loudspeaker says. Time's up. We all drop. The machine gun goes off, drilling the bar's facade. What was left of the windows break apart. Old dusty bottles of Jack Daniels and Absolute vodka explode. The mirror behind the bar disintegrates into almost nothing. Somehow I think that's got to be more than 7 years of bad luck for Loudspeaker and his gang outside. Then the shots stop. All is quiet. Go check, Loudspeaker says, but not over the loudspeaker. It's so quiet I hear it all. No, you go check, another voice responds. Don't be a pussy, Ramirez. They're dead. No one could survive that, Loudspeaker says. Even I can hear the uncertainty in the man's voice. Norm looks to me. We nod, knowing what we have to do. No, Herb says. Let me go up there. I will take my punishment. He holds his hand up, steadying his fingers. No, I say, don't be stupid. We can take them. Outside, I hear the tentative footsteps of Ramirez coming to check on us. I risk a glance. He's carrying an AR-15, something straight out of a video game. These guys definitely have the heavy artillery. Next thing you know, they'll be lighting us up with a rocket launcher. All these weapons just laying around in this dead world. I guess someone had to take them. The footsteps stop. This man with his AR-15 is scared of us. If only he knew what we're packing. He'd be laughing if he saw me with a dull machete. "Step aside. I mean it," Herb says, his voice rumbling over a whisper. The footsteps start again. Norm risks a glance over the window ledge, now minus its glass. A shadow dances on the wood panel walls. Ramirez's shadow. And this shadow raises its weapon. Norm doesn't hesitate. He takes aim with his magnum and lets a bullet fly. The shadow on the wall disintegrates, but not before a burst sprays from the man's shoulder. I drop behind the cover of the brick door frame, peeking around to see who's next. There's no storm of bullets like I expect. There's just calm. Unsettling calm. But it's broken as loudspeaker talks. "Well, damn. The bastard shot Ramirez," he says. "Blew a fucking hole through his neck. Guess they mean business." Someone else echoes his laugh. "You think Ramirez dying is funny?" he asks whoever laughed, not bothering to depress the speaker's button. The laughter is quickly cut off. Norm gives me a look. It's a look I know well thanks to our travels on the road. It's the time to fuck shit up look. I take a deep, shaky breath. Killing is not something I enjoy doing. It's something I have to do. Something I have to do for Darlene to survive. I know these people won't give us a slap on the wrist. They're killers. We all are. We have to be. Norm aims for a man wearing a riot helmet. In the harsh sunlight, I can see the dried-on bits of brains and blood and guts on him. In the past year, I've gotten much better at shooting, especially compared to my time trapped in the Woodhaven Recreation Center. But Norm has gotten even better. The soldier is only a young man. I lean forward and grab Norm's arm. "No," I say, and take the gun from him. He's smiling, probably thinking I'm craving blood. That's not the case. I'm saving the soldier's life. I'm saving all of our lives. I take aim and shoot the truck bed. The bullet sparks off the metal with a ding. The guy with the helmet drops down, hiding and probably not realizing if the shot would have hit him, shattering his bloody visor into a million shards which would have blinded him. His movement would have been much too late. Probably not realizing I spared him. Whoever's driving the truck, someone I can't see due to the sun's rays bouncing back at me from the glass, decides the last shot was too close to home and puts it into reverse. Tires squeal, sending little puffs of white smoke into the air. The truck clips the back end of a Kia, busting both of their taillights, and then turns around by jumping the curb, coming dangerously close to smashing in a coffee place that's a blatant ripoff of Starbucks, and heading in the direction they came. Herb is still behind me. He watches them go, his lips quivering. "We did it," Norm says. "But your aim needs some work, little bro." "Thanks. We can celebrate later. Let's go get Darlene and Abby," I say. Norm waves a hand. "Oh, they're fine. Abby's a tough son of a—" "Yeah, but Darlene isn't," I say, turning toward the back door. 17. There by the clock tower a few streets over, I wave at Abby, and we start walking toward them, keeping low to the derelict cars. We don't know who else could be lurking in Sharon streets, dead or undead. I look at them from the mouth of an alleyway. Norm, Herb, and a stinking trash can behind me. Herb has calmed down a little since our run-in with Loudspeaker and his gang. "Let's go," I start to say. But distant gunfire cuts me off. Not as distant as I need it to be. Herb about falls down in the concrete and curls up into a ball. Abby, a mere 50 feet away from us, raises her gun, Darlene slumping behind her. At the top of the street, where dead traffic lights sway in a gentle but hot Florida breeze, I see the army truck creeping through the intersection. One of the men wearing military camouflage and a riot helmet which sits on the top of his head stands up in the truck bed. He has a pair of binoculars up to his eyes, scanning the abandoned streets. Abby and Darlene are quick to take cover behind the tall brick surface of the miniature clock tower. "Jack," Norm whispers. I turn to see him pointing at the end of the alley. A zombie has spotted us. It sways back and forth, bouncing off the sides of the buildings. It is missing an arm. The yellowish bone hangs from the stump. Its neck cricks back and forth as if he is a malfunctioning robot. "I got it," Norm says. When Herb sees it, he shrieks out. And Herb is a big man, though he may not act like it. His shriek is earth-shaking. I shove a hand over his mouth, though I think it's too late. His skin is somehow cold and clammy in this ridiculous heat. I glance around the brick's corner. The truck is stopped. Loudspeaker gets out of the driver's side. "Herbert Walker, this is your last chance." Herb makes a move, but I push him back against the bricks. It's not hard. He doesn't put up a fight. Behind me, I hear the squish of Norm dashing the zombie's brains, then the corpse falling to the concrete. "We will forgive you for your crimes of conspiracy. You will serve a small sentence, nothing harsh. You will not be executed if you comply," Loudspeaker continues. I shake my head at Herb. "Don't believe them," I whisper. "Don't believe a damn thing." I catch another's voice. "More coming, boss," a female says. Then the microphone clicks off. "Should we fight?" Norm asks. I shake my head again. No, not yet. We can get out of this without bloodshed. There's enough of that going around. I jump as a horn blares. One deep blast from the truck, then another. Feedback crackles from the speaker. The Eden man says, "All right, Herb, if that's the way you want it to be." The horn sounds again. "That's right. Come on, you grimy bastards," he is saying. He's not talking to us. I see Abby and Darlene staring at me with wide eyes. Loudspeaker holds something like a stick of dynamite in his hands. I'm about to shit my pants. This crazy bastard is going to blow us all to hell. The first of the dead shamble through the intersection, their arms outstretched, their head nothing more than thin gray skin pasted over a skull. I am not relieved to find out it isn't a stick of dynamite in Loudspeaker's hands. He yanks the top part of the stick off and then strikes it against what looks like his fist. It's now I realize what it actually is. It's a flare, and bright fiery sparks of red fly out of it. Loudspeaker throws it down the street. And this man must have been a professional quarterback, because he almost makes it to the clock tower. It's not a crazy far throw, but it's a decent distance. It bounces off the road, still shooting flames and sparks that are somehow brighter than the Florida sun. "Oh, shit," I say, as the leading zombie turns his direction toward the flare and us beyond it. We have to go. I wave Abby down despite her looking at me fiercely. I point behind me. "Let's go," I mouth. She looks a little apprehensive, and Darlene is basically frozen to the ground, but Abby grabs her arm and pulls. The two begin to move across the street, low to the ground. A gunshot goes off. Bullets clobber the asphalt, digging up chunks of black rock and dust. "Oh no, oh no, oh no," Herb says behind me. I hear a slap, then Norm saying, "Get a hold of yourself and stop bleeding." But it's a distant echo because I'm already in the street, shielding Darlene and Abby from the bullets with my thin body. It is probably not the best idea, but what choice do I have? I cannot stand and watch them be cut down. I won't let that happen. I would rather die instead. I push them, my fingers digging into their arms, not on purpose, and I spur them forward, then dive the rest of the way as more bullets whine off the sidewalk, and an entire brick is taken out of the corner of the building next to me. The shots stop, and the snarls pound my eardrums. I don't look again because I know what's coming. It's a wave of zombies. They have started to hunt in packs, started to roll through the towns and fields like ravaging tornadoes. They are hungry. They are always hungry. I don't know the layout of this abandoned town called Sharon. I do know we have no choice but to run. I take the lead, my hand gripping Darlene's for dear life. Abby hands me the gun. Norm, her, and Herb are behind Darlene and I. We have 2 guns, but they are not good guns, though any gun is good in a zombie apocalypse, I guess. But in close quarters like this, something you have to reload is never a good thing. There are definitely more zombies than there are bullets between us. We're heading back to the bar, cutting through another alley, weaving between piles of discarded trash that will never be picked up. 2 zombies block the end of the alley, which spills out in Main Street. I raise my gun, the little midnight special, and blow their heads clean off. I don't even see where I'm aiming as much as I feel where I'm aiming. I am no Jedi. I have no force powers. I am just experienced. I am Johnny Deadslayer. The 2 zombies were once citizens of this town, I have no doubt. One wears a tattered skirt and a frilly, flowery blouse. She must have been the librarian or perhaps worked in the used bookstore across from the bar. The other is a man, the type of man you'd find working the 9 to 5 at a factory, then working his whiskey from 5 to 1 at the town watering hole. His beard is long, streaked with blood. I do this sometimes, give the zombies backstories, try to remember what their lives were like before they were mindless monsters. And sometimes it's even more detailed, especially when I'm scared. Sometimes it helps, too, but other times it makes things worse, harder. Darlene screams. Norm is grunting, pumping his legs, and Abby is cool and calm, dragging Herb along with us. I hear the dead behind me. I don't know how far, but that is enough to know I don't have time to be scared. I have to protect my family, get us back to safety. Without my family, I am nothing. I am just another statistic, another loner who ate a bullet when things turned really bad. I don't want that. I want to live. The body of the military man who Norm shot is not in the same spot as he was when we left the bar. He is there, and here, there too. It's like the zombies tore him apart and took their meals to go. Then, tire squeal. A cloud of smoke puffs from the back of the truck as it turns the corner on Main, mowing down a couple zombies in the process. The body of the truck jumps a bit as it does this, fishtails on the blood, then rights itself. We are standing in the middle of the street. Another horde is coming down at us from my right. Not as much as the one behind us, but enough to make running through any of these places an act of insanity. We are surrounded. Fuck, I failed. Failed my family. Norm sees all of this before I do. He does that sometimes. He can scope out enemies, formations. He can read people, too. It's quite a talent. I know he sees this before I do, because his gun is drawn. He fires 3 quick shots at the army truck's windshield. It is not going fast, but it is going, and it is coming right for us. The bullets whine off of the metal. One hits the glass. It doesn't shatter, and the driver, who I can only make out as a vague helmet-wearing figure, doesn't even flinch. These are people who have their shit together. The types of people who used to read books on apocalypse prepping, who sat around the dinner table and talked zombie evacuation plans. The people everyone laughed at. Bulletproof glass, armor, AR-15s. We are out of our element. Overgunned, outmatched. Fucked. Norm doesn't bother to fire again. He looks to me, our eyes reading each other's thoughts almost perfectly. It was something we did as kids, lost for 15 years since we've been apart, and now found again in this fucked-up world. I am the first to lay my gun down and stick my hands up in the air. Norm is the second. The rest follow. "It's okay," I say, my voice calm and steady, a perfect opposition to how I feel on the inside. Darlene whimpers. I look to her. Sweat is running down her forehead, tears from her eyes. "It'll be okay," I say, and she nods. I step in front of Darlene, putting my body between her and the unspeakable evil that comes at us from all sides. 18. Loudspeaker gets out of the truck first. He is wearing a full-body camouflage suit, boots and all. He does not have a beard like most of the people I've seen roaming this wasteland. This is a man that not only accepts that the world has ended, but revels in it. 2 others get out of the cabin, and another from the truck bed. 4 people in all. They all wear military outfits, too. One of them is a girl, but she's muscular, wiry. Not the type of girl who takes shit from people. My group? Well, we are a lousy bunch in comparison. For one, Loudspeaker's group has weapons and cars, and it looks as if they'd had an honest-to-God meal every day, and a shower, too. I should probably quit calling him Loudspeaker because he no longer has it in hand. Maybe I should call him Asshole or Military Douchebag. "Ready, boys?" he asks his crew, leaning his head to one side and speaking over his shoulder. "Sir, yes, sir," they answer in unison. All of their voices sound exactly alike. I can't even pick out the females. "Fire!" Just like that, I think, as they raise their assault rifles. Darlene lets out a little shriek. Herb hits the ground behind me. Just like that. I don't even get a chance to beg God for forgiveness. Blink, and you're dead. I close my eyes, expecting to be riddled with holes. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. I don't fall to the ground like everyone else. I stand. I take it, tensing my body pointlessly in preparation of the bullets that will end my life. The shooting stops. I look down, expecting to see blood and smoking wounds. Nothing. I pat myself a few times, turn my head around, and see everyone else is still alive. I want to fall on my knees and cry and thank God, but I don't. With the Jugheads' arrival, Jugheads, that's what I'll call them now, I had forgotten about the ever-present threat of the zombies. Now, that threat is gone. I turn around to look at the dead who were slowly making their way to us. They are nothing but heaps of twisted meat, scalps peeled off, features distorted not only by rot but by bullets, too. "Missed one," Loudspeaker says. "Got it, sir," the female answers. She brings her assault rifle up, squints one almond-shaped eye, and looks down the sight. A shot bursts to my left, and a zombie's head goes with it. "Fine shooting, Rockwell." "Thank you, sir," she answers. I also want to thank her, but I know that would be stupid. "Great. Now that is over. I'd like to have a proper interaction with you clowns, understood?" the man formerly known as Loudspeaker says. None of us answer. We are just staring at him with fear, anger, hate, and misplaced gratitude on our faces. "All right, not the most talkative bunch I see. Well then, I am Butch Hazard, and seeing as how I just saved your asses, I think it's fair enough for you to save mine." Again, we stay quiet. Screw you, Butch Hazard. Screw you and your weapons and your soldiers. Butch Hazard nods. "I see you ain't a polite bunch either. That's okay. We can fix that, can't we, soldiers?" "Sir, yes, sir," they answer again in unison. "Put a bullet in the skinny blonde bitch's head." I don't care if you shoot that man in front of her either, Butch Hazard says. What? No. They raise their weapons just like they talk. I break the silence. This has gone too far. I will rip each of their heads off before I let them harm the love of my life. I don't care if I die. Stop this, I say. Oh, he talks, does he? Butch Hazard says. His soldiers laugh together, sounding exactly alike. Good to know we ain't dealing with muties here, he says. Now let's talk business. We don't want to do business, I say. I would do business with the devil before I did business with a bunch of jackasses holding us at gunpoint. You don't have a choice. There's always a choice, I answer back. No, there's not, Butch says. Not when you're staring down the barrel of 5 guns. I can make you think there's a choice, sure. But I think we're past that, don't you? Oh, fuck off, Abby says from my side. She is not hidden behind Norm. She is not afraid. At least not visibly. This isn't your world. This is no one's world but the dead's. You don't make the rules. Butch Hazard starts to laugh. No one's world but the dead's. I like that. Girl's got a mouth on her, he says, then tilts his head and gives her a wink. But do you know how to use it the right way? Shut your fucking mouth, I say. Norm makes a move for his gun, but the clicking sounds of the rifles ring out, and he pauses. Listen, Butch Hazard says. I don't want to shoot you. I really don't. So let's cut to the chase. You have something I want, and we have something you want. Yeah, I say. And what's that? We have your freedom. The ability to let you walk away from this situation without another scratch. The path is clear, the dead are dead, and you can get to safety before more arrive, Butch says. So you give us Herbert, and then we can all get on with our lives. He smiles, a big toothy grin. No, I say, my mind made up. I've seen what that place did to Herb. He doesn't want to go back, so he's not going back. Simple. End of story. Darlene squeezes me. She's not telling me I made the wrong choice. Darlene would support me if I said we all need to stop eating old junk food and start dining on the millions of zombies roaming around. No, she's squeezing me because she's scared. A natural reflex for fear. I feel it too, we all do. It hangs in the air like a heavy rain cloud, ready to burst. That's not how it works, Butch says. There's a flash of anger in his eyes. Spike gets to say who comes and who goes, and Herbert was not on the list. Herbert belongs in Eden. Herbert can do whatever he damn well pleases, I say, then look to Herb. He's shaking, the large muscles beneath the layers of his flesh dancing. Do you want to go with Mr. Butch Hazard here, Herb? He shakes his head, slowly, deliberately. There, I say. The man has spoken, and last I heard it was a free country. Butch Hazard walks closer to where we stand, but he is still a good 20 yards away. His fingers hook his belt loops, and he leans back and laughs. In case you haven't noticed, he says. This ain't a country no more. Freedom's gone. Now, I'm a man of good morals, that much is true. I say my prayers every night, wash my hands before every meal, and kiss my wife goodbye whenever I leave our compound. So I'm all about freedom and free choice and countries and all that hippie bullshit. But don't get me started on freedom. True freedom. I damn near died for the freedom of this country more than once. He laughs as he pulls the collar of his shirt down, revealing a puckered scar that can be none other than a scarred-over bullet wound. This is just one. Got a couple more on my back and thigh. But I'll hope you take my word for it. So don't talk to me about freedom. I don't want to go back, Herb says. His voice is hardly a whisper. I barely hear it, and I don't think anyone else does. Now you don't want the extinction of the human race on your hands, do you? Butch Hazard asks me, his eyes drilling down into my soul. They are as black as onyx, as emotionless as a zombie. What the fuck are you talking about? Norm asks. He leans forward, his eyes narrowed. I know he's fallen for the trap. Butch threw out the bait and he's trying to hook us. I won't fall for it. I know this shit is too deep to get out of. The human race is nothing but a dwindling flame. By next year, it'll be a spark. And depending how you look at it, that spark can easily blow out at the first strong breeze. I'm talking about Eden, and I'm talking about Herbert Walker, Butch says. This dumb-looking bastard is the key to us beating these suckers. In Eden, we are doing something great. We are coming up with a cure. We are fixing this fuck-up. He points to the dead on my left. All I can think is bullshit. I wouldn't believe anything this guy says. I'm not going, Herb says. A repeat of his earlier sentiment, but this time his voice is louder. One of Butch's soldiers breaks formation. It's the slightest movement, but I see it, and I sense that Abby sees it too by the way she looks in the man's direction. Oh ho ho, Butch says. Look who learned how to speak up. I don't want to work for him no longer, Herb says. I don't want to help. Well, see, Herb. That's the conundrum we're in here. I do work for Spike, and I have my orders. Butch reaches behind his back, pulls a pistol free. Sunlight catches on the chrome, momentarily blinding me. My orders are simple. Bring her back, bring anyone who leaves the compound back, and kill whoever gets in our way if I have to. I'm gonna do just that, Butch says, striding the rest of the way over to us. I reach for the gun on the ground. Fuck this. I'm sick of listening to lies. Kill or be killed. Johnny Deadslayer. And I don't really want you bleeding all over my truck, Herb, Butch finishes. He pulls the trigger of the pistol. A bullet strikes the road, taking a chunk of the yellow line with it, and sending my midnight special careening out of reach. Don't be a hero, kid, he says to me. Take your girls and your friend here and get the hell out of Sharon before I have to kill you all. I am wise enough to back up. Without a weapon, I am useless, and Darlene is dead. Unfortunately, Norm is not as wise as me. He never has been. He's a hothead. I think I've mentioned that before. He grabs his gun, drops to his knees, and rolls to the side. His gun goes off, missing Butch. It winds off of the truck's bulletproof windshield. The soldiers raise their weapons, and for a moment I think I see their muzzles flashing and I think I hear the roars. But they don't. Ryder's imagination gone wild. They don't have permission. This is Butch's fight now. He raises his pistol. Norm? But the bark of the gun cuts me off. It's all in slow motion. The finger squeezing, the slide jerking back, the explosion from the barrel, and finally the bullet slicing through the air and burying itself into Norm's leg. It hits him hard enough to drive him over the curb, where he lands among the dead zombies. I start to run toward him, but Darlene grabs me. We look at each other, and the look she gives me is one of defeat, her eyes drooping, mouth a thin line. Next one is going in his skull, Butch Hazard says. I am surprised at how steady his voice is. He looks at us, and a wave of rage grips me. I'm shaking. I feel the heat pulsing through my body. Now, Herbert, let's go. No, I say. You're a man of morals, right? Butch narrows his eyes at me, but there's a smile on his face. He is in a jovial mood, I think. I doubt anyone ever opposes him. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he points the pistol at me and raises his other hand to the soldiers behind him. It's a signal. I know this because they all raise their assault rifles. When I'm on the clock, I'm anything I have to be, he says. As I stare down the barrels of 5 guns, I realize I really need to start keeping my mouth shut. 19. Next thing I know, I'm on my knees, but I'm not begging for my life. There is only one gun aimed on me, and it's Butch's. He has waved his soldiers down and said, "No, I want to do this myself." And here I am, shaking, with fear, with rage. Darlene is sobbing. "Ooh, Spike is gonna like you," Butch says. "The mouthy one, too." Abby grabs Darlene and pulls her away from me. But Darlene has a handful of my shirt, and she rips a piece of the fabric free. All my muscles tense. I feel like I am drowning. Like I'm in a nightmare and I'm trying to run but getting nowhere. Butch laughs. All this time, I'm not worrying about myself, about the bullet about to be lodged in my brain. That is, if Butch is feeling generous, but I doubt it. I'll just wind up bleeding out like a stuck pig while the zombies follow the noise and devour me. I don't care if that's the case. All I care about is Darlene getting away, of Norm living through this, and Abby being able to grow up. She's only 19. "I would have turned my back on this whole situation if you would have given me Herb." Butch shakes his head. "Now that would have been the wisest choice, my friends. If you went that route, I wouldn't have to blow your heads off." "Fuck you," Norm says. He is weak, barely hanging on. Butch laughs again. "I love the fight, really. It's admirable." He looks to me, stares down the sight. I am sweating. The gun is cool against my skin. "Any last words?" "Fuck you," I say, echoing Norm. "Wrong answer." I close my eyes, and it's not a sign of weakness. It's more of a reflex. Preparation for my brains to be blown out. And a shot goes off, but it's not as loud as I think. Then I hear screaming. A man screaming, but gurgling as well, as if a great monster is dragging him into the ocean's depths. I open my eyes. My jaw drops at what I see. Butch Hazard is distracted. Everyone is. One of the soldiers, the one wearing sunglasses with a goatee, has dropped his assault rifle. He clutches at a burning hole in his throat. Blood spurts from between his fingers. The other soldiers watch him, their faces distorted with fear and confusion, but they won't break rank any more than they have. Another shot follows. This one is much closer. I can practically hear the bullet whoosh by my head. A couple inches to the left, and I'd be missing a chunk of my scalp. Butch jerks at the exact moment of the second shot. He's good. He anticipated the bullet slamming into his chest, and by jerking, it only manages to clip his shoulder. There's a small spray of blood, and the slug thumping into the army truck. I wish it would have hit him in the heart. Doesn't matter. He is momentarily distracted. Now's our chance. I turn to Darlene and grab her. Abby helps me to my feet. "Go," I say. We have a guardian angel. We can run and never look back. "What about you?" Abby says. "I got Norm." She nods and joins Herb into helping Darlene to her feet. They clear the street just as another shot hits the truck, dinging the metal, causing it to rock. Norm is crawling toward us, but it's not easy going, with one hand clamped over his thigh. Another shot rings out. Another soldier falls. The others of Butch's army have their assault rifles aimed, sweeping the town beyond. Not shooting because they don't know where these shots are coming from. Butch doesn't even look in our direction. He raises the hand up that holds his pistol to shield his eyes from sun. He's taken cover behind one of the open truck doors, peeking through the glass. 2 more shots, and 2 more soldiers fall. All that is left is him and the female. I grab Norm around the waist, try to help him to his feet. "Hard all you want," Butch bellows. "Or come down and face me like a man, you pussy." He aims in the general direction of the shots and lets loose a couple of his own. Down the street is a couple of higher buildings, a perfect sniper's nest. Norm and I make our way across the street. "Fuck," he says. "I could use some of that booze." "You better kill me now," Butch screams. "If I find you, I'm gonna The female soldier finally breaks rank. She throws the truck's door open just as a bullet hammers into the metal. Then she dives inside, taking cover behind the dashboard. Norm and I are almost to Abby when Butch shoots again, this time at me. All of a sudden, my arm is on fire. It's like something has bitten me, has clamped their big, serrated teeth around my forearm and won't let go. My heart stops for a moment as I think of a zombie using my forearm as a chew toy. But we are not by any zombies. We are in the middle of the street, and when I look down at the flaring pain, I don't see a rotting skull. I see blood and a fresh